Okay, so ganito. Kapag nasabi na ni Aileen yung spiel niya, yung may I please call on stage, blah, 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 blah. On my cue, blackout ka lids, tapos lights, itatawag ko na lang siyang, itatawag ko na lang siyang focus, okay? Yun na yung naming ko sa kanya, focus, yung solid ka na sa gitna. Okay, on my cue, balik muna tayo sa may LED sa, may graphics sa LED. Okay, on my cue default tayo. Lights. Lights default. Yan. On my cue. 3, 2, 1. Yan. O, ulitin natin isa pa. Default. LEDs. Okay. Button push scene in 3, 2, 1. Yan. Okay. Ito, Aileen, bago mo sila pagpindutin, magbilang ka 5 seconds. Oh, siguro, spill mo na lang. Push the button in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Now, our representatives, we will push the button to mark the start of the games in 5, 4.
Sige. With 5, 4, 3, ganun. Sige. Lahat.
Now,
Go, Aileen.
now, to signify the start of the esports event here at the San Juan Arena, our representatives will now push the button in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Sige. Okay. Isa pang run dun sa button push. Stage yung mga speakers.
Okay.
Okay? And 3, 2, 1, go.
And now, to formally open the 30th Southeast Asian Games 2019 Esports event, may I please call on stage Mr. Abraham Tolentino, Mr. Butch Ramirez, Mr. Ramon Suzara, Miss Sherry Sia, Dixon Lee, and Jin Woo Choi. Now we will witness another momentous event as our representative starts to push the button to signify the start of the games. And they will do so in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay. Tapos, Aileen, ilang natin yung pag-invite on stage for the photo op. Aileen, sabihin mo lang yung mga spiel for, yung for photo ops.
Now may we ask our federation leaders to stay on stage and pose for the cameras for a quick photo op.
Okay, so watch yun on stage lights sa photo op, picture. Okay. Sabihin nyo naman yung spiel for country delegation photo op. Yung next.
For our delegates as well, please stay on stage for a quick photo op.
Sige. Okay. Everyone, from the top. From the top. Okay, JP, pengi ako ng standby. Standby sponsor loop. Okay. Nandiyan na ba yung flag bearers? Nandiyan na ba yung flag bearers? Nasaan yung SLO? Ikaw ba yung SLO? Excuse me, lahat na nandito sa likod ng production area, bawal picturean yung production area. Paki-delete na lang. Thank you. Lahat ng magpipicture sa likod ng production area, palalabasin ko ng venue, ha? So bago ko kayo mahuli, delete nyo na yan. Um, JB, run ulit natin yung yung opening video. Sige.
Audio test pa. Suot.
Mic test.
Mic test. Narinig mo ko, Chang?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yung
Naririnig mo
framing,
ko?
oo, yung framing dito, ah, okay. Mic test. Narinig mo ko, Chang? Okay. So, yung
Naririnig mo ko?
framing,
Mic test. Mic, mic, mic. Mic, mic, mic. Mic, mic, mic. Kuya Chris? Kuya Chris? Ay, Michael! Ano? Bakit?
Pwede na ba kami, Sir Jess?
Cover sa mga tanong. Sa tubig daw yung mga talents. Thank you.
Tahimik lang. Hindi, wala nang talents dito.
Meron nga, di ba gumawa si Camille?
Hindi ko tamaan kasi si kami nang nataan sa'yo.
Anong group yon?
Esports. Ito lang yun.
Ito ba yung esports prod oral?
Yeah.
Ay,
Katapusan ng
ano yan, donut?
hanggang ano ako, mga alas 12. Hanggang ngayon. Bye.
Saan tong Jen? Bakit yan ang picture mo?
Isan mo online. Easy.
Pero yung unang create ni ano, ni Camille,
Meron ba?
meron yung after ng meeting, pangatapos yung meeting natin, meron na siya. May ginawa na siya.
SEA Games Esports. Ito pala. SEA Games Esports. Kasama si Kuya Jeff ba?
No.
So, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. 3, 2, 1, national anthem. National anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please all rise for the Philippine national anthem.
Iabot ko na lang sa kanila to.
After this.
Good morning, Philippines! Good morning, Philippines, and good morning, Southeast Asia. Welcome to the official esports event of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. 9 countries across the entire region have gathered at the San Juan Arena to compete for the first time in the regional multi-sport events history. They will be vying for international medals in 6 new disciplines, namely Dota 2, StarCraft 2, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, Arena of Valor, Hearthstone, and Tekken 7. The 30th Southeast Asian Games is presented to you by our valued platinum sponsors: Ajinomoto, Philippine Airlines, the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, Skyworth Kuka, Phoenix, Morris Garages, Pinnacle, Mega World and Resorts World Manila. This is also brought to you with the cooperation of our gold sponsors, Pocari Sweat, Milo, MasterCard, Razer, NLEX, Coca-Cola, PLDT, and Smart. And supported by ASICS, BMW, SM Entertainment and Lifestyle, and FBT. Of course, for the latest updates, follow our official Facebook and Instagram page, that's at 2019 SEA Games PH, and use the hashtag WeWinAs1 every time you post your photos online. Now, I'm sure you're all excited to meet our athletes, so before I introduce them to you, please allow me to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed guests and speakers. Honorable Francis Zamora, Mayor of San Juan City. Min Liangtan, CEO of Razer, the official esports partner of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Mr. Kenneth Fok, President of the Asian Electronic Sports Federation. Mr. Ramon Suzara, COO of FISCOC. Congressman Abraham Tolentino, President of the Philippine Olympic Committee. And Chairman Butch Ramirez of the Philippine Sports Commission. We would also like to acknowledge the presence of the acting CEO and Mouton representative, Sherry Sia. We also have the game operations for Garena, Mr. Dixon Lee. And lastly, we have Jin Woo Choi of Blizzard. Now, please welcome the participating countries of the 30th Southeast Asian Games Esports event. We have Cambodia, led by their flag bearer, Ban Promnir. Indonesia, led by their flag bearer, Tri Kunchuro. Lao PDR. Led by their flag bearer, Sulia Kumpit Sabo. Malaysia. Led by their flag bearer, Koo Chong Sin. Myanmar. Led by their flag bearer, Ye Tai. Philippines. Led by their flag bearer, Jacinta Patricia D. Singapore. Led by their flag bearer, Dabi Lim Chin Hong. Thailand. Led by their flag bearer, Mr. Werit Popan. Vietnam. Led by their flag bearer, Tran Hong Phuc. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause for the 30th Southeast Asian Games flag bearers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our opening remarks, let us all welcome on stage Mayor Francis Zamora.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the City of San Juan, I would like to welcome all the athletes, officials, and delegates of the participating countries in the first ever Esports for the Southeast Asian Games. This is a very, very historic day because for the first time, Esports will be played in the Southeast Asian Games. And this is a very historic event for the City of San Juan because you all are here. You are all here in our city, and it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to our historic city. I was told earlier that we will be doing our very best to make sure that esports will be played in the Tokyo Olympics. So let's all do our part in order to uplift esports. It is becoming very popular, and seeing all of you here today makes me very happy. Allow me to share to you that it's also my birthday today, and this is the biggest birthday gift. The biggest birthday gift I will ever receive is having all of you here in the city of San Juan. I was once an athlete myself. I used to play college basketball, so I understand the sacrifices that athletes have to undergo every single day. And we as athletes, we work for physical and mental discipline, and that is what you all do as athletes. So this morning, again, allow me to welcome all of you, and allow me to wish you good luck, and may the best countries win in the esports competition of the Southeast Asian Games. Maraming salamat. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Very well said. Thank you so much, Mayor Francis Zamora, and a big happy birthday to you. Now, to give us a few words, may I please call on stage Min Liang Tan, CEO of Razer, the official esports partner of the 30th Southeast Asian Games.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Mayor of San Juan City, Francis Zamora. We've got Congressman, President of the Philippines Olympics Committee, Abraham Tolentino, and of course Kenneth Falk, a good friend of ours, the President of AAEF. It is great to be here. Good morning. I'm really excited in San Juan City, right in front of everybody. I think there's a live stream going on Twitch, on YouTube, essentially covering what is truly a historic moment. About a year and a half ago, I remember I came across to Manila and I met with Speaker Cayetano and the Philippines Olympic Committee. And I spoke with them. I said, do you guys know anything about esports? And at that point of time, they said, what is esports? Tell us a little bit more about it. And the one thing that really struck my mind at that point of time was when Speaker Cayetano said, this is something for the youth, and the youth is incredibly important to Philippines, and he's all for it. So today, we are here, a truly, truly historic moment for us at Razer We're one of the pioneers of esports. We're one of the biggest brands in the world for esports. And I'm incredibly proud to say that we are now going to see esports as a medal sport for all of us out here. So it's really great for us to be here, and I'm really excited. So I'm looking forward to the next couple of days where we're going to see some great competition. We're going to be able to see some great, I think, fights between the different countries over here. But for all of us at Southeast Asia and for the world, we're going to win as one and be truly for gamers by gamers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Min Liangtang. Next on stage is the president of the Asian Electronic Sports Federation. Please welcome Mr. Kenneth Fok.
Hello, Philippines. How are you? Congressman Tolentino, Mayor Zamora, happy birthday, my good friend Ramon, Min, and all the fans present today. We mentioned earlier we are making history here today. First of all, I'd like to thank the members of the Sea Council, the Sea Federation, for your vision and for your trust and your willingness to embrace the future, for allowing esports to be contested here. Before coming to the Philippines, I received from my office a lot of pictures of esports athletes from around the region. They were all dressed in their national uniform, proudly posing as they set off to represent their countries here in Manila. So without your vision, they won't be here. And I thank you on behalf of the athletes. Also, I would like to thank and show appreciation for the Philippines government and our friends at the organizing committee for making this dream come true. With a historical 56 sports, organizing these games is no easy feat. And I'm proud to say, as a technical delegate, AESF is now part of the family. More importantly, it's indeed nice to see Philippines as a country which enjoys esports, where I also believe the fan base is growing rapidly. This is in part thanks to the hard work of all of you, all of the esports community here in Philippines. At the center of this drive, at the center of this movement are the fans. So I'm so happy to see all of you here today. The narrative throughout last year was that esports is not the next big thing. It's already here, and it's been on a rapid rise throughout these years in every single way. I just want to share with you, a recent report indicated that over 1 billion people, that's over an eighth of the world's population, now follow esports, and is on the trend to surpass many traditional sports when it comes to overall view. So the fans really are the center of this movement. And besides delivering quality events, us at AESF, we are building up the sustainability of esports moving forward, promoting the positive image of the esports, engaging in bridging gaps between different stakeholders, and of course, at the center of this is reaching new fans. And at the heart of this drive are our dedicated and loyal members. They have been building the necessary foundations for the solid ecosystem in their respective region. So, without further ado, I thank you all for your kind attention. And with this, I'm proud to officially welcome the esports event at the 30th edition of the SEA Games, and here in the wonderful country of Philippines. Esports, we win as one. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kenneth Fok. Now finally gracing us with his presence. Let us all welcome on stage Congressman Abraham Tolentino, President of the Philippine Olympic Committee.
Thank you and good morning. In behalf of the Philippine Olympic Committee and the SEA Games Federation Council, I would like to welcome, thank, and congratulate all the delegates and participants in today's e-games, esports. I would like to thank, of course, our major partner, Razer, and the Asian Esports Federation. You know, this is the first ever medal games of esports. First in SEA Games, nauna pa tayo sa Asian Games and Olympics. There will be no E-Games in Olympics. Maybe in Paris or before the Olympics. But definitely E-Games will be promoted and will be part of Asian Games in 2022 in Hangzhou, China. Again, congratulations, welcome, and thank you very much for supporting this first ever E-Games in SEA Games in our region. Thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham Tolentino. To lead our esports athletes for the oath of sportsmanship, may I call on stage Team Philippines as representative for the Hearthstone discipline, Ms. Jacinta Gia D. And she will be accompanied by Mr. Abraham Tolentino.
All athletes and officials, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. In the name of the athletes and in honor of all judges, coaches, and officials, we vow to take part in these Southeast Asian Games, upholding true sportsmanship and the spirit of fair play. We shall put the honor of our teams above everything else, while committing ourselves to the glory of the sport, and carry the pride of our countries with respect for the fundamental principles of Olympism throughout the 2019 Southeast Asian Games. We win as one.
Thank you very much, Gia. And now to formally open the 30th Southeast Asian Games 2019 Esports event, may I welcome back on stage the following. Honorable Francis Zamora, Mayor of San Juan City, Min Liangtang, CEO of Razer, the official esports partner of the 30th Southeast Asian Games, Mr. Kenneth Fok, President of Asian Electronic Sports Federation, Ramon Suzara, COO of FISGOC, Chairman Butch Ramirez of the Philippine Sports Commission, Acting CEO and Moonton Representative Sherry Sia, Dixon Lee, Game Operations for Garena, and lastly, Jin Woo Choi of Blizzard. Now we are about to witness a momentous event as our representatives will push the button to signify the start of the esports event here at the 30th Southeast Asian Games. And they will do so in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let the games begin. Now, may we please ask our federation leaders to stay on stage and pose for the cameras for a quick photo op. All right, thank you once again, Honorable Francis Zamora, Min Liangtang, Mr. Kenneth Fok, Ramon Suzara, Congressman Abraham Tolentino, Chairman Butch Ramirez, Sherry Sia, Dixon Lee, and Jin Woo Choi. Now, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for an action-packed competition from the best esports athletes from Southeast Asia? All right, I know you're all very excited, so we'll kick off the first game of the 30th Southeast Asian Games after this quick break.
Sinabi na ni Director. Sinabi ko na sa kanya, oh, okay na, okay na. 12:50.
Ilagay dito. Sige. Sound check. Check. I can hear. May monitor. That's nice. Better, yeah. This is good. Salamat. It's so cold in here. Today is December 5. December 5, 2019. Currently just signing contracts. Where's Gian? Ah, sige po. Thank you. Kita ba yan? Siguro paste. Oh yeah, idikit na lang dun. Nakita niyo na po si Gian? Ay, dinig na dinig. In fairness. Hindi, yung pagkalapag niya. No,
Sound check.
Yeah. Kayo na. Hi, let's cast together. Miss Cams. Sound check, sound check. Oh, it's so cold.
Memorize ko na yan.
Yun. Makaka-selfie rin dito. Sound check. Okay na po. Ay, picture ako na lang. Or bibigyan nyo rin po ba ako ng copyright? Picture ako na lang muna. Okay na po. Apo.
Pwede po bang pa-picture po kami? Sure.
No, mean.
Hello, mic check 1 2. This is the sound check audio here of the Southeast Asian Games. Welcome, of course, to the 30th. Home. This is me talking quite softly, regular tone. As we escalate and louder and louder and louder, this is what we're going to sound like.
Sound check, check, sound check.
Kahit dito na lang.
Yung kita to. Yes, yung Philippine na SEA Games.
M. Ako rin, please.
Kai. Ay, picture man. Alright, thank you po. Diyan.
Yung washout lang dito.
Teka lang. Wait. Yan.
Yung wash mo sa likod, masyado nakadikit.
Gusto ko rin yan.
Sa pa.
Pasel.
Gusto mo gamitin ito?
Bakit pwede kong itry?
Yeah, try it.
Paano ba?
Sige po.
Paano ba?
Yeah, just clip it on. Then, ayan. You got it. Center mo lang sa lens.
Tama.
Yep. Bagsakin yung cellphone mo.
Feeling ko sa angle mo eh.
Sige.
Mas maganda yung sa'yo eh.
So, kita yung ano. Teka, inaano ko yung salamin ko. naman na yan. Hello. Ayan, naka-on na yung ating monitor. Photo.
May alam ka ba sa Malaysia-Vietnam team?
Wala.
Yung Malaysia malakas, yung Vietnam di natin alam.
Vietnam. Ay, alam ko lang yung, ano nila, isang team lang din sila na nag-champion din sa country nila from MPL S4.
Sige, labas natin yan. You can do that. So ano, how are we changing up our dynamic?
Play-by-play na lang ako. Or ano. Or the usual that we do. Or
Okay, I mean, I'm comfortable with doing. I think for me, okay lang naman. We can just like split it like 50-50 and then just go from there. Naman.
Like especially like for example, I'm doing play-by-play and then
Just
sobrang
tuloy mo.
prolonged na yung fight.
Yeah, tuloy
Tapik
mo
na
na
lang
lang.
kita.
Sige.
Tapikin na lang kita case sobrang haba na.
Okay, or if ever as well, kung may mid-analysis ka, tapos may play, tuloy mo na lang. Or tuloy ko na lang.
Sure,
ganun.
sure. Or yeah, basta tapikin mo lang din ako if may kailangan na sabihin.
Sure. 6. Yes.
Hello, no.
Hello. Yeah.
Now there is
Now, check
monitor.
We're trying to get audio levels.
Yes.
Trying to be secure. This is talking softly. This is talking softly.
Sound.
Regular energy at the moment. Southeast Asian Games. But now, of course, going louder and louder as we go into what might be a big play. This is the top of the audio level. Okay.
Sige po. Sound check.
Sound check. This is audio mic test 1, regular energy. Broadcasting voice number 1 as we go deeper and lower and lower and softer and softer and softer. Mic check. Audio level seems fine.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
afternoon, Philippines, and good afternoon, Southeast Asia. Welcome back to the official esports event for the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Let's kick off the first match of the day with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang discipline. Please welcome on stage Malaysia and Vietnam. Now calling up on stage once again, we have Malaysia. And we also have Vietnam. Now, Mobile Legends Bang Bang is actually one of the hottest games of this generation. It's a 5-on-5 mobile multiplayer online battle arena game developed and published by Moontime. All right, with all our players on stage, can I ask Malaysia and Vietnam please meet at the center of the stage for a quick handshake. Thank you, Malaysia and Vietnam. You may now proceed to your respective booths as we will begin the first game for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Asian Game. Hello and welcome to our continuing coverage of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. It is the beginning of an important time in history, as for the first time ever, we're going to be seeing esports played as a medal event here in the Southeast Asian Games. And of course, this is our continuing coverage of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. What a very, very important time to be alive. It stands as a bastion for the youth and a beacon for the future. And of course, your explorers today will be us joining you as we venture forward into the future. My name is Ilustrado.
And I'm Kay Saya, and just like what you have said, this is a very historic moment for all of us, especially to those who love video games since they were very, very young. And now, this 2019, we are witnessing a very historic moment.
Yeah, ever since we were younger, I think I speak for much of my generation when I say this, we grew up loving video games. It's something that was a little bit newer, I think, at that point, and just snowballed and became bigger and bigger, and now it's global. Earlier it was mentioned that 1 billion people worldwide roughly follow esports, and it is just starting to build up steam. I expect that it will just get larger and larger and bigger, and time will go by when esports will be a household name for everybody.
Yeah, and for our very first coverage for our first day for the esports category here at the SEA Games 2019, it is going to be Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And to those who don't know the game yet, it was mentioned a while ago that this is a 5v5 or a 5 versus 5 game between two teams.
Yeah, two teams that go head-to-head and try to duke it out. Ultimate goal of the game, for those of you who don't understand, is to destroy each other's base, to destroy each other's nexus. At the very, very top, the core, the base, is what you want to absolutely eliminate here.
Definitely. 5 versus 5. Each of these teams having different roles. What kind of roles do we actually see? We have in here tanks and support.
Yeah, we have
We
tanks,
have go ahead.
supports, assassins, marksmen, mages. So all those people who like to play pretend and be have
This
special
role,
abilities.
yeah.
This is basically what you want. You have something tailored to each and every person, each and every play style. So if you want to be an assassin, if you like playing one of those go-getters, aggressive, that's basically, you could play that. But already we're getting ready, and I think we're about to go and head out into the draft. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin this historic moment in history, as Vietnam goes head-to-head in Malaysia for the first time. Southeast Asian Games in esports.
Definitely. Vietnam banning out heroes in here, Kaja and initiators.
Yeah, absolutely go ham with the initiations, with the divine judgment from Kaja. Same thing with Coop for a popping in right there, able to get those Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge, the combo with the bouncing ball. Absolutely a dangerous combination. On the other side, you have Malaysia quickly banging out Ling, as well as Harith. But now Vietnam picking up that X-Borg, a very strong contender with a great early pick from them.
Wow, as you can see in here, Malaysia respecting all the good bar and making sure that Vietnam, one of the strongest teams, at least in Southeast Asia, they want to make sure that they won't give this away. But for the meantime, I think I'm liking these first two picks on the side of Malaysia, as it reserving that Kimi as well as the Graf. Really good combination so far.
Very good combination, very strong for the early game. But I see the Esmeralda and Lolita coming up. This is a great pick. The Lolita directly makes life difficult for that Kimi. So let's see what they decide to go for against here. Maybe they'll go for the Chang'o, but it's going to be difficult against the Lolita.
Yeah, it seems like Malaysia in here really want to go for a really highly focused, objective type of aiming as they secure that Kimi early on. Meanwhile,
Leomord has now been secured here for Malaysia. Very solid top. We don't see it as much as we used to, but still can contribute a lot to team fights. As we know, Malaysia is one of those teams that really have changed and defined the meta for Mobile Legends. So we expect to see them really giving a good fight to Vietnam here.
Chang'e being removed in here by Team Vietnam. They really want to make sure that, okay, will be enough for our Lolita to handle. They don't want to add more of range damage dealers coming from the side of Team Malaysia, but I think there's still a lot more options in here.
Yeah, and the Chang'e, it's an interesting ban because the Chang'e is good because it makes life difficult for Malaysia, especially with that Kimi, because you can outrange your Kimi with a Meteor Shower. So they don't want to ban it because they just want to avoid that road entirely, prevent Malaysia from picking it for themselves. Who will now secure the Akai?
On securing that Akai tank for Team Malaysia. Now, what is currently lacking on Team Vietnam? They're hovering Hylos as well as Granger at the moment. One of the two meta heroes currently in the hero pool of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I think if they lock these two heroes in, it will be good enough.
Yeah, I think it's a great combination. The Hylos with the Granger will be able to deal with the Kimi, especially later on. A Destonata is basically all you need. Should you get that farm in, should you be able to get those items in. Now, I still need to see an answer from Malaysia, what they're going to be coming in with to address that Granger, to address that Hylos, because they need to shut down the regen. They need to address the tankiness here. It's a Claude. I was going to say it might have, but Claude definitely works as well.
Wow. Two marksmen line up onto the side of Team Malaysia. Just like what we have mentioned a while ago, it seems like this team really wants to go on a really highly objective kind of play. We know that in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, on a mobile game, you really want to focus on going for objectives, especially the turrets, because that is your objective. You want to go take down the base of your opponent.
Yeah, objective gaming will be very, very strong for the side of Malaysia. We'll see what they can put up with, but the thing is, we're missing quite a bit of magic damage from the side of Malaysia. I mean, if you look at the draft here, they will be missing early engage, but they hope to shape up in terms of the later game. That's what we're looking to see. The late game for Malaysia looks very, very strong.
Well, they're going to be depending on the Kimi for the magic damage source in here. That lone Kimi. We know that the Kimi has two kind of damage. It could be physical or magic. But just like what you have mentioned, Illustrado, it's going to be very difficult.
We are just about to start off here, but before we go and dive into the game really quickly, I'm going to say at the moment, I think Malaysia has a slightly bigger edge here. It's going to be hard to say. It's going to be all about execution, especially in terms of the early game. Malaysia will need that early game to be successful. But here we go. Let's dive straight into the Land of Dawn. And it's going to be the first game of the series, the first game of the tournament, and the first esport game of history here in the Southeast Asian Games.
Wow.
2019.
Yeah, 2019. And as you can see, pretty much all of the players right now laning on where they want to lane at the moment. So, just a quick bring up of the lineup for Team Malaysia. We have in here Abdul Kadir for the Akai, Ons for the Grok, Hamstreet for the Leomord, Nurola for this,
Oh, well.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Abdullah for the Kimi, Nurola for the Claude.
Yeah, and on the other side, it's going to be Wen on the X-Borg. Same, it's going to be Wen as well on the High Loss. It's going to be Din here at the Esmeralda. Lolita is going to be played by Fam and Fam as well. Oh, look at this.
You can see here a very aggressive move by Team Vietnam at the moment onto the top lane. However, still fight ongoing right now. Another kill, just a 1-for-1 exchange. Look at the aggressive move by both of the teams right now. Oh, but in the bottom lane, I think we have to see it here. 3v1 situation. Muya and MH will fall down.
And what a good trade and engagement coming in there from Malaysia. Fell a little bit short earlier on, going down 1-1, but now we're easily seeing a 2-1 exchange. And Malaysia taking affirmative action. Now they're going to be trying to take away that bottom lane tower. This should give them the early advantage, and we said this much earlier on. Early game is where it's at here for Malaysia. They want that Kimi to take objectives.
Yes, objective gaming is the name of the game for Team Malaysia. Right now taking the tier 1 turret onto the middle lane. Just right within 2-minute game time.
Yeah. Very quick turret, and that's what you want to see, especially when you have a Kimi. The thing with having a Kimi is that you want it to be able, the Kimi to be able to take those turrets early on. Objectives allow you to secure map pressure onto the opponent's side and allow you to be able to dominate the map.
Map pressure, that's what they did. Making sure that they will send over 3 heroes onto the bottom lane part of the map. I think that is the weakest lane that they have found out against Team Vietnam, and they were able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, well, once they saw that there were multiple people topside for Vietnam, they were able to rotate bottom lane, say we'll take that 1-for-1 exchange, rotate all the way to bottom, and then manage to shut down that bottom lane itself. They did a fantastic job of doing that, but it's all about what they do from here. Taking that bottom lane tower is going to allow them access into the lower half of the jungle. For the side of Malaysia,
True.
They can get into the Vietnamese jungle. However, it's not exactly the best lane to have pushed, and we can still see what Vietnam can respond with. I will bet you right now that it's going to be all up to the turtle.
It's going to be all up to the turtle. Well, it depends on where the turtle is because that will be the next contestant, right? For those who don't know or not very familiar with Mobile Legends Bang Bang objectives, well, taking the turtle will give you a lot of gold in your team.
Yeah.
For all of the heroes in your team.
Yeah, and as well as a buff that gives you added damage, makes you much more painful. So all those assassins could use with the extra buff will be a little bit more painful. That's exactly what you want to see. Early turtle buff, especially on the Kimi, going to be able to shut down some lanes. Malaysia's off to a good start, but we'll see if they're able to come back and say bounce back for the side of Vietnam here.
Well, Vietnam in here having a Granger right now. We know that Granger is very much more effective sometime mid to late game time, but given that the Claude and Kimi getting the early secure of an objective right now, the tier 1 turret on the bottom lane, at the same time securing kills early game time as well, they might go for an early snowball, and there you go. We can see right now, Turtle has been slain by Team Malaysia. However, Team Vietnam seems like they want to go for an exchange in here by taking down the tier 1 turret, but unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't happen, and good take right there from the Turtle. It is going to be allowing them an early advantage here, but let's take a look at the mid lane here. Din still really not able to snowball as much as you want, still able to get some farm in, but look at this quick engage right here in the middle. On's going to get caught off, but this engage is going to happen right now.
And there you go. We continue in. 4 members transitioning from the side of Team Vietnam onto the top lane. They want to take this down. However, Team Malaysia is just very responsive on this time. Oh, Akai able to back away. Will be dashing away that moment. However, oh, look at it. Last hit coming from
Bam!
Desonada was absolutely on form, able to hit multiple attacks, and very, very cleanly able to secure it. So well done from them to get that counter engaged in. It was a very good offensive move. Bounce back right now from the side of Vietnam. They're able to quickly come back.
Well, although they have in here, holding that thought, we have in here a fight ongoing onto the middle lane, 2v2 or 3v2 situation ongoing so low in HP, and Abdullah in the meantime,
Numenon Blast is cancelled. And it's absolutely beautiful. And it's a turnaround here. They cancel the Numenon Blast, and what would have been Abdullah's demise has been turned around. Then looking for that chase here. Doesn't want to go that far in. Looking to contest that crab, but now it's going to be top lane to shove.
She can't be too aggressive on the bottom lane part of the map because she was all alone in there. That Esmeralda is all alone. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the top lane. Just providing visioning here is the Hylos, because it seems like they don't want to let the Leomord to actually make a push onto the top lane.
The thing with Esmeralda is if you let her get a kill early on and snowball, she's going to be very, very difficult to kill. So we'll see if this proves true.
Providing vision.
Nice stun right there from Fam, getting that bulwark up very, very nicely, preventing some damage to her team rather. But Turtle is up now again for contestation.
Definitely for contestation, but we have, once the Turtle goes up, definitely these teams they will not just take this one away without having a second thought. Okay, are there any other members here from the opponent side? But meanwhile, let's take a look at what the Claude just did there on the vulnerable part of the map. It's a very fast clear, given that this Claude is currently just free farming onto the bot.
But here we go, top lane down, nice engagement, gonna be stunned up in silence and finished off. That Spam gonna go down, pinned up against the wall, Hurricane Dance, but here comes Hylos trying to go with the glorious fast way. Now it's Wen, has to fall back, not gonna make use of his ultimate right there, but he somehow managed to survive. It's a 1-0 exchange, could be a turtle for Malaysia.
Really good move, at least, to defend the tier 1 turret on the top lane. Meanwhile, Malaysia has an upper advantage in here by contesting the turtle right now, having 4 members around that area, and looks like it could be getting the last hit almost. That Fam making up to the last hit or a steal onto the turtle. Meanwhile, look at the score right now. It's 3-4 in favor of Team Malaysia, and they got a 3K gold lead at the same time.
Pretty good start here. Malaysia able to swing back and forth. Malaysia and Vietnam right now, they're going blow for blow. No one's really pulling ahead by far up. It's really just been trades all day long. Objective,
what is happening? Onto the top lane. It's a 3v2 situation ongoing still. Ongoing and HC trying to make a difference, but however, they're gonna just let Team Malaysia take the turret away. Oh, real nice wall by on. However, Fam BM still able to back away.
Yeah, slipping through that angle really quickly, unable to really pin that Lolita. But here we go, Wen looking to contest that. It's going to be a good wild charge right here, but it's going to be on. He's in a little bit of trouble trying to escape, and he's going to be surviving just fine. Look at this aggression here coming out from Malaysia. Despite the fact that they're a little bit behind, they're still not afraid to take a fight. I want to point out the goal difference though. Take a look at Malaysia's goal, 18 gold, but as I say that, they're going to lose another one.
Team fight ongoing onto the mid. Hampton getting that kill right very much easily. And Team Malaysia is actually having a good time right now onto the top lane as well, since the bottom lane part of the map, the bit of blast getting casted in here will not connect to anyone. So, map contestant right now.
Yeah, very good. Yes. It is good, pretty good, but also I do want to point out a number of questionable plays from Malaysia. They used like I think 3 ultis to try to defend that tower when they didn't need to, but now they have no ultis to fight. As I say that, again, Malaysia now looking for the offensive here, trying to mount an attack, but now going to try to fall back. They do have an advantage because, as I said, Vietnam have no ultimates, no cooldowns.
You know what? I'm really liking the rotation of Team Malaysia right now. They're rotating as to where the turtle's gonna go up next.
Yeah, now mid, a little bit of pressure. 7 seconds left. Still
Turtle resurrecting soon.
Hold on to this mid lane
Their
tower.
next target is this middle lane turret. This tier 1 middle lane turret, they will flicker in and go for all in for a team fight. Look at that blazing duet coming on from the Claude. However, the minute blast being casted in here will not connect and will not be successful. 1 member left defending the middle lane at the moment. It seems like this Den will not survive.
Yeah, definitely not. Turtle now must be rested by Malaysia. Should be an easy one because it is a 3-for-none exchange on the side of Malaysia. Should be a clean Turtle.
Oh no.
Ooh, that's not gonna connect onto anybody.
I think this time, Malaysia has to back away. They are very low in HP bar, and they just made the right decision. The next objective is going to go up. It is the Lord in about 106 seconds.
But now, as you can see, Malaysia starting to slip away in terms of the gold lead. Look at the gold difference here. 24,600 now, as opposed to 17,800 for Vietnam. That's a pretty significant lead. 8 minutes on.
I think we had a little bit of problem a while ago when Team Vietnam allowed the Claw to just freely farm onto the bottom lane part of the map. Oh, but look at what is happening.
Gwen, Last Insanity, gonna do a lot of damage. No Paraga armor, that's gonna be a blazing duet. Beautifully done by Norola here, trying to get pinned onto Din. Gonna try to escape, not gonna be able to survive here. And that's gonna be a 1-for-0 exchange.
Oh no, this is looking bad for Team Vietnam at the moment. There is a lot for them to catch, at least to make it up onto the late game. The wall
nice
getting
wall.
set up in here. Unfortunately, there is no limit coming up from the Gurok at the same time, but he will survive the next target.
Nice catch right there from Fam. He's gonna be able to stun him up. Wen goes down very low, and he gets taken down. Abdullah, beautifully done. Picks him off from long range. Out of position was that Kimmy. Out of position was Xborg.
This is objective after objective for Team Malaysia. They're fully taking that tier 2 turret onto the top lane. They even wanted to get the inhibitor turret on the top, but look at that. Hylos as well as the Esmeralda wanting to make a defense onto the top, but look at the minimap at the moment onto the top left part of the screen. As you can see, it is turning into color red.
Yeah, it is a very, very red dominated map here. The funny thing is, if you've noticed, Blue side Vietnam, they haven't really taken any objectives yet. I think they managed to secure one turtle earlier on. Not even sure about that, but they actually haven't taken a single tower. So that's very much a problem. And the reason why this is a problem is because if you don't have mid tower, if you don't have top or bottom lane, you don't have any access to the jungle of the opposing team. You don't have any map control, and that's going to lock you out of your farm. Now they're locked into their own base farming, and they can't really get any farm at all.
Yes, and just so you know, guys, everyone who's currently watching right now, this is going to be a best of 2 round robin match for all of our group stages for the first day of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So points will definitely matter in here.
You do definitely want that clean 2 games in a row because you want to be able to go up ahead. We don't have a lot of games on our hand here. You don't have a lot of opportunities, so you need to be able to do your best performance every single time you step on stage, every single time you come up there and represent your nation. That's definitely what you have to do, because if you fall short for a second, you might get eliminated.
Especially we know that in each group, we will, the top rank or the first one in the leaderboard will be going up to the playoffs and will be placed onto the upper bracket, and the rank 2 on the leaderboard of each group will be falling onto the lower bracket of the playoff stage.
Yeah, you do want that, and if you want to get into the medal rounds and hopefully secure your nation a gold medal, better chances if you get that top placement and get into the upper bracket. You do have basically what seems to be an extra life, so to speak, or one up.
And we're currently just on a pause because, you know, this is, again, the first time that technology kind of game will be placed into esports. So something like that sometimes is out of our control.
It's bound to happen.
Yeah, it's
I
bound
mean,
to happen.
It's bound to happen. And so, you know, when it comes to moments like this, it's a good opportunity to just talk and chat. Strategize. Have your teams think a little bit, because as we know, in a lot of esports, there aren't really what we call timeouts. Very few esports have that. So opportunities like these to breathe, strategize, maybe break momentum, or rather find momentum sometimes, they're invaluable, actually.
Definitely a good time for Team Vietnam to think what are going to do next now that the Team Malaysia is currently on a lead.
Here we go, diving back into the game. Malaysia with a lead that is just mounting higher and higher. Question is, can Vietnam climb it and ascend?
Let's see what can Team Vietnam do in this kind of situation that there is a lot of pressure right now. It is a 10k or a 10,000 gold lead by Team Malaysia at this almost 10-minute game time, and they're actually, it seems like they're looking on to trying to get this first Lord of the game. What is up by taking the Lord?
Well, when you get the Lord, you're able to have basically a very, very large siege minion, very large siege creep to basically break down the opposing base. It will march alongside you into the lane which is most damaged. In this case, it's going to be Malaysia's top lane, which will also make life more difficult for Vietnam because they'll be pushed back into their base.
Yes, just like what you have mentioned a while ago. Top lane already, the Lord is already walking towards that lane. That is the weakest lane of Team Vietnam right now. As you can see, there is a lesser health in the inhibitor turret on the top lane of Team Vietnam.
Yeah, and as you can see, Lord already making its way down top lane. Gonna be a nuisance, gonna be a problem here for Team Vietnam. See what they can do.
Let's see what they can do. Happy defense for Team Vietnam at this moment in time. The pressure is in, coming from Team Malaysia.
Oh, dive in.
Oh, look at the dive coming up from Abdul Kadir right now. That was very dangerous move.
Very big misplay, wastes the immortality right there. Unable to find anyone going in, but look at the pressure here. Top lane, they might actually get a tier 3. They actually do. Tier 3 mid goes down. They could actually get the top, or they do as well. Lord goes down now. Last Insanity coming in. Went in trouble. That's going to be a Numenal Blast canceled. Now it's a beautiful knockoff on the Blazing Duet now coming in. It's going to be Durola. Going to get one kill right there. Finds it onto Hamsjin instead. It's going to be a mega kill for him. Glorious Pathway coming in. Could be the cleanup with Barbiel.
And they want to make this fast. Team Malaysia will get the first win of our first series for Vietnam versus Malaysia.
What an absolute dominant performance from coming down straight off the bat. Vietnam had a pretty good advantage earlier on, unable to hold on to it. Back and forth they went until Malaysia finally, in the mid game, really separated.
I'm pretty sure all the players right now, thought that was an intense fight. Although it was a dominating fight in favor of Team Malaysia. We know that all of these players was sent by their country because they know that they are capable.
Yeah, definitely. It's a game that you never really know how it's going to end up, despite it being kind of far or close, no matter how it is. The thing is, I've seen insane comebacks. We have seen insane comebacks throughout the whole game. But Malaysia, at this point, they won that game through map control, I think. Just outplaying.
Objective gaming as well. And, when you have misplays, just like, I think, what Vietnam did a while ago, just letting the Claude farm. Although we didn't see a lot of, kills coming from the Claude, I think for Malaysia, they just said, we're not really looking for kills. It's up to you if you want to get killed, but we're going to go for the turrets.
Yeah, and the thing is, the highlight really wasn't the Claude. The Claude was doing quite a bit of damage with the Blazing Duet. But the kills really all went mostly to the Leomord, who cleaned up this final fight at the end, securing Malaysia their first victory in the group stages here.
Oh, look at that really dominating clash in favor of Team Malaysia right now. The tanks coming from the side of Team Vietnam really wasn't able to sustain the damage from these two marksmen.
Yeah, unfortunately not. It was a dual marksman set up to prevail in the end. Objectives were the name of the game, and it proved to be very effective here.
For them, yeah. They said we don't really need a lot of magic damage. We're just gonna go, attack turrets, and that's it.
Yeah, and attack turrets they did, and did prevail in the end. And aside from turrets, it was the Turtle, the Lord. They all went down so quick because, for those who don't know, for those who are watching at home, basically attack damage, physical damage does more to tips than magical damage does in general, except maybe for Kimmy. But aside from that, it's normally physical damage, which really does wonders on objectives.
Yeah, especially if it's a DPS1 or damage per second, where you have a lot of damage that you can deal.
Yeah. And what we saw here from Malaysia, able to take over very dominating, very decisively against their Vietnamese counterparts. Let's take a quick look again at the replay.
Highlights, yes.
Highlights.
That was a very dangerous move by the Akai on the side of Malaysia. Fortunately, he had an immortality with him that popped up, but it was a total waste. But if the case was like they had an almost equal amount of gold, probably Vietnam was able to make a comeback on this one.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. I think they planned that because the Akai going down in the bottom lane, they were buying so much space for the Kimi to take down that middle tower, and as well as the Lord on the top tower.
And that worked. That totally worked.
It did work. They got divided and conquered on the Vietnamese side.
Divide and conquer, yes.
Very decisive play, very intelligent play from Vietnam. See if they can come up with another victory, but we do have more action here. It is Malaysia rather. Vietnam have one more chance to make this into a 1-1. It's of course going to be a best of 2 round robin. And for those who are just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 30th Southeast Asian Games, and it's our continuing coverage of it. This is Esports, and the game is none other than Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang, which is very huge across all Southeast Asian countries, and no wonder it is part. I'm pretty sure that their developer is very happy that their game is in here.
Yeah, they are, and at the same time, they do support the game heavily. But In the meantime, we'll be going to a short break, but don't worry, ladies and gents, when we return, it's going to be the second game of the series. Can Vietnam catch up to Malaysia, or will Malaysia secure themselves at 2-0 this early on? This is our historic coverage of a very important time in esports history. My name is Lustrado.
And I'm Kaysaya. We'll see you guys after a few minutes break.
Hello and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Historic point in history for esports, all around as a beacon for the youth and the future stands tall here in the Southeast Asian Games. And of course, to help you help you in this journey to the future is going to be me, Illustrado.
And I'm Kaysaya. I just saw a while ago the first game of Team Malaysia versus Team Vietnam, wherein Team Malaysia got 1 point, an easy dominating 1 point away from Team Vietnam. I think that was just a 10-minute almost game match.
Yeah, very quick game, a very decisive match here for Malaysia. They were able to secure a victory. Absolutely phenomenal performance from them all around, starting with map control, and that just snowballed them.
Gaming.
Yeah, all around, like every single point, whether it's team fights, whether it's map control, they were able to secure that kind of victory.
And their draft consisted of a 2 marksman lineup, at least. You know, that's something that we don't usually see, but they executed so well.
Yeah, definitely, and it's one of those games that you stop and think, Malaysia, they look very strong here. Could they be one of the contenders for that gold medal? There are quite a few teams that we are looking at here, in particular, maybe as well as Indonesia, the Philippines, so strong. Malaysia as well as one of them, definitely in the top, definitely in the running. We're going to see quite a game here on our hands.
Again, just a best of 2 match, so regardless of which team will win, like for example, if Team Vietnam wins on the second game, both of these teams will get 1 point.
Yeah, 1 point is actually quite a bit. It's very important. There aren't a lot of points to go around, and you don't want to lose. So you need those 2 zeros if you want to be able to secure yourself in the upper bracket. The upper bracket, of course, is where you want to be. If you aren't in the upper bracket, you have a bigger chance of losing and getting eliminated earlier on.
Totally. And of course, only the top 2 teams will be able to move forward to the playoffs for each group. And we know that Team Malaysia and Team Vietnam are in Group A at the moment. And whoever doesn't make it up to the top 2 rankings will be totally eliminated.
Yeah, but here we go. Just about getting ready to start with the upcoming game. Malaysia looking to get that 2-0. And on the other side, Vietnam wanting to avenge their recent defeat. See if they can actually pull through.
And we know that these teams have been together as well. Especially Team Vietnam was part of one team from their home country. And let's see how they're going to make a comeback. Because, you know, if they've been together for quite a while, we know that at least they got a good chemistry already.
Yep.
But once you at least try to have a competition against another team who wants to make a win as well, it's going to be difficult.
It's very different.
Yeah,
especially in the international setting, because you can play locally as much as you want, be the most dominant team, but when you get to the international setting, it becomes such a wider picture. The meta is different, everything has changed. It's so very difficult to see up ahead today, because after this game, it's going to be straight into StarCraft 2.
Yes, 2 games for StarCraft that you'll see later on, and we'll have Hearthstone as well as another Mobile Legends Bang Bang later on. All of this today.
Today, there's a lot going on here, and it is a very exciting time to be in, because Mobile Legends Bang Bang is the game we're in at the moment. And for those of you who just tuned in, this is our continuing coverage of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Of course, we're going to be your casters. Before we dive into the game, of course, I do want to talk about that previous game that we did see. Vietnam, let's think about this. What can they do to come back? They seem to be at a loss, especially when it came to the mid-game. They just seem to lose control over it.
I like how they countered the Kimi a while ago by picking the Lolita. However, it seems like they didn't expect that kind of strategy that the team Malaysia was wanting to do, wherein they have secured a 2 marksmen on their lineup. And I think it also, they could have executed it well, but I think it also boiled down on how the rotation went a while ago.
Yeah, it was a lot of rotations that didn't go right for Vietnam. I mean, after that top lane fight, they were able to get a few good skirmishes, a few good engagements, and they were able to take back the lead and then lose it and then take it back. But then in the end, unfortunately, they lost after, I think it was that turtle take that really decided the game.
Yeah.
After the turtle take by Malaysia, they started just snowballing time and time again, then losing control of Lord, proving that Kimi, when you let Kimi just take objectives, she's just going to run over you and take all of the objectives.
You can remember 3 members from Malaysia was sent over onto the bottom lane part of it just to easily take that tier 1 turret onto the bot. And I think they probably they could have just they could have not let that Claude just go wild and farm all alone
Yeah.
on the bottom lane a while ago. They could have like took advantage of that.
Agree, and the thing is, Claude, he's the kind of hero that it takes a while for him to come online. You want him to get that farm. So if you leave him to farm,
Yeah.
that's just gonna happen. He's just gonna do so much damage. I mean, sure, Claude didn't get a lot of kills in, but he did so much damage with his blazing duets. He was left unchecked for the most of the match. I guess it might have also had to do with the fact that they were focusing on Kimmy as well.
I
like,
guess
very,
so.
very hard.
That they totally forgot about the Claude farming so well in the bottom lane part of the map as well. And I think Team Vietnam also did put a lot of effort in defending their tier and turret onto the top lane.
Yes, it was very, very intensely and hotly defended. That mid lane tower for Vietnam.
bottom lane as well.
It stood for quite a while. Eventually, the only reason why they did lose it is because the Kimmy just barreled down it. And at that point, the Kimmy was a little bit more high in damage that they could easily take objectives. So that's the thing about Kimmy. You have to shut her down early game. That's not what we saw from Vietnam. They tried to shut down top lane. They tried to get a couple of kills, but they never went to that Kimmy. You need to shut down the Kimmy early.
Well, Kimmy and both Kimmy and Lolita are very hot right now in the current meta of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I wonder if we'll be able to see a respect ban later on. When we say respect ban, it is something like you will be removing this character or hero from the hero pool that your opponent can pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tactical game. So for the people who are rather uninitiated, the picking and ban stages is basically where you try to play a game of chess with your opponents. Here.
Yes, you
pick
select,
the right, pieces, and then you find the ones that fit with your
correct
pieces, and then you find the pieces that are better than their pieces.
Correct.
Basically.
And not only that, right after when you have secured your hero pool draft, there is the execution part as well. Like, for example, if you won the draft or if you think that your pickings are way better than your opponent, there's a higher possibility that you get that into a win, but you don't forget that execution as well. But if you fail to execute that well,
yeah,
then
it doesn't
could
work.
turn
So
to
it's
a loss.
I'd say about maybe 60%, 70% draft, 30% execution.
Yeah, something
so
like
it
that.
all relies on execution. So you can have the best draft in the world, but if you don't know your timings, you don't know your rotations, you don't know how to execute your draft, you're just going to end up falling flat. See if the drafting and the execution will go better for Vietnam's side this time. I actually like the draft of Vietnam. It was a very good draft. Unfortunately, they were really not able to capitalize and close.
In terms of the execution,
yeah,
I think they failed on to that.
That was the failure for me. Just weren't able to shut down the Kimmy early. Really, that's for me the story. They weren't able to shut down the Kimmy early. They let the Claude farm, and they lost so many objectives way too early on.
Yeah, we didn't see an actual invade onto the jungle buff of their opponents.
Yeah.
Mostly it was just cutting of lanes, and they could have prevented that, but I think they forgot at least where they have to take that action, which lane they have to take that action.
Which is weird. You mentioned that because the thing is, if you have a Kimmy, normally the first thing you do is invade, especially with the Grok. The Grok and Kimmy combination is one of the strongest invade combinations earlier on in the game, and you just dominate anybody who's in your path. Having said that, they never did that. They didn't need to. All they did was cut lanes, as you said, and take objectives, and then use the gold from those objectives to just start dominating. Quick reminder, in the last game, Vietnam, they didn't get any objectives.
Not at all. Not even turrets.
Yeah.
Not even turrets.
And which is basically the point of the game.
I think that's the problem when you have a Granger on your lineup. You have to wait for the Granger to, get at least maybe three items or more for at least to make him an effective damage dealer and objective taking hero.
Yeah. Well, if he gets fat early, like if he gets, gamer slang, fat meaning fed, he's very well fed. If he gets
It's
well
still a
fed,
slang.
yeah, it's very strong.
Yeah, strong
but,
is better.
Okay, so if he gets a lot of kills earlier on, I think with just 2 items, maybe you get like Bloodlust Axe and one more damage item on top, maybe an Endless Battle, I don't know. 2 of them would be sufficient, especially with his damage, because Granger is such a high damage hero very early on.
Especially the critical hits.
Yeah, the critical hits are absolutely
Critical
insane.
damage.
That last bullet.
Especially there are 2 squishies onto the side of Team Malaysia.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So it will be an easy target for and not an easy reach target as well for
Yeah.
the Granger.
All you need is one Death Sonata, and you could burst down one person. And we saw it, actually, the Death Sonata was bursting down Akai by the end of the game. We saw that from Granger, but the problem is, it was a little bit too little too late. Lord already bearing down on the top lane, and Kimi working on the middle lane. Very
And I
difficult.
think at the same time, there is really no hard catch onto the side of. There is actually on Team Vietnam, which is the Lolita, but unfortunately, we didn't see the Numinon Blast connecting very well.
Not once, actually.
Not
No.
once.
Every single time that the Numenon Blast came out, it was
will-
either cancelled
Or the Lolita will die.
Or the Lolita dies. Or she misses, actually.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that you really need to hit, especially if you're Team Vietnam. You need to be able to get those Numenon Blasts in. That's the problem with Lolita. It's very hard to be
You
reliant.
have to channel it, right?
You do have to channel it. You have to channel it for a couple of seconds. And then it's not the easiest ultimate to hit in the world.
You're right.
But when it does hit, it's good. It's important. It's
Correct.
there. But that's assuming you hit it.
Yeah, and as we can see, Lolita will be raising his shield, but unfortunately, there's just a lot of damage to take in, and the duration is just not enough.
Yeah, the Bulwark is going to be able to keep the teammates up, but we'll see if they're able to deal with it. But here we go. Just about to dive into the upcoming games. We do have a few more later on. StarCraft 2 coming up very, very soon. And
Hearthstone
as
and
well.
another series for you to watch for Mobile Legends. Bam Bam. All of this today. Again, we're just basically on group stages of each of the games that you'll be able to witness on this coverage.
Yeah, it is the first, of course, in history of SEA Games. And
And
what
we're
a
so
way to- what a
happy.
start.
What
Yeah.
a start, of course. Especially, I believe, in all the athletes representing each of the games that they play. You can imagine before, we're just playing from our homes, from, LAN shops, whatever you call it. But now it is, getting an acceptance at least in majority of the community.
The thing is, I don't think it's not. I think at this point, it's more than acceptance. I think people.
It's more than right.
Yeah, I think people are really starting to wake up to esports all around the world, and
I
they're
like
just
it.
starting to say, "Hey, this is something that we can play." The beautiful thing about games like Mobile Legends and esports is that anybody from anywhere can pick it up and become a superstar. You don't have to be tall. You don't have to be.
Right, and
Anything.
what you have to basically deal with it, the same discipline, teamwork that you need in all the other games, strategies that you have to plan, and of course, the mentality that you have in order to be able to become an effective athlete or player.
Yeah, this is just like this killer instinct that you have to have in
Uh-huh.
traditional sports, and I think it applies to esports as well. You have to have that competitive drive, and I think
Right.
we're really starting to see it. The critical decision making, the quick thinking, the multitasking. Those are all very, very important, especially with games like StarCraft with the multitasking, which we are all very, very excited
You'll
to see.
witness it later.
Yeah, but that's of course later. Here in Mobile Legends, of course, we're going to be joining you very shortly as we sort through a couple of technical things. But don't you worry, we'll be getting there.
Yeah, we'll be getting there in a short while. But for the meantime, again, you're currently about to witness the second game in a few minutes. In a few seconds from now, or maybe minutes from now. 1 point already is in the hands of Team Malaysia. Both of these teams, selected by their country to represent their homeland.
Okay, well, we'll go into a short break because we have to figure out sort of what's going on. But when we do come back, it is going to be, we'll be talking just a little bit longer as we now figure out what's going to happen with Team Malaysia versus Team Vietnam, rather.
Well, of course, I know they're all strategizing at the moment.
And of course, here we are, about to take a break here in the Southeast Asian Games, our continuing coverage of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Nice. Ay, sorry po. Pwede pong palagay sa chair. Thank you.
Kuhain mo na, Tay.
Wag. Kailangan ko yan para lumipad. Hello and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. We are unfolding history as for the first time in history is going to be esports as a medal event here in the Southeast Asian Games. Of course, today we're going to be your casters here. My name is Ilustrado.
And I'm Kaysaya. This is Malaysia versus Vietnam, with Malaysia having a point already. This is the best of two match, round robin group stage at the same time. So points are very important to secure the top two place.
Yeah, it is very important to get into the upper bracket here. Very much better chances of going through to the grand final itself. You don't want to end up in the lower bracket, as one loss could easily just eliminate you, basically.
Totally. So a while ago, what we've seen is a two marksman lineup composition for Team Malaysia that allow them to execute that very well in terms of rotation, in terms of objective taking, and with them snowballing, having the 10k goal lead advantage compared to what Vietnam has. They dominated so much on a very fast game.
You now can see the upcoming games on your screen here. Of course, it is currently Mobile Legends Bang Bang, followed by StarCraft later on. Two games of that, and soon we'll be closing the day off. Game of Mobile Legends.
Yes, and just so you know, so we're just on the rankings and updates.
Yeah, those are exciting time, very exciting esport to be specific, because anything can happen. The thing
Anything
with
can happen.
Mobile Legends is that you think you're ahead for a while, but it's not really going to happen. It could be anything. But of course, in the meantime, we're going to be holding on for a little bit longer right before we get into the game itself.
Well, what do you think, Ilustrado? Will we see a respect ban later on? Do you think we'll see like a Kimi ban or a Lolita ban? Although we didn't see an effective Lolita a while ago, I think she's still quite dangerous. This hero is still quite dangerous to be.
I think it has to be a Kimi ban for Vietnam. I think it has to be. With the way that Malaysia used it, it's just currently such a very decisive hero for their side. But we'll be taking a short break. When we come back, of course, we're going to be starting with the game itself, so don't go anywhere. This is the 30th Southeast Asian Games coverage, and this is Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Your team is banning. Your team is banning. Your team is banning. Your team is picking. Kufra. Your team is picking.
And here we are back with our continuing coverage of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Already we are heading into the draft itself.
Kimi.
And, Kimi now
Your
being
team
banned
is
up.
picking. Chango. Valor. Your team is picking. Lolita. Your team is banning. Your team is banning. Your team is picking.
Hello and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 30th Southeast Asian Games, and here we are diving straight into it. We are now going up in Malaysia versus Vietnam. And it's already the drafting phase.
Already the drafting phase. Indeed, we will be your shoutcasters for this match. I'm Kaysaya.
I'm Lestrado, and here we go. Already, all bands are now here.
Your team
Ready,
is
very
picking.
much ready to get into this. Vietnam looking for a comeback. Malaysia looking to secure their victory and get those 2 wins under their belt. As we know at the moment, all points matter, as we do not have many games actually in the series itself. But what an exciting time, because this is the first time that esports will be in the Southeast Asian Games.
Well, I think we saw a while ago in the draft on the second game of Team Vietnam and Team Malaysia that they have banned out a Claude. So it is a respect ban for Team Malaysia, so that they won't be picking up the Claude. But instead, Team Malaysia, it seems like they opted for a double mage setup this time.
Very interesting setup that we're seeing here. Double mage still effective more or less all around. And it is a very early game composition when you have a double mage setup. That's generally what you want to happen and what you want to see. Early game dominance, early game victory, a lot of kills is what you want to see.
Well, we saw there a Valier. Most likely this is going to be a mage support for the lineup of Team Malaysia. We've been seeing that quite a while. And at the same time, if you know, well, a lot of things can happen actually. We know that this Valier is quite effective as being a support as well. But, you know, the plan of Team Malaysia, we have yet to know as they will build later on the itemization for this hero.
Yeah, so it is going to be Malaysia now looking to secure their victory. They do have quite a bit of an advantage here. The momentum is on their side. Vietnam, though, had a bit of a break. Maybe they had some time to talk amongst themselves, collect themselves, and perhaps we will then start to see really what they can do.
Well, we didn't see a while ago the overall lineup of both of the teams, but I can recall from when we have flashed the banning screen in the draft or the drafting screen a while ago, it looks like, you know, Team Malaysia this time wants to go for a really a composition that is good for clashes.
For clashes, for getting picks, maybe
Yeah.
some skirmishes here and there. So they want to fight. They're ready.
They're
and
ready.
we should be seeing a very exciting game on our hands very, very soon here.
Yeah, we'll just see later on if they will be able to execute the Avalier composition well. For as long as I think the stuns will connect, you know, and the AoE damage will be very much, you know, effective in terms of being placed on the right location. Whenever clashes happen, I think, you know, they will be able to execute that well. But I think we'll just have to basically rely on and take another look or review so that we can be able to, you know, see more things about the composition of what they have prepared in here.
Yeah, and more about the games itself. Very, very shortly after this game, we will be seeing StarCraft 2 taken on here. And then after that, we do have Hearthstone.
Hearthstone, and of course Mobile Legends Bang Bang to end the night later on today. But for the meantime, we have to take a look the main stage match of Vietnam versus Malaysia. Again, 1 point already is in the hands of Team Malaysia. It is up to them if they want to secure 2 points early on, as you know, as they start the day 1 of SEA Games 2019 for esports category.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole day at the moment of esports fans, and action for all of you fans right there for esports. So it is going to be such a treat to be able to do this, of course. And by the way, before we continue any further, I'll have a quick introduction of ourselves. My name is Ilustrado.
And I'm Kaysaya.
Yeah, we're
Again.
your casters here, and what an exciting time, because specifically, we're just about to dive into the next game very, very soon. Malaysia in quite a significant lead at the moment, and Vietnam.
Do you think, well, we haven't completely seen the draft a while ago because it was flashed very fast. But then again, you know, I'm quite worried about the two majors composition of Team Malaysia. It could either make or break because, you know, these are two squishy targets.
It's a double-edged
Yeah.
sword. That's the thing. When you run a double mage setup, you have to make it work. You have to secure your early game. You have to get kills. Otherwise, they'll be sharing farm until the late game, and double mage late game, not exactly the best thing.
Because especially if there is an assassin like a Hellcurt onto the side of Team Vietnam,
Yep.
these two mages on the side of Malaysia will be the favorite food of this hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a feast all day long if that's what happens, especially if a Hellcurt or an assassin like maybe a Gushan comes out.
Yeah, even the Gushan,
Who
right?
knows?
you're right.
They'll be picking off mages left and right.
And just so you know, guys, the only hero that is currently auto-banned on this competition is 1-1. We know that this is a recently released marksman.
Yeah, and so it's too fresh to put
too
straight
fresh,
into a competitive setting. Ling now is in, it's available, and as you see, it has already been banned.
Banned a
So
while ago.
we'll see how that changes the meta itself. If any team want to pick it up, I assume they will, considering how good the hero is at the moment.
And, well, anyway, a lot has changed since Mobile Legends Bang Bang came into the live servers of each, you know, app stores.
Yeah.
I think it has been 3 years already, well, since 2016.
Yeah, it hasn't been a long time, but already the craze, it has swept over the nation, nations rather, so to speak. It has been a journey which has really been quite a sight to behold. The thing about Mobile Legends is that it's so great because you can just pick it up,
Right.
and anyone from anywhere can become a superstar.
And yeah, we know that there were MOBAs in PCs, but you know their developer was able to put up a MOBA in our phones.
And at the moment, we'll be taking a short break, but don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, this is still our continuing coverage of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. But when we do return, it's going to be the continuation of Vietnam versus Malaysia.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
And here we are back straight into the game. We dive Malaysia versus Vietnam, Southeast Asian Games. It's going to be Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Again, I'm Estrado and joining me is Kaisaya. Let's go dive straight into it. Vietnam looking to score an equalizing victory here against Malaysia.
And as we can see in here, well, there's no casualties yet, but again, we probably can have a quick recap of the player lineup. We have here for Team Vietnam, we have Nguyen MH, Wen MH on this Masha, Pham on the KMA, but there you go. We can see the crab getting secured by Team Malaysia onto the bottom lane, but meanwhile onto the top lane, we can see in here a well-contested crab once more, and I think 2 crabs will be secured by Malaysia. Well, continuing the lineup, Pham on this X-Borg, Dean on the Esmeralda, Wen HD on this Lolita.
On the other side, you have on Cooper, Abdullah right now sitting at that Chang'o Nurola. He's going to be on that Hayabusa. Hamsjid is going to be on that top. And last but not the least, Abdul Qadir is going to be on
and I think
Qadir.
we have a fight ongoing onto the middle lane. Just a little bit of poke coming from both sides. But look at the lead that Team Malaysia has at the moment. That is reflected,
Turtle resurrecting
well,
soon.
basically because of the 2 crabs that they have well secured onto the bot, as well as coming from the top.
Yeah, that's some items that definitely will, some gold that will help them get items. Now, however, Vietnam looking to get some early gold themselves as they want to go for that turtle here.
A stun coming from Lolita. These are 2 tanks. I'm not too sure if they will continue on in a dangerous position, but coming to back up Abdul as well as Abdullah.
Yeah, turtle was not continued, so it will actually reset this time. Still, nobody has yet to take it.
Suggestion point, that's onto the turtle side. I think a fight is ongoing right now. Getting stun is on in here. 2 members from the side of Team Vietnam going so low. 1 casualty. The first blood will go. Second blood as well on the side of Malaysia. But for an exchange, for 1 kill from Vietnam. Fight's not yet done. Pham going so low. Look at that. Another kill coming from the side of Team Malaysia.
What a beautiful meteor shower right there coming from Abdullah. Really able to maximize the damage on that. You can see the health bars from Vietnam really taken away. But
oh, look at that.
Flicker
in.
Not able to get the kill. So close though. A little bit of a shield still left on. Will it be able to survive a little bit longer?
Malaysia getting that secure in the turtle, but we have a 1v fight ongoing onto the one lane part of that. Oh, that did not connect, but Nguyen MH will not be stopped on securing that kill onto the Norola.
What a flicker, times it right beautifully. The shadow kill not effective at the moment. But still going down here for the side of Malaysia. Vietnam winning 1 in their favor, so now it's 3-2. So coming from earlier, Vietnam really know how to play the early game. It's just sort of mid-game where they have a problem. But look at this bouncing ball. It's going to disengage.
Oh, disengage. I think Malaysia did actually steal that grab onto the top lane. So I think they are now continually snowballing at this almost 4-minute game time.
It is, I wouldn't say a complete snowball, but Malaysia have a solid lead at this point. No full-on team fights just yet, but I imagine we'll see it very, very soon.
Yeah, very soon, probably in just a matter of seconds, 60 seconds, the turtle's gonna go up. The second turtle's gonna go up anytime soon, but for the meantime, a vision from the tanks on, as well as when HD is being provided for both of the teams.
Now, bottom lane, this could be a dive. Meteor shower coming in. Masha having a little bit of trouble here. Going to go in, but it's going to be immune from damage. Turtle's going to go and fall, though.
This is Malaysia. Objective gaming is really their name of the game. Now that if we can see their overall lineup right now, I think Vietnam didn't even secure in here a really good, assassin to actually target these 2 mages onto the side of Malaysia.
I do like a Masha pick. It allows him to deal with the Hayabusa, who will be targeting the mages on the side of Vietnam. So that's one answer. I don't know if it will be, however, enough. But look at that damage coming from the Rolla. Almost getting a kill so quickly. And this is what's scary when Hayabusa gets very, very fed like this.
Onto the middle lane. Look at that. Incoming. Initiate coming
Turtle
from on.
resurrecting
But they
soon.
will just basically disengage since, it was pretty under turret of tier 1.
Yeah.
in a tier 1 of Vietnam onto the main.
Under the tower, and especially because Lord is, sorry, not Lord, but rather the second turtle is about to come up here. They definitely want to contest for that turtle. I mean, it's a very early swing of gold and some power added to your team. You definitely want to be able to control that turtle very early on. We already saw one going into the favor of Malaysia. Maybe we'll see another one.
Well, let's talk about the lineup. What do you think about the lineup that Vietnam did? Because we saw in here that there is a 2 mages ready for 2 squishy mages onto the side of Malaysia. But I think will Masha be enough?
I think Masha will definitely help if she can shut on the Hayabusa, definitely, because the Hayabusa wants to pick off those mages. It's going to be very tough asking. We're ready to go into it.
They're still there for team, because as we can see, they're not really hesitant on engaging onto team fights, but I guess they have to be very careful on that. I think they have to choose which fights they will pick, especially if they're losing in terms of numbers. You really wouldn't want to engage, let's say, on a 2v3 clash if really on a disadvantage.
Well, thing is, Masha has 3 health bars, but still, even with 3 health bars, it's still very risky to take multiple team fights. Turtle now is up though, and I think it could be a quick take for Malaysia.
Oh, look at that. Kimi doing so well onto the top lane. 3 members rotating towards and trying to take tier 2 turret. Hamstrid all alone will try to make a defense, and it will be successful.
What a great defense here. I thought it was going to go down, but the thing is, Vietnam, they've already secured a pretty good advantage. Well, not advantage, I'd say, but they've secured themselves a decent position, especially coming from a defeat last game. We'll see if they can build that momentum and keep it going.
I think for as long as Vietnam is not letting the Kimi die, they still have a hope in here, especially to the mid to late game time.
You see, the thing with Kimi is that if you can keep her alive and if you manage to just not have her not die, she's going to get Can they do? They have to find.
The inhibitor turret onto the middle lane. Now they're forced to back away as they took another objective. They said, okay, let's back away. This is fine. We took an objective onto the top as well as onto the mid. Meanwhile, we can see Kufra onto the top lane. What is he doing in there?
Yeah, now in a bad situation, but the meteor shower is so good, but the bulwark is even better from West. What a bulwark!
The damage coming up from the Kimi as well. They really want to steal away this blue buff on the jungle club of Team Malaysia, who will get the last hit. Has to do a good job by actually going up the members of Team Malaysia as well as on the
Well done there. The meteor shower again off cooldown right now. Last
now in a bad
beautiful
situation,
with
but
the meteor shower is so good.
Abdullah.
The bulwark is even better than a 5 minutes and outplay. What a bulwark! Do it on blast, gonna get cancelled once more. Now it's Wen. Has to escape right here. Gets the stun onto On. Now it's gonna be Wen. Also on the side here, Fam. Looking to survive. Doesn't have Firaga armor.
This is now an almost 20-minute game time. As you can see, the tanks and supports of each teams are no harder to kill. And as we saw as well, Abdul Kadir onto the bottom lane, or rather onto the base of Team Malaysia, has to stay there because the minion waves are still looking so well in favor of Team Vietnam.
See, the thing is, at this point, it's very, very difficult to say who will win because no matter what kind of advantage you have, when you get to the late game, it's all up in the air. It's such a toss-up. Anything can happen.
And we know that late game time, it is more usually favorable when you have a marksman in your overall composition, which is what Vietnam has. And they actually have snowballed already, having an advantage, a good advantage against what Malaysia has.
And look at the shield on Din right now. Very, very insanely high.
Insane in that they have a lot of shields, even the shields coming up from Lolita as well. Looking good in the minion waves onto the middle lane. They have to be very careful. Look at that, the roller taking so much damage coming from Masha.
Yeah, but here comes Fam BM, deep in the middle lane, just zoning out everybody. Gets stunned up for a second, and that's going to be a great meteor shower here. Not going to do all that damage. Doesn't even take off the Firaga armor. Abdullah severely lacking in damage here.
Oh, look at that. They were able to still defend. The bottom lane part of the map, the roll is going in and out. They have to make sure, you know, he has to make sure that once he goes in, he has the way out. Because if not, potentially he might get stunned by the Lolita.
Lord again now coming up here for Vietnam. And it's going to be a very crucial one. Malaysia need to steal this away. And it's just actually Wen who's going to go for it.
And a fight onto the top lane. Lots of shields incoming. You know, basically the Kimi is just reheating onto the back line. Oh, no, Love's getting a setup in here. Jin going so low. Getting the shield. However, the roll is dangerous spot. But the Lord has been taken already by Team Vietnam already. And everyone will try to back away and find a good reset before they go on to another fight.
Yeah, but look at the pressure that the minions are currently having on the side of the Malaysia. They're backed into their base here. Now the Lord is going to be pushing down middle. This is going to be a crucial one. They have to take out this Lord, otherwise they will lose the game.
Oh no, what can Team Malaysia do? They need a really good damage in here and a focus fire onto the Lord. Anyway, I think this Lord is still squishy, so they still have a chance, provided that... Oh, but they go for a team fight!
Now it's going to be another chance here. It's going to be the bottom tower going down. It's going to be one more chance to survive here for Malaysia, but can they do it? It's going to be Wen on the bottom lane. So that's a lot of damage going on to Orange. Still has immortality up. That's going to be an ultimate from Kimi. Not going to find a kill just yet.
No more turrets onto the side of Team Malaysia. They have to make a strong defense on this one, but what can they do? The minion waves are flowing towards the base of Team Malaysia already.
They can't find the decisive victory at the moment. They're still held up at base. What can they do? It's still a 5v5 situation going in right now. Din with the still immortality. New middle blast going to be charged. Nice knock on Tyrant's Revenge. Tyrant's Revenge. That's going to be the last insanity used. And now it's going to be Hounded falling back still alive.
And there you go. They're not yet done in there. Still a lot of members are alive on the side of Team Vietnam. No more casualties. More members on the side of Team Malaysia trying to say the damage. The Kim is just...
Oh, and Masha just goes for the base straight up. Vietnam coming back with a 1-1 victory.
Wow.
What a decisive victory. What a beautiful game from them, coming up in the last seconds, the last minutes, all the way at the end, 20 minutes game long.
Wow, man.
Wow.
That was an intense fight. We saw how dominant from game 1 Malaysia is, but this time Vietnam is saying something. They're proving something that they can show up a really good fight.
It is a point to be made that Vietnam is here to play. Malaysia coming off strong, but Vietnam responding as well with a great game of their own. It is it's going to be one heck of a tournament, I assure you this.
I assure you as well, guys. And this is so exciting. The matches that we've been seeing in coverage right now are just getting so intense. And I'm pretty sure this is going to happen on the other games that we will be showing up later on as well. You know, StarCraft, Hearthstone, and Mobile Legends back.
Yeah, well, if you are into all of those esports as well, make sure to tune in for those. History in the making, and what better way to celebrate it than one of the first esports ever. StarCraft will be played next. But going back to
what has happened,
Vietnam with a great victory, able to show us that they are here to play.
It was so intense, and I know a lot of more fights and intense match, very exciting match can happen.
Yeah, it was one of those games that you really couldn't tell who was going to win, who was going to pull ahead. A nail-biter through and through. The series, I really thought at the end of the first one that Malaysia was going to come into this, looked like a much stronger side. But after this, it was Vietnam.
Yeah, even early game time. Here we can see the highlights from the game. Malaysia was actually leading early game time of this match, but when Vietnam took advantage of the Kimi that they had in their composition as well as even the Esmeralda, they went in on a 4-1 setup, abusing on the bottom lane where Thams was all alone.
We said this at the very beginning. You mentioned that Malaysia's lineup is a ticking time bomb. If they're not able to finish it early, it's going to be very, very difficult, with especially two mages.
Yeah, but there you go. We can see, connecting Illuminum Blast even just for one target. That'll do something.
Yeah, it was a good series of Illuminum Blast here, finally landing at the end. Took a while, but Vietnam showed Malaysia this is how you do Illuminum Blast. Getting a couple of them effective somewhere that Malaysia failed to do earlier on.
Right, and then this one, they really want to end the game as much as possible. We didn't even see, Masha focus firing on structures, on objectives, and wouldn't even join the team fights. And I think Vietnam is very consistent on the roles that they are assigned each members.
Yeah, it was a very, very good play all around. The play by Masha, that's when able to come up huge for his team, and only by the hair of their chinny chin chin does Vietnam take a victory under their belt.
Many times we saw and there you go, when the Masha, even just focusing on to the base, and we saw a lot of plays on that second game between Malaysia and Vietnam, wherein on making use of Kufra, basically not minding getting his HP bar into half just to protect their members. But I think that kind of strategy is kind of risky sometimes, because your opponent can go all out on you once they saw that you have that half life.
Yeah, and it was actually a price to be paid, because a number of times we did see the Masha getting taken out, but Masha was able to turn things around later on in the game, getting pretty well equipped herself, getting all the farm that she needed. But again, congratulations to Malaysia taking that victory in the second game, but Malaysia also took the first one, so both these teams now taking a point for themselves here and going further ahead into the playoff, into the tournament rather.
Right, and still a lot of things can happen. Each of these countries will still have, a fight against all other countries. So you basically just have to tune in our coverage. There you go. We can see the highlights again, and
it was a game with a lot of highlights, honestly.
Yeah,
a lot of good plays here.
It was an almost 20-minute match, so no wonder why we have a lot.
Yeah, and some good outplays that we've seen all across. But in any case, it is unfortunate for us, but it is time for us to bid you adieu. It has been such a fun time here at the Southeast Asian Games here, the 30th Southeast Asian Games, but we now have to come to a close and bring it to StarCraft. So for one more time, we're about to sign off. Once again, my name is Ilustrado.
And I am Kaysaya. We'll see you guys soon.
Philippines, and good afternoon, Southeast Asia. Welcome back to the official esports event of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. For now, we will continue with our second match of the day with the first bout under the StarCraft 2 discipline. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Hong Phuc Tran from Vietnam. StarCraft 2 is a real-time strategy computer game developed and published by Blizzard Entertainment. Now may we invite Hong Phuc Tran and Chachapon Chonthorn to shake hands to signal the start of this match. Thank you, Mr. Tran and Mr. Chanthorn. You may now proceed to your respective booths as we start this game for StarCraft 2.
Live at the 30th, yes, what is wrong with me? Southeast Asian Games, and yes, the game is StarCraft 2. But before all of that, we would like to introduce ourselves. My name is Asarai, one hell of a beast, and joining here with me now is Nomad.
Yeah, it's good to be here. This is a granddaddy of all esports. This is the reason why we have esports in the first place, and we are actually honored to be here casting this first game that is going to be broadcasted here at the Southeast Asian Games.
Yeah, I'm feeling very honored myself because StarCraft 2 has paved the way for a lot of esports titles to kind of, you know, show itself and develop. And without StarCraft 2, there won't be, you know, games such as Dota 2, Mobile Legends, Arena of Valor, Hearthstone, Tekken 7, maybe Tekken 7, but, you know, the MOBAs.
Completely different game. But
completely different game.
But yeah, this is the reason why esports is what it is today. It all started in Korea, in South Korea, and it all, you know, for more than 20 years. It took 20 years before StarCraft can finally be part of the medal sport, and now we are here. Esports is now finally a medal sport, and we have the first match between Vietnam and Thailand here.
Yeah, so it's going to be, again, Phuc Tran, also known as Mio Micah. If you guys, you know, have seen his first name, last name, and don't know who this juggernaut is from Vietnam, it is Mio Micah, a decorated StarCraft 2 player for a couple of years already. And up against, of course, the one from Thailand is Chanthorn Kachapon, also known as Vanilla Sky. So this is going to be a fated matchup. Mio Micah, super decorated, and, well, Chanthorn, not really much is known about him in terms of his, you know, recent history of competitive gaming.
Yeah, there's not a lot in terms of stats on Kachapon. It's more so on Tran because he has been competing at the highest level in Vietnamese StarCraft 2. He even faced off against a couple of other players that we have here at the Southeast Asian Games. More notably is the fact that he beat the Philippine representative Acampado 3-1 in the World Electronic Sports Games. And that is on its own a big feat because Acampado is actually one of the players in South Asia that's considered one of the best in the region, but you know, he's been kind of off form right now. He is, of course, he represented from the Philippines. But right now, we're going to be zeroing in on this matchup. It's going to be a Zerg versus Zerg, potentially Protoss, because Kachapon has been playing Zerg and Protoss for the past couple of games.
Yeah, so he has a nice mixture of races to use here. Typically, when you play StarCraft, there's actually 3 races that you could choose from Terran, Protoss, which is the best race, mind you that, guys, and of course Zerg. I'm kidding. But yeah, you have 3 races to choose from, and normally players, especially on the highest tier of competitive gaming, only have 1 race to use because there is really a big, I don't know, like a big gap if you try to use multiple races, because you have to know the ins and outs of building the structures, the timings. There's so many things that you have to kind of keep track of when you're playing StarCraft 2. And why don't you kind of tell the viewers, Nomad, what StarCraft 2 is about?
Well, StarCraft 2 is basically you have to build a base against your opponent, and when you build a base, build army, defeat your opponent. That's the bare bone minimums of what StarCraft is. But there are a lot of bigger things that you have to talk about. Just like what you said, there are 3 races in StarCraft, which is the Terran, one of the best races out there.
No.
Protoss and Zerg. Each has their own strength and weaknesses here. For example, Terran is more of the harassment type of race, where one of the only ways for them to get ahead of their opponent is if they manage to harass the economy of their opponent. So they are going to do marine drops, marauder drops sometimes. Back then, when the Widow Mine was still cloaked, that would be the common drops there. Protoss, on the other hand, likes to be a mix of being a Terran and a Zerg at the same time, because they can mass out a good army. They're like the equilibrium here, so to speak.
Yeah.
They can mass out a huge army. They can also go for the aggressive pushes earlier on in the game, and they could build pretty much anywhere. On the other hand, Zerg, they are seriously one of the...
They're the Horde. They're the Swarm.
They're the Swarm. There's literally a strat called Zerg Rush, where they basically make a lot of Zerglings and just rush their opponents from all sides. That's where the Zerg thrives. And yeah, if you master a race, you'll pretty much get an idea how the other races play. And it's really hard for a player that can play multiple races to go up against a person with one race, or the other way around, I mean.
Because again, imagine like you're using, a sword, and that's going to be like, what Tran is going to be from Vietnam. He only has a sword, while his opponent Cachapon will be using a sword and maybe a shield. You're not as used to like the mechanics of it. You can only use it one at a time, and it might be a little bit confusing for him. But again, it's more of like they had enough time from being told that, you guys are going to be competing for our country in the SEA Games to right now. So they have had some preparation time. And definitely for Tran, he has had a good chunk of it from competing in that one tournament that we talked about way, way, way back, where the other competitors from StarCraft 2 have also joined going into the international scene. And again, to Cachapon, who doesn't have as much of, recent matches that he's used. He's only had, matches against Terran, which is not what you're going to see mostly here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, because we have a handful of Terran players here. We got 2 Terrans. That's going to be on Yap, represented from Malaysia, and on Lukman, which is going to be the representative from India. And we got 6 Zerg players and 4 Protoss players. And honestly speaking, though, the map pool that we have right now for StarCraft 2, for this tournament specifically, is very Zerg-centric. So there's a lot of open spaces, a lot of room for the Zerg to actually macro out, build a lot of bases in order for them to get a good surface area all across the map. And it's going to be very hard for all the other races. It's still possible for Protoss to win against the Zerg. It's still also possible for the Terran to win against the Zerg. But with the map that we have, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, you definitely have to have a set strategy that you kind of want to save up for this particular matchup, because again, there's an overwhelmingly amount of Zerg players in this particular iteration of the SEA Games. And yeah, speaking of the maps, we actually have a couple already, and I just want to list it all for those viewers out there who want to search it on the interweb or something. We have Ephemeron, Eternal Empire, Nightshade, Simulacrum. If you want to continue, Nomad.
Simulacrum, Trident, World of Sleepers, and Zen. Those are the map pools that we have. And surprisingly, in competitive play, there are only a couple of maps that the players don't want to play on against, which is notably Eternal Empire, Nightshade, and if I'm not mistaken, it's also Zen. Most of the maps that we have here, Ephemeron and all the others, they're pretty standard. It's the basic of the basics of StarCraft, so to speak. It has wide open areas, it has jumps for the Reapers, for Terrans.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's also relatively open. Not a lot of choke points, not a lot of high grounds to work with here, so it makes the Zerg really thrive in this map. For Protoss, on the other hand,
Yeah, for Protoss on the other hand, I mean, it could be said the same as well, because Protoss, they love to kind of just play that, what we kind of call this as the Protoss Death Ball, where they just mix it up into just a clumped up group of units and push and just try to destroy everything in their path. And what's good about this is that again, this just allows, you know, for a lot more of a stronger positioning for the Protoss, because again, Protoss has units that can actually shield their teammates. They can shield the units, so it's easier for them to just be defensive.
yeah, and again, Protoss is one of those, just like what you said, races that really will actually, I'm expecting to shine. But we are going to be going on a short break, but when we come back, Vietnam versus Thailand here at the 30th Southeast Asian Games.
And we have begun already, guys. This is it. A best of 3 for, again, the start of the Southeast Asia Games for StarCraft. Let's give a quick round out of our 2 players here. Of course, Phuc Mio Micah Tran from Vietnam, sporting, of course, the red Zerg.
And we have Chantorn Catchapon Vanilla Sky actually playing the Terran. That is pretty surprising. So, it is going to be a very standard opening here for the Terran players, going in for the barracks, easy wall up, but the Zerg here did get the proper scout earlier on while we weren't live yet. Again, trying to delay this SCV.
Oh, if he can actually snipe this could be good. But again, the SCV can actually go inside the structure if he tries to build it. Pretty random, but it does stop it. A little bit of a nice micro there coming out of Trent, and this is pretty big already, because again, one SCV at the start of the game is huge.
I mean, that is a couple of second delay, but in StarCraft, every second counts. Right now, his Reaper production is just about to start, but it is a bit too late. That just gave him a couple of gas floating around, and in StarCraft, you really don't want to float around in terms of your resources, because you have resources here, which is minerals and gas, and as much as possible, you want to always use your resources.
Yeah, and
we do have a Reaper
if ever you want to keep a little bit of Reaper resources, that's only because you want to save up for like a big expansion or something here. But yeah, there is a nice amount of scouting there. It's really standard start here from Tran. He's just going to use his resources to get that natural expansion, and then I'm not sure what he's going to build up in terms of tech, but he is going for the Zergling speed already. Maybe just trying to go aggressive and try to harass out his opponent. And of course, on the other side, it is the expansion for Catchapon.
It might look like a 1-1-1 opening here for Catchapon. It's going to be a barracks, a factory, and probably a starport following shortly after that, or maybe going in for 2 Raxes. Might go for a biomech composition here. But yeah, this is going to be the first, I believe that's the second Reaper out, and it's going to try to catch a couple people off guard. These group of Zerglings might turn into Banelings later on, but that will more than likely be used to harass the expansion here of Catchapon.
Yeah, again, if you see your Terran opponent already build a second base, you might want to just, go immediately for the third base, because you might have enough to do just that. Reaper, like you said, is already pumped out for Catchapon here, which is trying to pierce in the base. And yeah, you can see on the minimap to your bottom left, already a third expansion, or sorry, a third base almost up and running for Tran.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty standard for Zergs. They have to have one base. They have to be one base ahead of their opponents in order for them to be pretty good in terms of Zerg versus other races. But here comes the Zergling push. Going to try to go for that harassment. The Helions are going to be there to deter this harass from coming in. So good timing actually for the Helions to come out.
Really good timing here from Gachapon. You know that he's kind of just like timed this properly. He's had all of this in his head, and you know, if he doesn't have to do anything too drastic at this moment, he just has to be standard. If he can scout out his opponent, he can just go for, you know, a really regularized build and then just try to build his army and do it like you said, the Terran way, which is to either go biomech, go onto the land units with those medivac harassments. Which, do you think this particular map is actually good for that? You know, Ephemeron LE.
Yeah, it's going to be relatively good because the Helions move they move really fast on land, and they could actually just go in for a Helion drive-by, harass the mineral line, and we are going to be witnessing that right about now. There's going to be one drone down, two drones down. Just bad that he went for the third expo, but the second expo, I mean, the third base. Could have just went for the main, but that is no wall up there. The Zerglings are going to be able to make their way over to the middle line, but that can't be us around here. That's going to be the pull to try to minimize the losses. That's a lot of Marines going down. Siege tank is not going to be sieged up. These Marines are pretty much online still. They're down.
This is really bad. The SCVs have gone off of taking those resources and immediately Gachapon frantically tries to just push out these Zerglings. This is why you want to wall off against the Zerg. When those Zerglings have that Zerg speed, it's so easy for them to go for that drive-by, and you saw how many units was just lost in the kerfuffle of all of those tanks. Not really good, but now finally the wall off, but it seems like Gachapon not really looking towards those Helions, lose a couple through the Zerglings, which is not what you really want to see in in that particular matchup.
If anything, that was a good call from Gachapon, just pulling the SCVs away, because any other StarCraft, any other Terran player for that matter, would just instead go for the surround on the Zerglings and hope to God that their Marines would be able to finish them off, use the workers, the SCVs as a meat shield. But this is a lot of Zerglings posting up here just outside the base of Gachapon.
This is not good. Gachapon has to already see, he has another command center already there. It has to fly up. Yep, he's doing it right now. Go on to the next expansion. But as you can see, there is a couple of that Zergling mob that we were just spotting, roaming around the map, trying to see if there's any shenanigans or maybe some cheesy expansions or something. But yeah, there's going to be Helions here. Going to take a little bit. 4 drones. I wouldn't say that's a really big amount. He didn't line it up properly.
Yeah, I think he expended 3 Hellions, or 4 Hellions there. It was really not a good call. But we got Hydralisks. Not Hydralisks. Mutalisks. Sorry about that. Mutalisks coming out, as well as Roaches, predicting this mech build, because we do see 2 factories coming up here for Gachapon, as well as potentially 2 starports, and we do have an armory coming up.
Yeah, the bad thing about this is he's building a lot more ground units. And again, StarCraft 2, it's kind of like your super advanced game of rock, paper, scissors. If you have air units and you have ground units that can shoot air units, but air units can maneuver around it, you basically get screwed a little bit over because they can just go around it and try to outmaneuver as fast as possible. And you can see this great damage coming out from the Mutalisks.
Only siege up. That's not good for the Seraphim player, but hey, they minimize the losses, but that's still a lot of siege tanks invested. Mutalisks are going to be able to freely harass this, especially this missile turret being built is not going to be finished just in time. We're going to defeat this SCV, and this might be GG. Actually, he's not mining from his expo. His main base is now going to be harassed.
Nidus
well with the roasted.
I didn't even saw that he built the Nidus. Oh, this is just really going to the wayside. Not the best at all. The Queens have come out, and this is pure domination from Tran. Oh my gosh, Vietnam is putting down the statement that in StarCraft, we are the victors, and there it is, the early GG.
That was a really good game from Tran. He actually played it pretty standard, nothing too cheesy, aside from that Nidus Canal. Nobody expected that Nidus Worm, that Nidus Worm that just popped out of nowhere. and just brought a lot of roaches, a lot of queens. That was a good diversion with the Mutalisk and the Zergling push as well.
That was like, I'm gonna try to like slap your hand here, but then I have like an underhanded, another slap on. It's like layers upon layers of just mindset or tactics from Tran that really allowed him to just do that. And honestly, there was a lot of issues that was kind of compounded upon with Catch-Up-On. First of all, that small gap that allowed the Zerglings to just mosey on through to the main base.
Yeah, he wasn't able to finish the wall off completely because typically that's going to be a supply depot coming up, but he wasn't building a supply depot yet, so there's no sense of a wall there. He could have placed one of the siege tanks there, probably sieged it up, but the siege tank came in really late, and that is all because of that one SCV that got knocked down. Slightly hampered the timing there for the barracks to be built, slightly hampered his timing really well, but it is what it is. And looking at this, one of the final pushes here, the siege tanks, I didn't like the siege in that area. Could have went for the high ground siege, but I guess he was too overcommitted with the Mutalisk, trying to manage the siege rapidly coming in from Tran, but it is what it is. This night is what's good.
Yeah, the thing is, when you're gonna go up against a Zerg, you have to be either fast with trying to go for a command center expansion so that you have, you know, the economy to challenge the Zerg. Because again, if the Zerg loses its army, the first army, right, you have what you call the larva mechanic for the Zerg, where they can immediately queue up a huge army to come out. They can even go for a low E-cost army or economy army like a Zerglings, and then just try to harass you again. And that is what makes Zerg so potent in this particular matchup. As a Terran, like you said, you have to be very quick in trying to get these multiple angles of attack, which Catch-Up-On never really did.
Yeah, he started with a 1-1-1 opener, which is basically a barracks factory and the starport.
Yeah.
And then he immediately transitioned into 2 factories, 1 starport, and I think he was transitioning to a second starport there, and had 2 armories in, which basically means he was going to try to turtle up until he can get his hard-hitting mech units out, and that wasn't actually didn't actually work well for him. If you're going to try to go for the mech play as a Terran, you should always, against a Zerg, you should always be harassing your opponent so that exact same scenario won't happen to you.
And again, one of the things that you have to always do in StarCraft is to be able to scout your opponent, which he did, which Catch-Up-On did, but only at the very start. He didn't see, I don't believe he did see the spires come out, so no adjustment for the Mutalisk. You didn't see him build the paint shot turrets earlier on, and the anti-missile turrets, or the anti-air turrets rather.
The missile
earlier.
turret.
Yeah, the missile turrets. There you go. Earlier on, basically just free damage, and when Catch-Up-On was just panicking, what do I do? He's pumping out these anti-air units. Here comes the Nidus Swarm. We didn't scout it out. OMG. I just lost this game.
Well, we are going on to game number 2. That is going to be Tran, our Zerg player hailing from Thailand. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's going to be Catch-Up-On, our Zerg Tran player.
Yeah, and of course from Vietnam, sporting as the red Zerg, it is Phuc, Mio Micah, Tran. So it seems like Catch-Up-On, or Chantorn Catch-Up-On, is gonna just, still stick with the Terran.
Yeah, I think, Terran is locked in for him.
I would have liked to see the Protoss, man.
We
would have liked to see it.
Didn't have much info going on for him, so we kind of expect the Zerg or the Protoss coming up. But this is pretty interesting, though. An adjustment that we could see from Catch-Up-On here is to go Bio. Actually, Bio Mech doesn't really have a huge effect against Zergs, but it's like the most basic build that you can go for that can work well against a Zerg.
Yeah, try it and test it.
Try to test it, because you can go for a 1-1-1 opening, go for a barracks factory in the starport, and as soon as the starport's finished, make a medevac, make a lot of Marines, and then try to go for the drops. And that on its own is enough to at least delay the push from the Zergs.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there, Nomad. I feel like there's a need for a bit more. There is already that Reaper out for Catch-Up-On. He could use this to harass, but there is a really long way that he has to go through, and there's like around 4 Zerglings already out. Yeah, they're just going to be able to snipe out this SCV. I hope he can save this SCV. He can use this for resource management. Look at them just chase it, but yeah, movement speed is also a very big factor here, especially as the Zerg. If you can chase your opponent, you can surround them. If you can surround them, you can win.
Yeah, and we are going to be playing on Triton here. TVZ matchup in all competitive matches so far. The T's win 51.7% of the time compared to the Zergs here, which has a 48.3% win rate. So that may be something, but again, it still depends player to player here. And it looks like Tran is doing a very good job being the Zerg player.
Tran, he doesn't even want to create any units. Just a couple of Zerglings there, already up to his third expansion. Going and Triton is a little bit more of a farther map here. They're just going to decide to, both players are going to decide to just go for that expansion game.
And Tran actually has a 49.32% win rate against Terrence. So this might actually just boost up his win rate if he manages to get the 2-0, because then again, this is a best of 3 series. Reaper trying to scout out any additional info there. Spots out the spawning pool, which is pretty basic, but I believe he wasn't able to spot out the lair coming out.
He's trying to wall off the entrance to his expansion or his natural already. You can see there's a lot more respect coming out from Catchapon. He's saying like, yeah, you did this to me before in the previous game, I'm not going to happen again. Clearing out a couple of Zerglings, really, really good, but doesn't have any anti-air units. But he does have already that, in the old terms, Destiny Cloudfist build, the 1-1-1. He has a Viking coming out, which is going to be really good, because if Catchapon is able, or Chantor, I'm just going to call him Chantor, since it does say right there, if he's able to use this Viking and snipe out these Overlords that are coming out, he can actually supply block Tran if he's fast enough, which maybe he can.
Yeah, Vikings would be very, very well built here. Overlords are the supply depots here for the Zerg. They provide the supply as well as provide the information. Because the Overlord right there is going to be denied vision because of Cantor's.
So anyways, what supply basically means is that it's the army count. You can see here on the bottom left side, near the Thailand and the Vietnam markers. Aside from that, there's a huge Zerg push coming out here, and they're trying to frantically just repair these bunkers, or rather these engineering bays, and just try to stop the Zerglings from pouring over. A couple of Hellions will be coming back to base to provide that support and finally clean it up.
Oh, that's a good drop.
Oh, yeah.
That's a Zergling drop on the main as well. That's going to be catching 2 SCVs down. They're going to start finally to be pushed. A surround on the SCVs would actually work against these Zerglings, but instead, he's going for a full pull. He only has a Reaper out, 1 Viking. That's the Overlord going to carry him away. Now this Viking will be able to catch his Overlord down, and he'll be able to save a couple of Zerglings before he falls down.
But, I mean, Overlord and Zerglings, those are not well near enough that if you try to destroy them, they're so low cost that you can just spew them out and you can just make so much. He's not scouted at all. Oh no! That was like bad! Close the supply depot! They come inside! What is happening? The Zerglings are inside! They're inside the main base, and this has turned into a horror alien movie! So many of the SCVs are dwindling down, and you can see that, well, Tran is going to be smiling right in front of his computer screen.
Man, he's not doing, I'm sorry to say this, but he's not doing a good job defending against this Zergling push. If anything, it could have been prevented if he had siege tanks, or if he just scouted out, hey, he has 3 bases now, I'm going to need to catch up here. But then again, he's losing in terms of harassment. We haven't seen any solid harass coming in from Catchapon. But look at this, though. A couple of Overlords.
And Miyamaika, yeah, I know what you're saying. Go for it, man.
A couple of Overlords, a lot of Lings, and he is actually going for Hydras as well. Probably going to go for Lurker Tech if we see the Lurker lair coming up.
Not only that, there is already a 3rd expansion up for Tran. His few amount of Zergling Overlord drop has provided him enough leeway to get another base ahead of Chantor. And that is never a good marker against the Zergling, because right now, in this particular phase of the game, he could basically have as much resources as possible, just keep tapping on that keyboard, make units, make upgrades, and now he has Hydralisks.
Yeah, Lings and Hydralisk. If he can get a good concave against these Marines... Oh no! Oh, this is bad! They're now, all the Marines are now down to 1 HP because of that hit. And this is not going to be looking good. We might see a GG coming up. The medevac is not even going to be enough to heal them in time. And this, honestly, might be GG. The SCVs are going to be full.
There it is, the hero SCVs.
Try to stop this from happening, but that's a lot of workers. But the only good thing that the Terran has here is that they can equalize because of the views that they have from the command center. But that Siege Tank is going to be able to stop this push for now, but he's down 8 SCVs.
Oh no. He still has the Hydralisk, and there's a lot more. He tries to go into the air. Hydralisk can hit onto air units. Oh yeah, this is just gonna be 15 SCVs already down. I mean, as the body bag just keeps counting more and more. He had to put the Viking onto ground unit to try to help out here, but it's not gonna be enough. And the Swarm is here. He's trying to pump out. Chanthorn is trying to pump out as many Marines as possible. And can the Marines do it? A little bit of scouting here and there, but you can already see full saturation on the bases of Tran.
Not gonna lie here, this is pretty much a stop. The siege tanks are not even sieged up. Could have caught the Hydralisks there.
Still not over. You can see that Chanthorn isn't tapping out. He is trying to saturate these 3 bases that he has, but he has no units whatsoever. And can you see that production tab, No Man? Can you see?
Ultralisk, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
Ultralisk is basically the granddaddy of them
the Zerg
all, of the Zerg
Empire or army.
It's basically one big Zergling with huge tusks that hit people. Tusks or glaives?
I think tusks. Imagine a woolly mammoth where his tusks are sideways and can basically slice you like a scissor.
Yep.
That's an Ultralisk, and times 10 the size.
He deals AoE damage, so area effect damage. So if you have a bunch of Marines clumped up together, they're all gonna die.
Oh.
And we have 3 Ultralisks going in, a Zergling and a Hydralisk push. We have 1 siege tank, siege up, nothing.
Oh no.
That's not even a good concave for the Marines there. He can get pretty much overpowered here, and now they are going to be forced to back off. Siege tank not in a good spot. Is going to get is not going to get focused down instead. But that is going to be
the Ultralisks
now.
The Ultralisks, they're actually not being able to push through because the Hydralisks are blocking them. But here they are. Off now goes the Ultralisk. Oh my gosh, he's trying to micro the Marines as they try to just run away. But the Ultralisks have so much HP. They're so tanky.
Look at the Marines that are coming out from the barracks. They're not even forced to go onto the attack. And that's going to be the GG. A clean 2-0 victory from Tran.
Wow. Fuck Tran, guys. So strong with just his performance on that Zerg army. Just, you know, like 5-star cuisine right there.
It's basically on point because he didn't miss any time because he was able to out-harass a Terran player, which is something that shouldn't happen more often than not
Shouldn't
in a
happen
competitive game.
Yeah.
And he was able to pull off the Ultralisks.
I mean, he pulled it off in a sense that it was easy to pull it off because he was never really in an economic crisis. There was nothing coming out from the base of Chanthorn Catchupon. He wasn't pumping out any Helions to harass the drone line, the mineral line of Tran here, and that just basically gave Tran all the necessary resources they need to pump out the big daddy-os, the Ultralisks.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he was 3 or 4 bases ahead of our Terran player there. And really, Catchupon had it coming. He had a good start with a biomech composition, but he wasn't pumping up a lot of siege tanks. He just pumped up Marines. 1 siege tank came out, 2 medevacs, and that's basically it.
I mean, he tried to. There was a nice, you could say that there was a nice mindset there from Catchupon where he had the Viking out. I wish he had another Viking out, honestly, to try to catch out these Overlords, because I feel like there was a lot more scouting done by Tran rather than Catchupon, and it really did mess up the vision that he had, so he really couldn't adjust. He didn't know when the Hydralisks were coming. He didn't know that the Zerglings were just gonna push on through and try to squeeze into the base once again. It was just really a lack of information that led to Chanthorn Catchupon losing this this game, this series.
Yeah, that is going to be very impactful here, especially considering the fact that that is a game that Gachapon hasn't played for a long time.
True.
Sure, I'm pretty sure he was able to practice up, but he wasn't at the level that Tran was, basically. But that is going to be it for the first broadcast game here for StarCraft 2. That's going to be a Vietnamese win in the Southeast Asian Games. But yeah, what are your thoughts going into the next matchup we have?
Honestly, what actually do we have for the next matchup? All right, guys. Anyways, I think that's about the time that we have for this moment. So we're going to cut to a break, and when we get back, it's going to be more StarCraft 2 action here at the 30th Southeast Asian Games. My name is Azurai, and joining here with me now,
Nomad. We'll see you after a short break.
Good afternoon, Philippines, and good afternoon, Southeast Asia. Welcome back to the official esports event for the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Let's continue with our third match of the day with a second bout under the StarCraft 2 discipline. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Thomas Kolpankevich from Singapore. And from Malaysia, Jonathan Wong.
Miss Juan Carlos Pineda, also known as Wonder Drift.
You know what, Better Pineda, it's so wonderful to finally see StarCraft 2 as a medal event in the Southeast Asian Games. This is really the culmination of over 20 years of competitive spirit in esports. But you know what, enough about that. Can we talk a bit about our competitors right now?
Well, this matchup is going to be a Terran versus Protoss matchup. The players that we have is none other than Thomas Kolpankevich, who will be representing Singapore and who will be defending the planet Ire as he plays the Protoss race. His opponent is none other than Jonathan Wong Chun Hong, also known as Nefarious, our Terran player, the defender of humanity, and he's also going to be carrying the Malaysian flag.
Sounds good, and judging from the statistics that we researched, it seems like Kolpankevich has around 58% win rate against the Terran race, but Wong, on the other hand, has a concerningly low of 21% win rate. So what are your thoughts in terms of our players?
Well, for the side of Jonathan Wong, this is definitely going to be like bragging rights for you. You need to prove your worth. Like 21.74% win rate against Protoss is very dismal because the average win rate for whatever race they're going up against is normally around from 49 to 50 plus. But 21.74, this is certainly a time for him to redeem himself. I mean, he's currently living under the shadow of his other Malaysian counterpart, Mr. Ranger Yap. But of course, if he could get over to his shadow and eventually show his worth against international competition, that's going to be a huge momentum boost at his side.
That is such a good point. If there's any place for you to prove yourselves in this game of StarCraft 2, it's this place right here, right now, in the Southeast Asian Games. And again, it's going to be very interesting. It's a Terran versus Protoss matchup. For a lot of our viewers here might not be familiar with StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 is actually, as our previous caster said before, the grandfather of all esports, right? So it's divided into three races: the Terran, the Protoss, and the Zerg. We saw earlier the Terran versus the Zerg, and I guess we'll be seeing the third race, which is what people claim is the most overpowered race, Protoss. I don't believe that personally, but judging from our earlier games, I hope this one proves to be a bit more longer.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, of course, you got the technology upgrades from the Terrans as well as the Protoss. I mean, when you look at the Terrans, they love to, you know, envelop like the Ghosts as well. and these battle cruisers in the late game, and the Protoss as well, with the Tempest and the Carriers, and then some High Templars. So it could potentially go all the way to the late game. And of course, we have this like mid-centric units that are actually capable of wrecking havoc all the way to the late game, such as like Widow Mines for the Terrans, and for the side of the Protoss, these Immortals are actually very beneficial against a Terran lineup.
A very good point about that late game. Actually, a patch was just released a couple of days ago, which changes significantly a lot of the things in the late game, including, I think, is one of the most interesting changes, which is the Battle Cruiser. Instead of it being able to go away, it's just going to get stunned. So in this matchup, especially as Terran versus Protoss, I think if we do get either Battle Cruiser Rush or into late game Battle Cruiser, it's going to play a very big part.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a bit unlikely that we're going to see battle cruisers against Protoss, because there's a lot of Protoss units.
They're
that
very
are
easy to hit.
Yeah, are good against battle cruisers. Like, you can actually stop it in the early game with Stalkers and Sentries. But I know, like, one of the representatives in Indonesia actually love to deploy early game battle cruisers against Protoss. So it's possible.
It's very possible.
We can see it here for Mr. Jonathan.
Especially in the current lineup of our maps, right? Depending on what they can do. Oh, okay. For our more new viewers, StarCraft 2 compared to the other MOBA games is dependent also on the map. In other games like Mobile Legends or Dota, you have one map. But in StarCraft 2, we have a pool of maps that has different advantages and disadvantages, and that also plays into the part of your strategy. So, again, these are the things that we also take into account. It's just like real war, right? I think both our players are also favored in terms of getting transports for their units. Can you tell me a bit more about that, Wonderdrift?
Well, of course, the maps are going to be very crucial without a doubt. Every professional player competing in StarCraft would have to analyze the choke points, would have to analyze the entrance areas for them to determine, like, is this a perfect place to go for a Reaper harassment? Is this a perfect place to go for Adepts or for Oracles and for drops as well? And of course, you have to take note that choke points are crucial, because there are certain maps where the naturals or the expansions have so many open areas, meaning if there's like an opponent that loves to rush you and likes to invade your expansions, boom, your expansions might fall out anytime, especially if you don't know how to defend them. All right, so here we go. I mean, we're going to be going to the map itself, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The matchup itself, it's Terran versus Protoss. Here in our bottom left corner, we have Jonathan Wong representing as the blue Terran.
And actually on the other side of the map, we have our red Protoss, which is Kovan Kieve. Triton, interesting choice of maps.
Yep, indeed. And of course, that Cell Naga Tower in the middle is going to be an important cornerstone for this match, because as much as possible, you need that visionary advantage. And both Protoss and Terran, they rely a lot on other forms of scouting methods. They don't have like the creeps of the Zerg, which actually gives them an edge in terms of scouting. They have to rely a lot on that Cell Naga Tower right there.
That is true. The Cell Naga Tower provides a really good strategic advantage for both our players. Not just the Protoss, not just the Terran. However, it's not the only thing that they can do, but it could call it a nexus of strategy in terms of this map. But however, we can see that not a lot is on the map right now. This is very standard. See our Protoss players trying to harass and see what information he can glean for. Because, again, StarCraft is all about war. And in war, you have to know what your opponent is doing.
Yep.
Because in order for you to act, you know what G.I. Joe said, right? Knowing is half the battle. And speaking of which, we see that Protoss has already revealed their hand. They're going for an early expansion, which means they're not gonna plan on attacking anytime soon. They're not gonna commit too much on an army, which hopefully will translate into a longer game.
Yep, indeed. And of course, there's going to be like resource management with the first natural already being revealed by Kovan Kavich. However, now that the Terran is already understanding the tactics of Kovan Kavich, it's possible that Jonathan Wong might go for like these Reapers early on, just to put some pressure, just to halt the economy.
Sounds good.
But so
very
far,
annoying there.
Yeah, it's very annoying. But so far, okay, now there's the Reaper.
There's our baby boy. He's going to be attacking, trying to kill this very annoying probe. He did succeed, and now, at least, at the very least, our Singapore player knows that there is a harass incoming anytime soon. And as the Reaper, they're not limited to having cliffs against their fate.
Yep.
Speaking of fate.
Yep, we have there that Adept as like a countermeasure. Also like a Reaper, like very good with early harassment. And Kovacevic is going to
looks like
reveal
they're
it.
gonna meet in the middle of the map.
Yep,
There we go. He's trying to chase down the Reaper. Reaper has to go back. He has to ensure that his base is safe because I think this is the only unit for our Terran player right now. Okay, thankfully there is a bunker, but the Shade is gonna come in. Nice ground there, and now this Adept is just gonna need to stay there. He doesn't need to even go out. He just needs to stay, deny the minerals from his Terran opponent, and just there's harass. You don't need to do permanent damage, but it's useful. But at the same time, you're not only keeping your opponent from getting his resources, but you're also keeping him from optimally getting his resources inside and attacking.
Yep, that's actually a very good strategy by Kovacevic. You have to make sure that you're able to halt down the economy of a Jonathan Wong, because Jonathan Wong is really known for aggressions, and as long as you're able to halt down his economy, chances are his aggressions are going to be very limited.
Wow. Okay, nice transition there. I believe this is pretty standard, but this is going to be very annoying for our Terran player, as he does have a bit of an investment in not too much anti-air.
Yep.
And he sees that his opponent has a lot of ground units, so he's not going to expect us to transition to the air unit right now. Oh, Widow Mine. He's going to hit. Brings down one. Okay, these two are dead, but I think that's enough. I think that's enough for him, because now he knows that his opponent has invested into ground units, as I'm saying, and now the air unit is going to come in and be very, very annoying for his main, I think.
Yep, but remember,
Here we
he's
go.
got
Oh,
the Viking ready.
nice. Okay. Thankfully, the counter Viking is there. Both, again, our players have competed a lot in the previous months, so they do know the meta. And that means that they have some kind of, we call it star sense. You know, you have an idea on what your opponent is doing, even if you haven't seen anything. If you study them, you know their tendencies. And lucky scout there, he actually put that in on purpose to see if he's going to go for a third, which again means if you're building a lot of economic things like expansions, you're not going to be attacking anytime soon, because StarCraft 2 has a limited amount of resources you can gather at any point in time.
Exactly, of course. Those resources are going to be very limited, and you have to maximize it as well. Now, if you look at Jonathan Wong's strategy, like I was expecting he was going to go all out, because I saw that in WSG. Like, he's really going all brute force, Marines, followed after Reapers, after the rush with Reapers, or a Medevac, he's going to go for like Marines and siege tanks, and combining it with an army of SCVs to your opponent's base.
Oh, wow.
But I'm seeing the maturity now. Before it was a bit questionable because you bring your workers to the battle, but now it's a more disciplined approach here by Jonathan Wong.
You know what? Historically, that kind of strategy has worked even in the upper echelons of StarCraft 2. Called him bit by bit prime. But thankfully, it's not as abundant as it was before. And both our players seem to be going for the mid-game right now. Nobody's committing to any large attacks. I'm just concerned about Wong not dropping his third at the moment, because the longer he does go without a third, the more money difference you will have compared to our Singaporean player, Kovacevic.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been a very passive game for these two players, because I was expecting that when you're playing Terran, you're going to go hyper-aggressive. You're going to put a lot of pressure.
I love how he put that there. He knows that he's probably going to get harassed, but just in case he doesn't, his air units are ready to move out for a counter-harass. And I think it's a very good moment in time. His timing is pretty good, because our Malaysian Terran is going out for an attack, which means he won't have a lot of units inside the base when this comes in. Okay.
Oh, look at this. Revelation already being used on those two Marines, so he's aware, Kovacevic. But remember, he's got a Raven, which is really good with those anti-armor missiles, and Graviton Beam on just one Marine. That's the revealed Marine.
Kind of sad, because he did pick up the Marine. However, he revealed that he does have Phoenixes, and now our Terran player will be able to make some counter strategies against that. And now he sees, lucky Probe there sacrificing his life. Oh, here we go. He's going for the third.
Oh, here we go. A clash is going to happen. Here comes the Marines and the Marauders with those medevacs. But so far, those Widow Mines are actually intimidating.
Are they reloading? Okay. Nice spot there. If he did not spot it, those Widow Mines would have crushed that army pretty easily. Thankfully,
Yep, here we go. Here comes the back and forth tactics here by Wong. Marine Marauders going a bit very defensive. And you have those anti-armor missiles indeed.
Does hit its own units, so he needs to keep those back. Those units will die easily. Speaking of dying easily, this Widowmine is very cheeky right now. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. There's a shield battery there, but right now the third of our Singaporean, Malaysian player rather, is being harassed. Widowmine's coming in desperately trying to defend, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. As the Protoss picks it out, he's going to return back home safe and sound.
Yep, perfect use of the recall. But while he recalled, he did lose some units. And remember, his economy has been harassed by that Widowmine. So this is a weakness of Blisk that I noticed in WESG. And even in the Australian tournaments, like, he has this tendencies to go forward, but then he fails to realize, or he's very slow to realize that a counterattack is going to happen to him, which is what we've seen here from Jonathan Wong.
I believe that is part of what you need in StarCraft 2 to get better, because in StarCraft 2 you do have a fourth resource, which is attention.
Yeah.
And I think Blisk, our Singaporean player, is committing to a lot of his things. When he's attacking, he just wants to focus on attacking. But at the same time, he also needs to learn how to mind his base. And once he masters that, I think he's going to be one of the bigger threats to our players here. He's going to be a favorite to win this game, but only if he survives the next minute or so. Here's the drop.
This is signature Jonathan Wong made, and now he's going to go for the gateway assault. Can he actually destroy these Stalkers though? He actually got one Stalker Zealot coming in, and the Archon is actually blocked there, so he's not going to be able to attack forward. These Immortals are going to go down in front of those Marines and those Marauders, and now this Archon, finally he has space, but it could be too late, so the AoE damage of that Archon might be negated anytime. Here comes the Zealots charging onto the southern flank. Can this Marine Marauder composition survive? Remember, the sustainability from this medevacs are actually helping Jonathan Wong win this fight, and he's actually getting all of these Zealots out. He could go for more.
Yes. Oh no, this is just too much damage to our Singaporean player. Oh, there's the counterattack and the Liberator in this third phase. Oh, I'm not sure how he's going to survive this.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a disaster here for the side of Coven Cavage. Now you have that Liberator there just distracting the other Protoss drones to come out.
Okay, what else can he get? Liberators are in position. They're going to be wrecking any units that are coming out there, and this only has a lot of melee units, which are going to be hit by those Liberators as soon as they get into range.
Yep, right now, Coben Davis, he desperately needs that Disruptor, and he's trying to get it ASAP, but so far the harassment has been really good here for the side of Jonathan Wong.
Pylon, goodbye. Gateway's coming down. There's no way for him to reinforce his army at this moment, and it looks like this game is in danger of ending soon. However, there is a Disruptor at the back end. Let's see if it can do anything at this point.
Yeah, and so far the movement against that Purification Nova has really been very beneficial here.
Oh, Liberators moving out. This is a very good position for our Terran player, and right now, I think he's just finishing out this game, and we're just, I don't know, this is probably Coben Kevin probably thinking about what he could have done better.
Yep, indeed. I mean, this was really impressive here by Jonathan Wong.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting him to go all around like this. I was expecting, oh, he's going to go for a standard build, Marines, Banshees, tanks, but then all of a sudden he discovers Ravens, which is like, wow, this is something.
New technology. Oh, Ravens are pretty good, guys.
I mean, those anti-armor missiles has been very beneficial for the side of Jonathan Wong. Was able to like help the Marauders dish out some additional damage, and the micro skills by Jonathan Wong really good, avoiding the Purification Novas from those Disruptors, even like helping his army survive amidst the barrage of these like Archons, Immortals. I'm impressed. I'm really saluting him right now.
I agree, because at the start of this game, we did see that he does have a 21% win rate. I think that information is now outdated.
Yep.
Because we just see him taking out Kovan Kevik on first game.
Yeah.
On his other side, though, the thing I noticed about Kovan Kevik is that he did not really engage in the best moment. I think you might see it here in the highlights. There's the comeback. Here we go. Instead of attacking right there, he should have waited for his Zealots who were running back. He's just losing a ton of units there. It's not the perfect concave. And with the ranged units of the Terran forces with the Medivacs, it just proved to be too much damage, which led into this kind of finishing move for our Malaysian players. You see, in StarCraft, you don't tend to attack when you're not in the best position, right?
Yeah,
I think
agree.
that's how you do it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've seen the best StarCraft players like Cyril, like he actually waits for the right moment to
Yes.
strike. Cyril, Raynor, the top 1 and number 2 respectively. I mean, they've shown that it's all about timing. Like, you know when to engage, you know when to not engage. Like, I remember those matches by Cyril when he sees a battle cruiser in his base. He's like, okay, fine, I'll just let my queens take over,
Yeah.
and then when the infestors come, that's when the all-out assaults can happen. We just didn't see that from Cove and Kavich here.
I think he rushed a little bit too much on his engagement because, again, as you were saying, patience is a virtue in StarCraft. Just because you see your opponent's army in your base, it doesn't make it that you should attack. Like at the moment, you can wait. You can sacrifice a few buildings in exchange of not losing the game. Because when he attacked at that moment in the middle of the space of his base, which was a tiny corridor, all his units were trying to get into there because they can't reach it.
Yeah.
By the time that they were able to reach it, only 1 or 2 units were in range of his opponents.
Yeah.
Who can all reach that 2 units, right?
Yeah.
So that's, again, StarCraft 2 is a game of war. For anyone watching over here on TV, hello. Game of war is also dependent not just on your resources, but also on when you attack and
exactly.
when you defend.
Timing, execution has to be very perfect for you to be victorious in this battle. And of course, Cove and Kavich will definitely learn this lesson, of course, with that disastrous Game 1 result. Of course, he still has games number 2 and 3 to redeem himself. And here we go, game number 2 of this best of 3 matchup. Here, Thomas Cove and Kavich, also known as Blisk, going to be playing as that blue
Game
Protoss here
resumed.
in this upper left corner of the map.
And on the other side, we do have our Red Terran who won the first game, Mr. Wong. Let's see what you can do on the second map. Now, our players picked Ephemeron in terms of map. And as I was saying earlier, in StarCraft 2, not only does your race account for your strategy, but also the map. And in Ephemeron, it's a huge map with a lot of open spaces, but those open spaces are divided by small bridges, as we're about to see right now as this probe is going. See, open space, small bridge. Now, what tends to happen on these kinds of spaces is that you will fight on those bridges because you're going to be defending. If you're like a good commander, you're going to defend with a good concave. And a concave means that your units are positioned in such a way that all of them will be firing at the same time because things have ranges in StarCraft 2.
Yep.
And if you're crossing a bridge and your opponent is entrenched into his position, of course, you'll be
caught.
You'll be caught. And it's going to be a struggle for actually both our teams because the only person or the only race who can utilize ignoring those kinds of restrictions is the Zerg race. They can hide us. They can just keep throwing units. But right now, again, Terran versus Protoss is not really built upon that. Unless maybe they go air.
Yeah, possible. It could go air anytime. But of course, those choke points could be crucial. Like Psionic Storms could, or Disruption Novas here could be very beneficial. Like if Jonathan Wong goes for like a massive ground-based army, then he's going to be exposed on those bridges. So he has to be careful. Positioning is actually going to be very crucial in Ephemeron. And we see this SCV. He's going to find the intel here.
Okay, he does see that there is an expansion up and running. Both of them are going for early expansion, which means that hopefully this game will not end too fast. But judging from the previous game, I think both our players are going to be a bit more patient and they're going to wait for what their opponent is doing before they commit to anything solid. As we can see, a Reaper is coming out. This is very standard for both Terran and Protoss, actually. A Reaper and an Adept. Just trying to defend their stuff, not really committing into any specific deck as of yet. But for this map, I really do advise that someone go air because it's going to be very amazing, especially with the new changes for both our races, right?
Yeah, I mean, Void Rays have that movement speed bonus.
Oh, I miss Void Rays so much.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they were no longer picked because their HP has been, like, reduced.
And we have the better Tempests. Why go Void Rays? So, I think that's why Blizzard said, okay, let's the Void Rays. Speaking of things, oh, nice wall in there. Barely getting that in before the supply depot came up. It's unfortunate that we won't be able to see any tech. What a good move for our Terran player.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan Wong, he used to make these mistakes where he was
I'm
able...
hearing, okay, poor guy, no way he's going to survive this.
Yep, there's no and the Adept wasn't able to make an impact in this in that harassment here. So it's a good defense here by Jonathan Wong, and now he's going to send his Reaper forward.
It is actually, I think it's just a wasted unit for Kovan Quebec right now. Unfortunately, he does have a ton more resources compared to his opponent, so it's not really that much of an investment at this point. And he does proceed into getting warp gates, so he will be able to reinforce his stuff. On the other hand, is that a second factory I'm seeing from Wong?
It's possible. Yeah,
oh no, I think it's a barracks.
Oh, it's a Rax.
Okay, it's a Rax. He's gonna go for the Marine Medevac strategy, I think, which has proven himself to be
useful against Protoss. I mean,
the term is useful, yes.
It's actually a standard build against Protoss when you're playing as Terran. Like, you go for Marine, Marauder, Medevacs, and then
that's the
mix it up with Mech.
That's Terran 101, but sometimes all you need is Terran 101 to win, especially in, well, these kinds of games, because you can be fancy, especially if you're doing games in the ladder. You can do strategies that are really wonky. And some of our players playing today in the group stage have been known to have weird strategies, but sometimes, you know, you just do what works. And right now, what works is this Stalker blinking in and showing his hand too early. Now, at least Wong knows that there's blink in play, and it's going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, that's the purpose of that early cybernetic score. He was actually aiming to mass these Stalkers, and that's what happened.
Okay, here we go. Oh, he just canceled the bunker. Oh. Yep. Okay, number of Marines should be fine. Hopefully he won't have to sacrifice a ton of SCVs, but he needs to start repairing this command center very soon. Thankfully, there is a siege tank up there, but the Observer is very dangerous because they can just blink up. All you need to do is blink up, blinking back. Very wise.
Okay, now that he has the Cyclone.
Oh, he's bringing in SCVs. Yo!
Now that's his main strategy.
Here we go. I guess we're gonna see it today.
All right, so it's a lot. I mean, I've seen this strategy in WSG, and right now it could potentially help anytime. You're able to get one unit out there, and now they could go for more. These Cyclones are going to be potentially devastating because they could go for the chase down. He has to protect those Cyclones, though.
No, man. Kovan Quebec, don't engage without Zealots, please. Please. He has to engage here, though, because this is the last best place for him to engage, as long as his opponent doesn't have vision on top like that.
He has to protect his sentries, because if those sentries go down, then this could be a potential disaster here.
Those force fields and or Guardian Shield bunkers are going down. He's trying to make batteries. Wow, bunkers being very annoying for the positioning of our Protoss player, but it looks like he's doing enough damage. The Immortal is tanking a ton of siege tanks here. Unfortunately, the repositions are up, and they're just getting bombarded by everything. Wow, you're correct. The strategy is very annoying.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's actually providing a distraction. These siege tanks are actually doing a lot of damage from long range.
Second Immortal coming back, and the shield batteries did their job a little bit. A ton more Stalkers are alive when they should not be. This is a pretty good position for him, but not for long, as one Zealot coming in.
The bunker's up! Oh. The bunker's up, now he can go in anytime, and this would mean these gateways are going to be assaulted.
He did take down a siege tank, though, so he can engage. He just needs to recover his shield somehow. The second bunker is going to be a ton of damage if he doesn't stop it. He's target fire that. Okay, he manages to hold on for a bit. Disruptor coming in.
More SCVs are coming.
If he times this right. If he times this right, can he do it?
No, it actually hit the siege tank. You need 2 disruption auras to destroy a siege tank.
Okay, out of siege tanks. 2 Stalkers, and an Immortal. Immortals are bad against Marines, and the SCVs are providing to be really, really good tanks in this engagement. And now, Kovan Quebec is on a backhand. His Nexus is being attacked. He's down 1 Warp Gate. And I don't know if this game will be going on very much longer.
Yep, indeed. And so far, this Boxer-esque strategy, shades of Boxer from StarCraft 1, with this bunker aggression here, is really helping Jonathan Wong, but it could be halted anytime. But there's a second bunker here. Just look at the range of these Marines just demolishing those gateways.
Okay, wow. Okay, the danger is starting to stabilize, I think. And Kovankevic does have a third, so he has a bit more money than his opponent would expect, and he's not being harassed on that third. So if he could hold on long enough, and I think he did, now Wong has to go back, and he has to replenish his forces, and the game will blessedly go on longer.
Yeah, and take note that because of the fact that Kovankevic was able to defend that assault there by Jonathan Wong,
here we go!
Marita here going to assault this natural. Both are going to run away. He has to keep this pressure because he doesn't have an army, so that would provide the distraction factor to make sure that a potential counter rush, which might happen right now because Kovankevic realizes that, okay, maybe this could be my opportunity to strike. I mean, he has a bigger army count compared to Jonathan Wong.
Honestly, I disagree. I think that Kovankevic needs to focus on getting his lead a lot farther, because he is up a base and he doesn't really have an army capable of taking on a couple of siege tanks. He does have a significant amount of zealots, but focus firing them using the blinking stalkers will need some more time for him to reinforce his army. Thankfully, he does have this observer in the base of his enemy, and he can see the setup of our Terran player. On the other hand, Wong is trying to see what else is happening by checking to the Marine.
Yep, indeed. And so far, that observer has been very important there on the side of Kovankevic. And you can see, finally, a ground upgrades in terms of like weaponry for the Protoss about to be unleashed. He desperately needs that, because if you want to destroy or humiliate these siege tanks ASAP, you need those coming up.
Okay, this is very scary. If we look at the number of units both our players have, it seems like our Protoss is up a couple. So if he does take a really good engagement, not like this, a better engagement than this, he might be able to win. Unfortunately, it seems Wong is not waiting for any time. Let's see. Wow, first Colossus up. He's going to do a ton of damage, and Wong is in position. However, it's not the best position for his siege tanks. He needs to keep them away from each other, and looks like he's not going to go. He should not go. No, Wong, please. It's too early. You saw the Colossi. You saw the Colossi. This is a good fun game for both our players, target firing. Unfortunately, no Vikings to support that, and the Colossi is just going to wreck the units. Siege tanks are coming in, but we do have a couple of Immortals to tank the damage, and there's the GG. Wow!
Kovankevic. Yeah, Kovankevic was able to win. I mean, that was a really good push there by Jonathan Wong, bringing in those SCVs, and it nearly helped him, claim the victory. But so far, the impact of that Colossus, was able to dish out a ton of damage, and then add the fact that those Zealots are actually destroying those SCVs instantly, meaning that there's no other front liner for Jonathan Wong. I mean, he doesn't have like the massive army count compared to Kovankevic when he actually went for that final push.
So yeah, I agree. The Colossus just arrived just in the nick of time when the Terran was pushing on.
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
let's look at the highlights here. This would have been over if he didn't have a third base.
Exactly.
Thankfully, he managed to hold on. And again, having just a bit more money than your opponent will win you games, as we saw.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good strategy by Jonathan. I have to admit, this is shades of Boxer in StarCraft 1, going for this bunker rush, which is really impressive. And I thought he actually has the advantage here, but he went through, he overextended.
He should have just held on this position, given his siege tanks a better positioning against each other. See, that was okay. Unfortunately, his opponent just had too much, and he waited. You were right when you said that Wong should be harassing him.
Yeah.
Because this is what's going to happen if you don't continue your harassment. Your opponent is just going to outproduce you, and he's going to be able to take you out just by doing 1A, like all Protoss does.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why Jonathan Wong wasn't able to finish it because, he's exerted a lot of his resources. I mean, because of the fact that he was actually aiming for the final push, the final stand at, he actually forgot, or he had no choice but to focus more entirely on that push without realizing the need of additional units there, and it actually punished him. And Kovankevic was able to capitalize on that mistake.
I agree 100%. And now, again, judging from our previous statistics, it seems like this game has gone to 50-50.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for the third game to go up. So, Terran versus Protoss, we're on game 3. Who do you think will win?
It's going to be tough, I mean, I'm really amazed with Jonathan Wong's improvement compared to his previous matches. Blisk has still shown his flaws from the previous matches, which I think this Jonathan Wong could actually win. So it's possible that Wong could actually win this matchup against Kovacevic.
Really interesting. But for me, I gotta pick my man, Kovacevic. He has done very good in his performance so far. He did manage to win back his second game. But I'm picking him for a whole different reason.
Oh, well, let's see. I want to hear this again, you know?
You know what? Personally, I don't have a rig in this fight. I don't have a horse because I'm a Zerg and these are the inferior races. But
wow.
Just to give you guys a history lesson before, right? Blisk, Kovacevic had this interview and he was asked, which was the best girl? Out of all the answers that he could have given, he gave the right one.
Oh, no.
Gave the right one.
Oh, no.
Gave Ayu, which is the best girl. And that is why I'm going to give it to him. I want Kovacevic to take this game, even though I detest the Protoss race. But I want him to win. Just for that. Go, Kovacevic. Win this game.
All right. Let's go, Jonathan Wong. Win this game, of course. Defend humanity. Protect the Terran race, which people think is actually like a not really fun race because they stick to the traditional tactics compared to the Protoss where they have this like sci-fi mixed with magic assault. But let's see, game number 3 of this matchup here in Simulacrum. In the upper left corner of the map, it's Singapore's Thomas Blisk Kovacevic.
And on the other side of the map, as the blue Terran, we do have Jonathan Wong representing Malaysia.
Yep, indeed.
Okay, so what do we have in Simulacrum, actually, in terms of map? It sort of resembles Daybreak, to be honest. And that means that there are winding roads that you can go around to reach your opponent's base. But on the middle to the late game, you can destroy something that's blocking them, like destructible rocks or something, and then you can just go straight. So it's going to be up to you or your opponent if they want to go straight to your base by destroying blockages, or they want to go around and take the long way. Because even if you do destroy whatever's in the middle, your opponent might be able to just see you that much quicker. So sometimes side corridors, they're the better decision.
Yep, indeed. And so far, this map actually is more focused on expanding your bases on the northern side if you're in the bottom right corner of the map, or if you're in the top left corner of the map, you're going to expand all the way downward. So that's going to be like a preferable option for these two players.
Basically, we're dividing the map, right? Left and right.
Yep.
Okay, that's great. Interesting positioning for the buildings here. I wonder why. I think I know. I think he's going to do some mind games. Look at the positioning of the gateways for our Singapore player. He's hidden. And the moment that Wong scouts the Protoss base, he's going to wonder, where are those buildings?
Yeah,
where are those buildings?
Yeah, I mean, Thomas Kovacevic has actually done that all throughout this series, just hiding these gateways, providing the mind tactics. And it's really a very intelligent plan. Like, it could actually potentially surprise Wong, but Wong has shown he is not intimidated or rattled by any form of aggression or potential aggression that Kovacevic could actually deliver upon to him.
That is actually true if I remember the two games. I guess we'll see. Most of our players are going for a pretty standard build as they have in the previous games. Oracle will be coming in to harass, and both of them have gone for an expansion, so no one's going in with a weird build today. At least not yet. Gateways are going to be coming up, and in terms of supply, it looks like, Kovacevic is just by 10 supply. It's really not. Oh, wow. Nice timing there for
the Cyclone.
Cyclone, wow. Wong. Very well. That was really well timed.
Yeah, Wong was able to defend his bases since game number 1 really efficiently. He was able to prepare his Viking against the Oracle in game number 1. He was able to shut down these Adepts in game number 2. So it's expected that he could potentially slow down Kovancevic's aggression. And Kovacevic is not really good with his Adepts and Oracles, as I've seen in his previous games. So it could be like maybe because the lack of major aggression, or he's actually going for it. But of course, the defensive supply depots have been really beneficial.
Does pick out 4 SC, pretty good. Not sure if it's worth the sacrifice of 2 Adepts.
Yeah.
I think it's a moot point at this moment because not only is there's the other. Okay, he can hit the base with an Oracle. That's very devastating for our player here. I like that he did distract him with the adepts, so that he can do it. All he needs to do is have enough energy to bring up this Cyclone. Unfortunately, he doesn't have one, so he has to go back and does lose that Oracle.
Yep, and it's possible that Jonathan Wong might even, put in these Widow Mines all the way to his base because he needs these defenses. It's looking like Kovan Gavage is going to go for this all-out aggression with his Phoenixes and with these Oracles. I mean, the Pulsar Beams are going to be devastating. The Graviton Beams as well could be the doom of all these SCVs. And as much as possible, you want to protect your economy if you're Jonathan Wong.
I do agree with the Widow Mine strategy. It's going to take a lot of things out of your mind once you have a couple of them in your mineral line. Unfortunately, I don't think he's producing any at the moment, and these Phoenix are going to be very, very annoying real quick. As we can see, let's see what kind of things can he pull off. I guess he's trying to get... Oh, he's securing his third. What happened to that Nexus? It got cancelled. I saw one building earlier.
Yeah, I mean, well, of course, I guess he's trying to mass expand his units.
I can see him building 5 gateways, so he is going to go for a more aggressive build this game.
Yeah, I mean, wow. It could actually work out well because so far his harassment has actually stalled the economy of Jonathan Wong. He's not able to put his SCVs out of his first natural, so it could be that, okay, we're going to see what the Phoenixes are going to do. They're already assaulting the main base, and it's going to force the Cyclones and Marines to respond. But
that's very scary, though. He does have a Raven, so if the Phoenixes are in a bad spot, they can all get hit with the anti-armor missile and get picked out with the Marine. So he has to be very careful on how he handles these.
Oh no, look at that. That's just too much for those SCVs. Marines are there, however. Cyclone already with that lock on one of those Phoenixes. One of them goes down, but right now you have these stim packs going to be researched and a +1 in terms of like the Marine damage outburst. He desperately needs that. But Psystorm already, and we're going to see High Templars here. Okay, this is Blisk's signature unit. He loves these Psystorms, these High Templars. That actually helped him win games a lot.
Whoa! Okay, alright. I guess we're going to the mid to late game. It's going to be exciting because I haven't seen, Kovan Kevik use those High Storms before. And if Wong is going to continue with his investment on Marines, this is going to be very deadly for our Terran player.
So far, that's a scouting Marine already being killed. So now he knows that High Templars are going to be involved in the battlefield. So it's possible that Jonathan Wong could build ghosts just to counter these High Templars.
EMPs. You know what? One of my favorite changes in StarCraft recently was High Templar gaining an actual attack. It was done so that they won't go in front, but I really love that, they can just shoot stuff now. It's pretty good. And it's going to keep them back, and it's going to force our Terran player, if he does have those ghosts, to position them better so that he can do the EMP. And EMP, what it does is it damages your shields and takes away your energy, which is very important for both Protoss because it's their lifeline and their ability of the High Templar. But right now he doesn't have a ghost, so this is going to be good for our Protoss player.
The Psionic Storm is already available, meaning if those Psionic Storms go hit a perfect target, it could be detrimental here for Jonathan Wong. More of them are coming. Now they're going to go for Archons.
He's going to be going for his third base. Siege tanks are up. Oh! He's getting fired at there. He needs to go back. Those 3 siege tanks are going to damage his army a lot more than he expected.
Yep.
So he needs to pull back. He doesn't need to attack right now. Again, as we were saying earlier, patience is a virtue in StarCraft 2.
Yep, and right now he's already built a Ghost Academy, meaning ghosts are going to be available in this matchup. EMP is already going to be researched, and it's possible that maybe nuclear missiles are going to be unleashed here.
I would love that. I would love to see nuclear missiles here. Oh, okay. And actually, this harass is really not working out for Kovan Kevik. On the other hand, the main base is doing a bit more damage. He does take out 4 SCVs for what? 8 Zealots. Not bad if you're just trying to get rid of extra supply.
Yep, indeed. That's actually very good harassment.
What was
there.
that?
Oh,
okay. Interesting.
I mean, we talked about ghosts earlier, and I feel like that's a unit which could potentially bode well against Kovan Kevik, because we did mention that his multitasking on when he goes on the offensive, and then all of a sudden his base is going to get assaulted. It could actually work out well for Jonathan Wong. If he could land a perfect nuclear launch in one of those bases, that would be so good.
actually very good because right now for our Protoss player Kovankiewicz, Zealots don't really cost all that much. He adds a surplus of minerals, so you can just keep throwing them away. On the other hand, our Terran player Wong, he's running out of resources. He hasn't expanded to a 4th base. So he really needs to tighten up that macro because his army is not going to be as big as his opponent. But as I say that, they're really close in terms of supply. 137 to 133.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't like Heart of the Swarm where you only have like 5 SCVs collecting like minerals, and it will oftentimes take a long time for these minerals to get depleted. I mean, right now, resources is actually very crucial nowadays in StarCraft, and you see a late blink upgrade or research here on the side of Kovankiewicz, and he's going to go for thermal lances, so that's going to make these Colossi devastating.
Yo, honestly, I don't like this for Kovankiewicz. Yeah, his opponent is going for ghosts, and his army right now is going to be the Protoss, the traditional 100% StarCraft 2 since the start death ball meta, right?
Yeah.
And if his units are all bunched up together, what's going to happen when there's a ghost in the neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, remember, not only ghosts, there are also siege tanks as well. So that death ball lineup could actually bode out bad for him. And Wong is actually pretty decent at like separating his army, which we have seen in games number 1 and 2.
That's true.
So these thermal lances, I mean, it may actually work out well, but let's see how this clash is going to happen.
Here we go. Speaking of the clash, right area in the middle, getting scanned.
Oh,
Nice lift.
This is going bad.
Now the tables of turn. He does have a couple of teams down at the back, but these Colossi are going to make quick work of it. Nice anti-armor. But the sword, it's just not going to be enough. Oh my god, that is such an unfortunate way to end the game, but congratulations to Kovankiewicz.
I mean, of course, it was actually looking pretty even 50-50 for these two players.
Yes,
but then
it did.
The positioning there of those siege tanks was just... It wasn't really good. I mean, those Phoenix beams were just a graviton beam for just sniping all those tanks.
If that did not happen, that engagement would have happened so differently. It was a bad timing that they were going out, and maybe Wong was looking at another part of the map, because in StarCraft 2, you're managing your whole base, not just the army. So he probably has his attention somewhere. It does happen. And his opponent just took advantage of that fact, and now it cost him the game. Let's check the highlights.
Oh man, that was really that's really devastating for a Wong to suffer those losses. I mean, he actually built a sizable army. Is actually decent enough. He could actually, if he has a good micro. Oh my god.
He tried to pull them back. Unfortunately, they were just too far out, and they got picked. Really good use of those Phoenixes. Now that was just a cleanup.
Oh my god.
Honestly, the ghosts were not even a factor in this engagement.
Yeah.
But again, good competition for Wong. He is not out of the tournament yet. This is the group stage, and we will be getting top 2 per bracket, I believe.
Top 4.
Top 4 per bracket. So they could still move on, and we could still see him in the playoffs sometime this week, right?
Yeah, I mean, certainly I did like his improvements in game number 1, and I'm hoping he could actually pull through and actually silence his critics that he's not really good against Protoss, or the fact that he's living under the shadow of Ranger. Yeah, but he's actually showing signs here, and I'm really hoping that he could actually go further forward. But for the side of Thomas Kovankiewicz, wow, I mean, it's a really perfect setup without a doubt. He was able to remain calm and composed, especially in game number 2 when he received a lot of pressure from Wong.
I really love the way he handled that. But again, I think that's it for us for now.
Yep.
So I hope you guys enjoyed our stint in StarCraft 2. But for now, congratulations to Kovankiewicz. You made a good choice, and now you get to go into the bracket.
Yep.
So for us, from here, this is Arcanthiel.
And my name is Juan Carlos Pineda, also known as Wonderdrift. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back for more coverage of the Southeast Asian Games on the esports scene.
See you guys.
Hello.
All right, Mike.
Mike.
Check. Wait.
Mic check.
Mike, check.
Check, check, check. Pwedeng mo, Carl?
Yep.
Okay. Carl. Sorry. Hello, hello. Okay.
Hindi pa tayo masyadong right? Or...
Oo nga.
Tama lang ba yun?
Ma'am, tama lang po ba yung framing namin? Just take it tayo, notes ko.
Welcome!
Where do we need to move left?
Move ako dyan sa'yo.
Yeah.
Welcome to the heart. There, Carl.
Pag nag-gap,
Hello? Hello? Carl?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
All right. Good day, guys. This is the 30th Southeast Asian Games coverage of Hearthstone group stages. I'm Excelsior PH, with me is
Rock hard, and we are about to witness history in the making for Hearthstone Esports here in the 30th SEA Games.
And who are we going to cast today? Rock hard. So,
I think it will be, of course, Thailand versus Indonesia.
and for Thailand, it's this is the International Southeast Asian Games coverage of Hearthstone.
Good afternoon, Philippines, and good afternoon, Southeast Asia. Welcome back to the official esports event of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Let's continue with our fourth match of the day with the first bout under the Hearthstone discipline. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Henry Contarto from Indonesia. And Werit Popan from Thailand. Hearthstone is a digital collectible card game developed and published by Blizzard Entertainment. Mr. Quintarto and Mr. Popan, please shake hands as a sign of good sportsmanship. Thank you, Henry Quintarto and Werit Popan. You may now go to your respective booth, and let's begin with the Hearthstone action.
Welcome, guys. This is the 30th Southeast Asian Games coverage of Hearthstone group stage matches. I'm Excelsior PH, with me is
Rock hard, and it has been a really great day for esports indeed. Again, history in the making, especially right now for Hearthstone Esports, the first ever medal event
That's
in the
right,
competitive
that's
scene
right.
of Hearthstone.
And as we have seen on the stage, there will be Indonesia versus Thailand. So who are we watching today?
We really are watching for is Henry Contarto and Werit Popan. So we have been really reviewing these guys right over the past, and you've seen the accolades that these guys have really accrued. I gotta say, we were talking. There were quite a lot of them.
Yes, there were quite a lot between the two. I had reviewed Joffrey. That's his nickname. It's Henry Contarto. He has a lot of how do you say this? A lot of awards behind him. One specifically the Hearthstone Global Games.
Yes.
Also a lot of he's very well known in Indonesia as a professional Hearthstone player. And how about Werit Popan?
Actually, Werit Popan, also known as this Dai, has been a really strong competitor in different international tournaments that spans to Bucharest all the way to Las Vegas. I know you've been watching a lot of those as well, so you know how tough those games can be. So you can really tell the high caliber of players that both of these countries have brought in for us today.
Yes, and with these players, there's going to be a new format that we're going to see on how they will play. So this is called the Shield and Ban format.
That's right.
It's a conquest format for now, and this match is going to be best of 3. So let's see Rockhart and what decks they're going to be carrying for this match.
We did see a lot of them did bring Warrior. Obviously, Warrior has been highly favored as well as Druid. We'll see Priest as well, which is the ends off kind of variation. So I think that's pretty impressive that they actually have a little bit of spice added there, not just normal ones that you see in other tournaments.
Yes, and quite frankly, I'm going to predict that the shielded deck is going to be really, really easy. It's going to be Evolved Shaman. It has seen a spike in use over the past weeks, over the since the release or since the advent of the wild cards into the standard meta, and it's going to be really, really a no-brainer that it's going to be Evolved Shaman that's going to be shielded.
Yeah, Excelsior right there. Saving the best for last.
Yes.
Evolved Shaman, really high spikes in the early game. Really strong power with the Evolve pair combination has been really prevalent. A lot of the people in the ranked ladders have been playing it as well as the competitive scene, and for a very good reason. Not only do you finish games sometimes by turn 5, you can really fight strong in the late game as well.
And also, once you see that evolved combo, you would see a whole board full of strong minions, and that's going to be very, very hard to remove. And let's see the other decks, Reinhardt. It's as you have said a while ago, there's Control Warrior, there's Combo Priest, there's Quest Druid, and Henry is carrying Quest Druid Malagos, the Soft Hakar, Control Hakar Warrior, and also Evolved Shaman. So both of these players have a lot of similarities between them, but we'll see which ones will be shielded, which ones will be banned, and it's going to be best of 3, so they only have to use 2 decks to win this match.
Again, it's very important. A lot of people don't always see this phase of the pickings, but what decision you make in this, which decks you bring, is going to be very, very important in the coming game. So we are going to be heading into a little break here. So when we come back, we're going to go ahead and get started here. Indonesia versus Thailand. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here on the 30th Southeast Asian Games coverage for Hearthstone Esports.
Yeah, so we are waiting here for Joffrey or from Team Indonesia versus Werit Popan from Thailand. And they are actually doing the shield and ban phase right now. And that's actually, can we explain that, Rockhard? That the shield ban phase is very important.
Yeah.
Why? Because there was a different format prior to that, and that was a specialist format.
Yeah,
And this-
everyone really just had a really fun time with that as well. You know, specialists, you only bring like one kind of deck. Right now, of course, all of our players in this brought 4 decks wherein they will have to choose which one they want to protect or which one they want to keep, which will prevent it from being banned out, and which one they will want to ban for the enemy opposing player.
Yes, and that's actually a very, very fresh mode of playing here in the Hearthstone, and because you get to pick with different classes as well. You get to pick with different play styles. There's some aggro, mid-range, control, and you can do this with the Conquest style shield and ban format. And right now, again, we're looking at the different decks, and as we said a while ago, Evolved Shaman is probably going to be shielded because it's super that power spike is super strong, and it's very, very polarizing, if I say so myself.
That's right.
Because once you get there, once you get the combo, it's going to be there. It's going to be hard to remove. But the mirror match is a different story, right?
I'm actually looking forward to not having that mirror match, because otherwise this game is gonna be really quickly done, right? Again, this is a best of 3. They'll have a chance to choose out on their decks when they win, or when they lose rather, and then you can cycle out from whichever decks you prefer to use.
I guess they are being announced that a lot of
they make the choice already.
They make the choice
boy.
already. That's going to be a lot of people are excited over at San Juan Arena, and there are different nationalities that I've seen. I've been there a while ago, and a lot of people are there. They're excited for their home teams, their countries, their representatives. A lot of people are there, and this is the first esports event, esports medal event in the Southeast Asian Games. We're all excited, and Hearthstone. Wow.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be cool if you won like the first medal game of Hearthstone in history? That would be so cool to go down to. You'll definitely be one to talk about when you get back home.
Yeah, that's one for your awards, list of awards. I mean, we already said that a lot of these players have a lot of awards under them, a lot of title belts under them, and another one is the SEA Games, which only comes every 2 years.
Yeah, but do you get a medal for that, right? Like
Yeah.
you go to other big tournaments, but do you get a medal for that? I don't think so. Of course, we are very, very close to start of Game 1. Any predictions, man? What do you think are going to be the first ones to go out of the gate?
So one of the predictions that I'm going to make is one player is going to pick the Evolved Shaman, and one player is going to pick, if it's not banned, a Control Warrior.
That's
because they're going to have to counter the Evolved Shaman with either Control Warrior or any of the control decks there. But the most likely thing to happen would be the Evolved Shaman mirror match.
Oh yeah,
That's
likely.
That's most likely to happen because most likely both of them would shield them, and it would be the first
go
pick.
right away, right?
Yeah, right away. You would likely want to get that winning deck right away out of your choices and pick another random deck from the 2 other choices that you have and win with that deck.
Yeah, and usually you can use that to sweep, right? That's a very strong deck to sweep with. Usually very hard to counter unless you get something like a Paladin, which of course is in the pool. Early on swings, you can counter, remove those the token minions that want to be evolved, right? And sometimes that can result in a victory. And here we go, finally.
Wow, it's different.
Oh man,
wow,
look at that.
So that's different. We have here from Thailand, we have here the Quest Druid, and on top, I'm looking at the Control or the Combo Priest from Indonesia. So,
Popan with the early Druid. That's very interesting. Because usually,
I think that's a switch.
Oh yeah, I think so.
That's
There you
from.
go.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so we are looking at a priest. Again, I really like the usage of priest. Usually very strong, especially when you go for the Nizam variation. Very, very hard to deal with when it comes to when you get to like 10 mana crystals, right?
Yes, and also what Popan is carrying right now is the quest druid. As we know, it's really easy to complete once you have the coin.
Yeah.
Okay, you have one tick out of the quest if you have the coin.
Get it.
Yes, right. Turn 2, you don't have to do anything. Okay. Some of the people would do a crystal merchant and then
go for
innervate, right? And you get one extra mana and draw a card.
And that's one completion on your quest already, plus another card. That's what you want as a dude. You want to get that early on, you want to get the early card draw, plus, not to mention, you're not losing any HP, right?
But right now, that's a conservative play from Popan. He didn't use the Crystal Merchant right there. From Joffrey, he doesn't have to do anything right now.
Yeah.
Most of the players right now just take the time to rope and think about the future strategies that they have to do. But right now, we're looking at Joffrey's cards. Yes, it doesn't have anything proactive right now.
That's right. And both of these decks kind of really spike when you get to that 7, 8 mana range. And of course, right now, usually the point of these decks are not to die right away, right? You don't want them to lose HP and then you kind of just want to stabilize. The point is there's nothing to stabilize because they just want like as much late game power as they can get.
And what you saw right there was Popan's card was actually destroyed by Shadow Word Pain, and it was like easily destroyed because it was 1-4, and you have to destroy it because you don't want Popan to gain more cards.
Absolutely, that is like the worst nightmare. A full hand, and then nothing to deal with it afterwards. So
yeah,
have to wait and see there.
So wow, look at that gold card back from Joffrey.
I like that.
You only get that if you participate in a world-sanctioned Blizzard event. So one of the games like the Hearts of Global games,
right?
If you participate in that, you like you get that. It's exclusive, man. Nobody gets that if you're not a pro.
Of course, these guys, again, we did mention, has no lacking of international experience whatsoever. Both of them just share so many at the same events. Actually, I'm pretty sure they have met each other before this, right?
Yes, and also some of these players also actively practice with each other.
For sure.
Prior to any tournament. And so we're looking at the hand of Popan right now. He can use an Oasis Surger, but the problem is if he rushes towards the 2-6 right there, and it's going to be easily destroyed.
Yeah.
So one of them is going to be easily destroyed because the Death Rattle will destroy that one random enemy minion.
Yeah, at the same time, you don't also want to leave it up too much because, again, that might interfere. Like, it might hit your Kun if you're not careful. And if you don't want to get rid of it right away, or your scenarios.
Time waits for no one.
And of course, there is no way for him to silence unless he gets that card with the silence, right? For the choose one.
Yes, and also there's also a good turn of play there where he used the innervate to go into Nourish because one word when he finishes the quest, he gets an Osirian tier right there, and that combines your choose one effects.
That's right.
And the choose one effect would be draw 3 cards, gain 2 mana crystals.
Yeah. Big bonus on the mana crystals, by the way, because by now the tempo swing is just a lot stronger when you get that Nourish early on, and he did get it. And now, I think the big problem here is hand size at this point. You don't want to spend too much at the same time, you know?
Yeah, the maximum hand size that Rockhart is talking about right now is, you can only have 10 cards on your hand. So once if you don't use it, you're gonna burn the next card that you draw. And right now, we're looking at Popan. He could use either an Oasis Surger, he can use a Howl to draw more. I think he would draw an Oasis Surger right now.
For sure.
Maybe, or a Swipe, plus he already used a Wrath a while ago, right?
That's right, he did. So that's one down already. Again, you can only have 2 of the same cards in this game on your deck actively. Sometimes they don't even want to go for 2. Sometimes they only want 1, right? Especially for Highlander decks. Highlander meaning you can only have like one of each card.
Yeah. Quick trivia, it was called the Highlander because there can be only one.
There you go.
That's why we call it the Highlander deck. For those of the other
What taunt? There
Wow,
you go.
that's
Very well, thank you for that.
Thank you for that.
Innkeeper. Wow. Thank you for that info. And yes, that's correct. Lodi, Warrior with Lodi has so many buffs on there. When you have choose one, you can get all of the 4 forms.
Yes.
But you can't choose taunt and be invisible at the same time.
Yes.
That would be unfair.
Yes, that would be unfair. And I'm looking right at the hand of Popan right now, and that he can probably use the scenarios to buff up the Lottie, or maybe he can use another Word Expedition to get another choose one card.
Wow, that's a lot of choose.
Oh.
Wow, Trending Torrent.
Yeah, I would pick Trending Torrent.
Yeah.
What
the
about
big
you?
reason is, of course, you want to get the Trending Torrent because you run the risk of, when you build up a board, you run the risk of those light bombs hitting them, and you want to just use up, force the priest to use up all the light bombs if possible, and then maybe you can like eke out enough damage and regain board control long enough to do damage yourself.
But the problem is he picked the Hidden Oasis.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know why, because the deck of Joffrey right now, or Henry Team Indonesia, is more of a Zoth deck.
Yep.
Right? It has Hakar the Soul Flare, the Zoth the Corruptor. So it's mostly building up your pool of Death Rattle cards, and then putting out the Zoth, and then copying him with Seance to get another the Zoth in the next few turns. So I wonder why he picked the Hidden Oasis.
Yeah, right now Thailand's Boban, I think he just wants to build up for the late game, because I think he's already expecting that we are going to see a very long Zoth game where they just run it unlimitedly, spawn the Zoth, and then you know what? What can the Druid do in that situation? You can do the unlimited combo with Kun, but other than that, you're just trying to outlast the priest at this point.
Right now, Popan already knows that Joffrey used the light bomb.
That's
There's
right.
already
One down.
One down. So
boys.
he's looking for another light bomb. A light bomb is one of the spells that were brought back,
That's
and
right.
it deals damage equal to the attack of the minions, right? So
look at that, going for the Kun already. That's a very early play.
Oh, that's a King Faris, very strong. And that's probably going to be in the next few turns. King Faris, I think that's why he picked the Hidden Oasis.
Right. Faris, basically he builds up someone's minions depending on how many spells you have in your hand.
Yeah.
And when you do that with a hand that has a Hidden Oasis and swipe, you get a lot of more value. And I think that's what he's going for.
What's in the cloning gallery? Wow. That's what you need. The Emperor Thaurissan. And you just need to discount some of the cards in your hand. But the problem is, we're looking at right now, there's no Zoth. There's only a Seance. It would be best if you had the Zoth, because you would discount it to 9, and the Seance would be discounted to 1. Therefore, you would, at 10 mana, you would exact mana to copy one Zoth. But this is actually increasing the death pool with the Cartoon Defender and the Convincing Infiltrator.
You want to get as many Death Rattle minions out as early as possible so that you can revive them later on for maximum damage. And that's what we're seeing right now. Although, of course, we are still seeing the good thing about the cloning gallery. Of course, when you bring out these minions, they're just copies. So these minions that you're seeing on the board, they're still in the deck.
Yes,
and that's very powerful, especially since the Death Rattle minions got duplicated.
Yes, and also, right now, it can be cleared by Popan by using a swipe. He got a copy of the Zoth, the Corruptor, by using the Mind Control tech. I'm pretty sure not the best card to get a copy of. And this is the right order of things, right? You have to get kill first the one with the Reborn.
You got the Reborn
first. Swipe. There you go.
Great order there. Exactly what you want. Although it does hit the 6/6, not the target you want to hit, but it's good enough for now.
And there you go. There's a Seance on the Zoth the Corruptor.
Thank you for that.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you. And it's time to Light Bomb.
Unity. Again, how many more light bombs? No more light bombs available for the priest. It will be a bit more difficult, especially when you drop the King Feores.
Yes.
What will the priest use to clear that? Do we have? We're gonna have to check if we have like copies of
Mass Hysteria.
Mass Hysteria. There
Mass
is
Hysteria.
no Mass Hysteria. I don't think.
There's Mass Hysteria.
Oh, yeah, there is.
For Mr. Cointaro.
Yeah, this is.
And he has 2 more.
That's right. That's
but
right.
the problem now, looking at Popan, is he has just 1 more spell right there. So when he summons a
It's
King
only gonna
Feores,
summon 1.
yeah, it's only going to summon 1. So being more proactive in terms of this this hand, probably he can use a Scenarius.
Do we want to call on the Zephyrus? Do you want to do that right now?
No, not really. No, because
nothing to deal with. Yeah.
Yeah, Zephyrus is more of a when you have something on the board, when
counter it, right?
Yeah, when you have to counter something on the opponent's board. So this is a good play when you put down a Scenarius. And look at that, the Forbidden Floop.
That's a powerful copy,
right? That's a 9-cost card into a 4-cost card, and with Osirian Tier already activated, that will give +2/+2 to any minion on the board.
Not to mention, it summons another copy of the two trends on the sides.
Yeah.
That's pretty powerful. We'll have to wait and see, though. Again, there is still a pretty strong board control card for the Priest, the Plague of Death.
Oh, that's so strong. Okay, this is a time that you would use probably a Zephyrus. Yes.
Yes, please.
Because but you have to first kill out the Cartoon Defenders right there, and then bring them down and remove the Reborn status.
Yeah.
And just probably use a Twisting Nether. Right. That would be good. That would be a good play right there.
Yeah.
A good clean play.
Get out
Plus-
those Reborns, yeah.
Plus, Anubis Defender is going to be 0 cost.
There you go. So you can have, whenever you play a really high-cost card, high-cost spell, more than 5,
Yeah.
Anubis Defender, you can just put that on the field. You have free taunt minions, which, again, you want to use to be able to withstand the storm of minions that are becoming from the Priest. Right now, though, no cards to copy the N'Zoth. That's a big
Yeah.
problem for the Priest.
And right now, as we're looking, if he uses on the next turn the Zephyrus, the Forbidden Floof is going to get a copy of Zephyrus. So that, I think that's the play right now.
Yeah.
Let's go. Here we go. The rope, man, the rope.
Yeah.
Oh, ABM is.
Whoa. Yeah,
Wow.
no.
Wow.
I see that right there. There's no Twisting Nether.
There's no Twisting Nether, man. Why?
Wow. I guess you can never really tell what Zephyrus is thinking, you know?
What does Zephyrus think? That's not the wish I had, man.
I know. Commonly, you would see a Twisting Nether, especially since you have 8 mana remaining after casting a Zephyrus.
That was a bad series of choices. Look, he was actually thinking,
I think he kind of...
wow, you wouldn't be able to clear with a Flame Strike. You can only get a copy with the Cabal Shadow Priest. No, that's bad RNG right there.
Yeah, Flame
for
Strike,
Popan.
Ziliax would be still alive, so I'm not really sure what Zephyrus is thinking.
Ziliax would be alive. The 2 convincing infiltrators would still be alive. Wow, I wonder.
A very interesting choice, but then again, that is the result of what you get, depending on the board state. Maybe the board state was a bit, maybe there were just a lot of minions as well for Indonesia, right?
Yeah. And I think for those of you who don't know, who are watching, Zephyrus only is activated by the board state, right?
Exactly.
So you can get choices only from the board state, not from your hand state, not from the opponent's hand state. This only effects on the board state. Look at it right now. So I wonder how Popan is going to react to this. He's looking at Keeper to Grove. Gives a silence and 2
That does
damage.
give a silence that can get rid of 1 proc and save 1 minion, maybe if you use it on the Convincing Infiltrator.
Yeah, that would be good, yeah.
Again, we can also think about, man, I feel bad for the Honkanto the Druid right now because you're not really going to get any value from King Feores. He's been itching to use that since earlier. It would have been a great swing.
Yeah, he missed 1 turn there. But the
Right.
problem is, if he was thinking of a possible removal from King Feores, well, he's going to be cleared. But it's actually a bait. one of the casters, one of the streamers that I was watching always said, there's no wrong threat. There's only wrong removals or answers.
Right.
So that was actually possibly a missed opportunity right there.
Again, we'll have to see how they adapt whenever something like that happens.
Wow. He only... Oh, wow. That was a wasted surger. Good copy. Okay, that's a good trade because that's what you call a value trade. And the order is right. And he gets the Cabal Shadow Priest removed.
That's best outcome right now coming in from the Druid, obviously. Even though, again, he's kind of lacking on defensive options. When the Priest runs out of those resurrections, of those defensive options, he can kind of just go straight to face non-stop right after. So.
Yes, that's right, Rockhard. And also, I think this is the time, man. This is the time.
Is it?
Yeah, this is the time for you to use King Fioris or Nourish.
You want to get more spells, maybe? That's what he's thinking about?
I'm thinking, let me see. Let me look at the deck of Popan right now, and let me see what he can use.
What else do we have?
What he can use right now?
Question.
No, he's running out of options.
He
right
is
now.
running out of options.
He's running out of options. I think the only thing that he can use right now is at least the Enlightened.
Yes, he's just waiting for that right now.
That's the only one that he can use effectively. And also, I'm looking at Joffrey from Team Indonesia. He has,
of the sound.
correct me, guys. Correct us. He has 2 more Plague of Depths.
Yeah, one is in the hand and one is still on the deck.
And there are 2 more Mass Hysterias.
That's still a lot of removal.
Yeah, that's
you gotta
4.
say, right?
Yeah, that's 4 mass removals right there.
How do you take this down?
That's going to be hard to remove. And he has 1 more Dissolve in the deck. So he has 1 more power snowball effect right there. So we're just going to have to wait for that. And actually, Popan throwing out the
There
cards.
you go.
It's a good choice.
Second play of death right there.
Oh, wow.
He is not afraid at all. And what is happening to Druid right now? He's running out of cards on his deck.
Okay, so that's right, Rockhard. What will King Fioris bring out if he uses it right now? So he can bring out 1 6 cost, 1 5 cost, and 1 0 cost. Those 0 cost is probably going to be a Wisp. 1 Wisp.
For sure.
There's no more Penguin. There's no more Penguin.
Yeah, last card on the deck, at least Enlightened.
Yeah. It's going to be a good copy.
It's going to be a good copy.
Yeah.
Of course, but again, after he used that, it's going to duplicate Fioris, it's going to duplicate the Fluke.
And the Baleful Banker, and you have a potential for unlimited value.
Unlimited value
Yes,
still.
yes.
Right.
Because Baleful Banker is probably going to bring back the Elise Enlightened into the deck.
Add a copy of it on the deck and draw it out again.
And it goes on a cycle.
So far, so good here again. The Priest also has that Dissolve, but it won't really do much help if it doesn't show up soon.
And as you can see, he drew out the Elise Enlightened, a golden one.
Yep, that's right.
I don't even have a golden Elise. But that's actually a good card to bring out right now, because that will give you at least how many power spikes?
Right.
Unlimited.
Unlimited. I was thinking maybe 4, but then I realized the Baleful Banker was there, so you can just
bring it back,
put the Elise back in the deck over and over again.
Yes.
Then you have unlimited value.
And also, you wouldn't have fatigue, man. And wow.
Yeah, you can maybe suffer 1 damage, but you're going to put a card back in the deck each and every turn anyway. So you're absolutely fine. He's going for it right now, I think.
And you have to do it every turn.
Yeah,
so
every turn.
Every turn. Just bring out 5/5. Bring out the Baleful Banker. Get another one back to your deck. And King Fioris, you don't have to really use it right now.
No hurry, no hurry.
Yeah, you can just put the Baleful Banker back. And you can
Beautiful thing about this is, again, you can just take time.
Yeah.
Because right now, even though you look like you're in a bad spot, you're not really. Right now, the Priest only has 2 Plague of Death on his hand.
Yeah,
with no offensive options.
And okay, once the Plague of Deaths runs out, is it? Do you call it Plagues of Death or Plague of Deaths?
I think it's supposed to be Plague. You know, you gotta go for the noun.
Plague of Deaths, right?
Plural.
Yeah, so that's right. Plague of Deaths.
Right.
But he has to remove this
He really
Crystal
does.
Merchant because he's gonna overdraw. If I think.
That's the only way that he's gonna go down here if he overdraws with the Crystal Merchant.
Oh, what's that? What's that? Oh, it's a Psycho Bomb. What is it going to bring out? That's off.
Not the best, but hey, if you can seance this, maybe there's a way back.
But looking at that turn from Indonesia, Thailand now knows that there is no seance into the Zoth right now, right?
Exactly.
Because if you put it down, it's a 4-cost card, and you put the seance, it would be 6 mana, just 6 mana. He has 10 mana, so that's actually intel right there.
Right. He obviously really knows what's up right now. And all you gotta do is play accordingly. No need to overreact. This is also a way to get rid of your Crystal Merchant. Don't forget.
Go, man. Go.
Yes.
Just please remove
Don't
your Crystal
forget.
Merchant right now.
Yes.
But probably it's going to be after 5-5 goes into the 5-5 at least goes into the Zoth. And it's reborn, right? So it's going to be a 5-1.
Okay.
That's a good turnout. 5-4 Harrison, Marsh announcer, that's going to be 6-5. Oh, yes, that's right. There you go.
So much. I was actually worried there that he wasn't gonna get rid of it. He wouldn't notice.
Oh, he has 3 removal cards,
Wow.
man.
Massive board removal in your hand. You just choose which one is which.
I wonder why Joffrey didn't use the Plague of Death.
That's actually, I was curious because this is not 100%.
Yes.
So you still have like 5 damage on the board that you gotta deal with.
Yeah.
You can heal that up a little bit, but other than that, again, you do not have that much. Wow!
One
King
more.
Fioris for
One
the,
more King Fioris
for
for
the
the
go.
Fluminense Floop. Let's
Wow.
go. Let's go, man.
That's great value.
What's
right
gonna
there.
happen? What's gonna happen? Whoa! There you go.
Yeah, the links, not really super.
Yeah, I think the links. And that's the 4-4 with I think that's a mage. I forgot the name of the card, but that's actually useless right now.
Yeah, these are just like basic cards. at
Yeah,
this
basic.
point.
I don't like the
These
Wisp.
are-
The Wisp.
the
like-
Wisp
No,
are-
the Wisp is the strongest one here.
Yeah, the Wisp wins games, guys. You gotta go for that. Always the Wisp. Of course, not much left here. Just go ahead and throw the damage out. Maybe copy the Elise if you're... But you don't want to use the Elise right away. So
Right.
He's thinking about it, though. I don't know why he's thinking about it, but usually you would.
No, but it's going to be a combo. It has to be a combo.
It has to be. You need
It
the
has to-
mana to do it, and right now he was at 6.
Yeah, it has to be a combo, man. So, but he has
Does
to,
have to innervate.
He has
yeah.
to innervate. So,
That's maybe he was thinking about. But then he thought, you know what? I have like 8 cards on my hand. I don't want to max out too early.
okay, this is the time, man.
Here we go.
This is where
Very
this is the crucial turn where Joffrey is going to use the N'Zoth the Corruptor. Okay, that's Henry Contarto from Indonesia. Oh, he used the Plague of Death instead. That's a 1 down.
Okay,
So
one down.
now that's intel again for Boban from Thailand. He knows there's
He's
only
counting.
1 more Plague of Death, 1 more Mass Hysteria.
Yes.
And he still has the Zoth the Corruptor on hand or on deck. So let's see how he reacts to this. He reacts to this probably by using the combo. Elise first, then Baleful, then just
refresh
and-
over and then
yeah,
over and over again.
over and over again.
So
and-
with that process, you're getting minions on the board, and you're still alive with for next turn over and over again.
but I think he's gonna use the
Okay,
Fioris
that's the fluke.
because he thinks that there might not be another Plague of Death. Oh,
But-
reckless experimenter right there. I think he has enough mana to do another round, but there's going to be 1 less Wisp right there.
Yeah, the Wisp it sounds weird, but they do some damage as well at this point. It's weird to say that the Wisp has value.
Yeah, the Wisp has value right now.
Yeah.
I think there's a Baleful Banker going back.
Okay, that's very critical. If you miss the Baleful Banker, that's it. That's the end
The
of your
whole
run.
play is not going to work. Oh, there's the second Mass Hysteria. There. So
that's beautiful.
That's beautiful, right? And I think he's just going to be reactive right now. It is really,
He has
really
no
hard,
choice.
man.
The priest is being pushed back here. Again, Quintaro. I don't know what else I'm gonna do here. Do you want to end this off right away? Because it can get cleared really easily as well with the Starfall.
I think he can use the Plague of Death or Mass Hysteria. Mass Hysteria can go for a full clear here, if I'm looking correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can go with a full clear, possible. But he has to do the clear, and he has to have the combo.
Goes for the Plague instead.
The combo has to be Emperor Thaurissan and a Seance. That's what he needs, man.
That's right.
So, right now, looking at his hand, it's not appearing anywhere. There's the second. There's another King Ferris. Wow!
The Leroy. That's a lot of damage.
Jenkins!
Wow.
6-2 charge into the face.
And without the whelps.
That's a Curio Collector. Look at that. Curio Collector, when you draw, this +1/+1.
Yeah, that's just gonna buff up each and every time.
Only if you have a at least
card on
Enlightened
your deck,
in
yeah.
your deck. But this is better. You know why? There are 4 Starfalls on his deck.
Yeah, the Starfalls are just accumulating in place of the Innervates. So that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
I
And
like that.
it gives you more value for your King Feoris, right?
Yep,
So,
absolutely.
oh, wow. Okay.
Wow.
Mass Resurrection, Mass Hysteria, or N'Zoth the Corruptor? He goes for it, man. Let's go.
And usually you want to reserve that N'Zoth, like when you have like really low HP, so you can make advantage of target defenders.
Yeah.
But at this point, he doesn't really have that much choice, does he?
Yeah, but what he did right now, I could have used the Mass Hysteria. I could have done that. But I would have probably delayed the game more to gain the Emperor Thaurissan and the Seance, the combo right there. But this is a very risky play from Joffrey, and we'll see how this is how Popan is going to react to this board right now. So right now, he can probably use a Starfall after removing the Reborn status of the Partoon Defenders, which is what he's doing right now. But the problem is there's going to be like 2/6 convincing infiltrators that will survive.
That's right.
So
that's still very difficult to get past this. This absolute monstrous wall is not easy. I mean, considering he's kind of lacking an option. You don't have a Seance, so you don't have a round 2 of this. So
I think just one. One will survive.
Yeah.
You can use the Starfall, kill the N'Zoth, because you really have to kill the N'Zoth, guys.
Yeah, right.
And roped. Alright. Wow, that's a full health. But that's not going to be too helpful for Joffrey. Let's see how is he going to go back? Right? How is he going to go back? He doesn't have a N'Zoth right now.
Unless, like, no, there's no way. He's run out of offensive options at this point, right?
Yes.
Using that without the Seance, I mean, I get it. He didn't really have that much of a choice.
Yeah.
But, you know, what other options does the police have at this point?
Oh, no, not much, man. Not much. You know why? Because Popan can do the combo yet again. At least
Elysiana, I think, is the only chance here.
Maybe if you get good cards.
You get lucky. I think that's a pretty thick deck still.
I think he has around 5 cards more.
Yeah.
So he did the Elise Enlightened, and he's going to do the Baleful Banker again, and he has another charge of King Feoris.
That's right. Still one charge. I think that King Feoris is going to come back over and over again at this point, because we do have like one other.
It's just going to keep on coming back,
it's just
man.
Gonna keep coming back.
That's the power of Elise Enlightened. Okay, it gives you a copy of the cards on your hand, and now he does this is a good start for him. Look at this. He clears, and he's going to use the Wisp, which I said is going to be one of the most powerful.
Yeah, clear out those one health minions with the Wisp. Absolute value right there.
Yeah, that's the value right there. That's how you use it. And convincing Infiltrator into Shadow Word Pain. It's going to prolong the game. Yeah, I'm seeing probably, as you said, it could be the Elysiana that could give him a choice.
Yeah, we still have a Hakar, Mass Resurrection as well.
Hakar?
But
wait, Hakar.
Hakar
is the win condition here right now.
Yes, exactly.
For Indonesia.
That's going to be a lot of Hakars in your deck when you're empty. You know, the Hakar the Soul Flare, it basically just multiplies whenever you draw it.
Yes.
So,
you're going to, and basically the Thailand player's deck, Popan's deck, is empty.
It's gonna be full.
So it's gonna be full of the soul. Hakar, the soul players, the bloods, bloods, erupted bloods. So
I'm very excited to see that. I don't know about you, but again, I want to see that cycle, and I want to see how the Druid deals with it. Because, again, it might look like Druid's winning right now, but when you get that card, gotta tell you.
Oh, there you go. I think that's the last.
That's the last one.
That's the last one. Last mass removal. And that's a good removal turn right there. Oh, that's perfect. But the problem is, again, there's going to... Wow.
Wow, those fatigue hits are really ramping up here. Just goes to show how long we've already been in this game.
I think it's going to be 8 next turn. So that's going to be...
That's gonna hurt.
That's going to hurt, man.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt. And we're not going to reach the turn 45, man. We're not going to reach turn 45.
That's not possible at this point with the cards that we currently have.
So now he's thinking, should he go double?
Just to save him from fatigue. I mean, that does make sense.
He's looking at four cards left.
Shuffle the wheel for banker? Maybe.
Maybe. But next turn, I think if Joffrey from Indonesia brings out or draws out the Hakar, the Soul Flare, that will give him a fighting chance.
Yes, it does. There he goes. Shuffle the wheel for banker just to protect himself from fatigue.
Makes sense. Because you need to get another copy of the Baleful Banker.
That's right.
That's a
You
good
can't
play.
run out of Baleful Bankers in your hand or else at least copy, at least duplicate. Is not
Yes, that's right. And you get a Katrina Muerte, which revives a friendly minion. What's that?
That's a pretty good revive.
That's a
I
good
would say.
revive.
I mean, not the best. You can pretty much get a Ziliax easily, as well as a corrupted infiltrator.
Yeah, the convincing infiltrator.
Sorry.
But this is the Bone Wraith, right? It already has a Reborn.
So
but
it will
it's
be
not
able
the best
to
one,
do
right?
some hits, right?
It's not the best one.
Exactly. That's the problem about that. So, we did not draw the Elise right away, but again, we are a little safe from fatigue once more. Starfall could kind of just damage it a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be a full clear unless you sacrifice your minions on the side of the Druid.
I think it's going to be double Starfall.
It will be, I think it will be double Starfall.
Double Starfall. But yeah.
Yeah, that kind of weakens the Feoris hits later on, but at this point, you don't really have that much of a choice. You don't want to lose minions if you're the Druid, because again, all of your options are from the King Feoris. These are pretty good hits. A 5/5 on the board is worth a lot more than just a random summon from a Feoris.
So that's right. And what he did right there is he saved the 2/2 bankers by hitting with the Elise Enlightened.
Yep.
Oh, forbidden words.
That's
okay, another combo. This is time for another combo.
You don't want to hit that fatigue at all. 2 hits of the fatigue and he's out.
But
exactly 8 and 9.
I have a problem right now, Rockhard.
Yep.
If it's going to replicate the whole hand, will it replicate from left to right, or right to left, or random?
That is a good question.
So, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen there. If he does that, the combo right now, there might not be a Baleful Banker there. So that's why King Feoris is probably a good turn right now.
That's right. Absolutely. So you don't want to mess up the duplications as well. That's the risk of this deck as well, right?
Yes.
Like, you have to have the exact amount of duplicates each and every time as much as possible.
And that's actually a pro move right there. I was not thinking of that. Oh, and he uses the King Feoris right there.
Oh, 2 innervates.
Wow. Okay.
2/5/5.
Ziliax. Is this Hakar?
It's gonna be Hakar.
But so much damage to the face, man. Come on.
That's a lot of damage. Plus
5, 7, 9, 11, 14 plus 4. That's going to be 18.
You know, the fun thing about that as well is you don't want to hit that. I'm just going to ignore it completely.
Yes.
You want to kill your Hakar? Go for the Ziliax. It's only going to get damaged by free.
Yes.
That's monstrous.
I think this is a good turn for Popan right now. He can just go face, man.
Yep.
You don't even have to kill the car right
No
now.
consequences at all.
Yeah, and there's no way to kill the car from Joffrey's side.
You're gonna have to go for the taunt, the one with the shield, because that's gonna be. You always have to attack that first. The game forces you to attack whoever has taunt.
Yes.
And the point here for Indonesia is they want to destroy the Hakar so it can give the corrupted bloods into the deck, inject them into the deck, which probably won't happen. But
Need a hand, Explorer?
maybe just trying to clear board.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have it right there. He doesn't have to attack that
He
one.
really didn't have to, but again, maybe just prepping the board for the next Peoris hit.
Yeah, I think it's for to get a space.
Yes.
To get
yes.
space for Elise Enlightened.
Oh boy.
Oh, wow.
boy.
Oh wow.
This will be able to proc the Hakar summon.
Okay. This is going to be
very critical.
a critical turn.
Oh
he
my
has
gosh.
he has to clear, or he has to get through the walls, but he's going to take 8 damage, 11 damage on the next turn. So I can't wrap myself around this kind of this is hard, man.
It's very difficult to see what the making process is here. 'Cause again, you do have to attack those taunt minions, and you can't just go face. So it will heal the priest as well with each death from that card.
But he has protection, guys. He has protection by using Archivist Feliciana.
Oh boy.
So it's still not finished, guys. We still have a ways to go.
Yeah, sure. I think we're forgetting a very big thing.
Yeah.
The priest is also weak, so he's gonna draw the blood.
Is it lethal? It's lethal.
I think it's lethal.
It's lethal.
Oh,
Yeah,
that kills already.
Okay, it's lethal.
Okay, first game goes over to the final land. That is gonna be Popan. Wow.
Wow, that's a good play right there, because I was thinking he was very careful in using the Starfall, because he wouldn't know which one would die from the convincing infiltrator.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be the big problem here. We're looking at that really long game, and so many things could have been played differently, but in the end.
Yeah.
Which target got taken out by the convincing infiltrator?
It's the Baleful Banker, right?
Baleful Banker.
Yeah, so
that's right.
The Banker saved the lethal right there for Popan, and he got the win against Indonesia's Joffrey. So that was a good match right there. We're going to see which ones are going to be...
Because that was a long game.
Look at the highlights, guys.
And early on, we were seeing that maybe this could have been a priest turnaround with the corrupted blood, but it just came in way too late. I think it was second to the last. And at that point, you know what? There was no way the priest was going to survive long enough for the corrupted blood to really sink in.
And also, it was nearly at the bottom of the deck, man. It's like 3 cards left. It was like 4 cards left before he got the R. That was actually one of the win conditions that he had. And it was too late. And the cycle right there was too powerful. The cycle from the Druid from Popan is too powerful. The Elise, Baleful Banker, that's going to be infinite, guys. It's really, really hard to beat. So
yeah. And looking at the deck list, we were actually looking for counters to that infinite scenario, if ever it did arrive. And yeah, the Hakar was it. Yeah. But then again, at the end of it, there was just no other way for you to really fish that out for Priest. So that's how it was played out.
So that's going to be the first match, and we're going to take a break. And we're going to see the next match after this break between Thailand and Indonesia, guys. So see you in a bit. Welcome back, guys. This is the 30th Southeast Asian Games coverage of Hearthstone group stages, and I'm Excelsior PH. With me is
Rock hard, and we just saw a very, very long match here. Indonesia versus Thailand.
And that was a win for Mr. Popan from
right.
Thailand, and he won with a quest Druid, and it was very, very, how do you say this? He knew the ins and outs of the game, or the ins and outs of the deck.
He really had a good grasp of how to operate that Druid without running it into fatigue and without missing a beat. Whenever, of course, he did kind of get into fatigue here a little bit. He did reach like 6 damage, right? But overall, it did result to a good outcome. So
And we're going into the match right now. This is going to be Thailand versus Indonesia. Thailand on the bottom, Indonesia on the top. And we can see that he is now using what we have. Boy, told you a while ago. This is Evolved Shaman.
There you go. So, reason why this is again so highly coveted is because one of those cards right there, the Desert Hare, which does summon 2 copies of itself. It's a free cost minion, which you can evolve very early on. Because of course, evolve is only a 1 cost card. You can go ahead and add it right away on turn 4. Of course, no evolve just yet. But sometimes you can always kind of cheat that out with the spirit of the frog and with the help of the coin, which he does not have right now.
And right now, as we can see, he can just put another totem right there. But we're going back to Joffrey from Indonesia. He is still using that control priest with Nazoth, right? So it's a Nazoth Akar priest. Very, very hard matchup for Evolved Shaman. If Thailand's Popan doesn't have that power spike, as we have said a while ago. So, Novice Engineer, let's see. Another Spirited Frog.
Yeah, the really quick power spikes is what you want to do here. I mean, even if you miss out with the Desert Hare, maybe if you can just build up with a really big board there and just activate Bloodlust and then get some damage in. And hopefully the Priest doesn't have a ton of removal, but then again, at this point, you don't really have that much option aside from Massive Scenario at turn 5.
And that's right. And even though he doesn't have the removal right now, he put down a big wall, and that's a convincing infiltrator. That's going to be 2/6, and then has a death rattle, and the death rattle will remove any minion on the side of Thailand's Popan, and it's going to be really, really hard for him to kind of answer this. How would you play this, Rawhard?
Yeah, that's a good point. You don't really want to run your minions into a 2/6 convincing infiltrator. Not only does it doesn't do much, but it also kind of ruins your bloodlust for a later turn. A better play would be maybe to just, save it for a little later. Just keep your minions there and maybe just try to eke out some spells for your deck.
And what's good about the side of Joffrey from Indonesia, he has the whole setup right here.
Oh, yeah.
He has the Psychopomp. He has the Shadow Word Death. Guys, Shadow Word Death will destroy that 8/8 man. And let's see, it's going to be, there you go, Shadow Word Death. 8/8 is done. That's the first one. And a Forbidden Words towards the Spirit of the Frog.
Yeah, that's pure value right there, free mana to get rid of an 8/8. Don't mind if I do. Not to mention the bonus of removing a frog, which does it is very super useful in getting all the spells that the shaman does need to get that win condition.
So the Sludge Slurper is going to bring a lackey. It's what I hope for a lackey right here is a witchy lackey to get, or an ethereal lackey, one of those. But right now he only got the Kobold lackey, which deals 2 damage to Battlecry to any of the opponent's side, maybe the minion or the face. But what I'm talking about here is Indonesia's Joffrey is secured, a bit secured. Why? Because if the convincing infiltrator dies, he brings out the Cycle Bomb, and there's going to be another convincing infiltrator with Reborn, and that's going to be another layer of protection for him.
Yeah, that's a double chance to get 2 minions. At this point, I think Indonesia wants the convincing infiltrator to die so he can resurrect it back up with all that Reborn perks as well. Again, Psycho Pump revives 1 minion randomly out of the minions that already died on the field. And at this point, it's going to be 100% sure that it's going to be the convincing infiltrator.
Yes, and just again, as you said, nobody died yet. Oh, he put down a cartoon defender. It's going to change now. So if the cartoon defender dies, there's going to be the cartoon defender of the death pool, and there's a Thunderhead drawn out from Popan. That's the Thunderhead. It brings out 2 1/1s with Rush if you overload. But right now, looking at the hand of Popan, he doesn't have any more overload cards that he has, except for the Lightning Storm. So that's...
want to save that maybe.
Yeah, save that later, right? for later, right? If it, for example, there's a Xerx Scrolling Gallery, you have a full of 1/1s. But let's see how he's going to react.
Yeah, not really worth it for a board that has an Infiltrator and a Carton Defender. As much as you want to clear this early on, you don't want to use that right away. And again, Xerx Scrolling Gallery is a real threat here for Fireland as well. So they got to be very mindful of which cards he plays at this point.
Oh wow! So he plans to remove.
Oh wow!
The 2 minions on the side of Indonesia, and it's going to be the Sludge Slurper into the Cartoon Defender, one of the 1/1s into the Convincing Infiltrator. They just keep on gamble, just keep on getting face. After that, let's see who dies after this.
It's a 1 in 6 chance.
Wow, are you gonna roll? Oh, don't! Oh! Wow! Wow!
Goodbye.
That's bad RNG for Fireland for getting the second giant removed. That's 2 giants removed, man.
Yeah, right. Again, he was trying to go for value, just putting the giant on the board, but at the same time, he didn't get the value because it was taken out by the Convincing Infiltrator. So maybe, at the end of the day, maybe you shouldn't have put that giant down.
Again, it's the threat. No, but it's the RNG that
it's a 1 in 6 chance.
Right,
obviously.
that's right. And now it's a Psycho Pump on the side of Indonesia. That's the possible play right here. But because why? He may bring out a Cartoon Defender or a Convincing Infiltrator.
A little waste if it goes to the Cartoon Defender. Yes. Already has Reborn. Yeah.
So I'm wondering how the mechanics will go. Will it still gain double Reborn? Or will it just gain one?
No, I actually tried it before. It doesn't get double Reborn. As much as everyone would really like that. But at this point, yeah, I think the healing is okay, but of course there is no quest, right? So it would have been more value if this was a quest card, but they don't really want to. They want to save that one space for later,
for
a different card. Right?
Yeah, for a different card, and that would be more useful in this kind of deck. But right now, the chances of winning for Popan is greatly decreasing as he goes through the whole game. And there's going to be the Sandhoof Waterbearer from the side of Indonesia. That's going to be healed randomly at the end of the turn for 5.
Yeah.
That's going to be a good healing tool for Joffrey right there.
Yeah, you see all the damage those minions did? All of those are going to get healed right back up at the end of the turn.
But it may go to the Sandhoof afterwards if he goes on attacks.
Yeah. So he's thinking about that.
Yeah, there you go, the Psycho Bomb.
Okay, that's a money shot. That's where you want the Reborn buff on.
That's the value right there. The value. And it's actually a risk of you bringing out 2 Psycho Bombs. Or 1 Psycho Bomb is probably enough in the deck.
Yeah,
especially in this one. Because it might get Mass Resurrected. It might get Psycho Bomb into Psycho Bomb.
Ah, that's the worst.
Oh, there's one of the mutates, or is it 2 mutates? Let me see if there are 2 mutates on the deck of this guy. Oh, yes, he has 2. He has 2. So, right now, the Thunderhead is not...
it for the hair.
Yeah, the hair. It's going to be Frog into Mutate, and you get the Evolve.
Okay, so we'll have to wait and see if he's going to go for it, because he definitely can at this point. Still will run a risk of a lot of minions going down early on. Because of, again, the Convincing Infiltrator with the Reborn. That just puts a damper on the plans of Fireland here. Again.
So I think this is a missed opportunity right here. He could have used the Death Rattles right here on the left and right. And put on the hair.
Well, here we
because
go.
he would have 1 more 1/1 on the board. There you go. Should do that. Right?
More damage.
Oh, he missed one.
He missed
He missed one.
All right, that's fine.
Okay.
does
He
get-
could have killed one.
Wow, that's a lot of missed opportunities for that rogue
And
play.
look at that. That's a grand mummy. I'm like, the generous mummy. The generous mummy decreases the value of your opponent's hand by 1. That's
would
one of
just-
the worst reborn minions, man.
Yeah, I would just say thank you if I was Indonesia at this point. Like, all right,
Okay.
I'll do my very best with this blessing you have given me. And they are, I mean, it looks really bad to some people, maybe. To most people, maybe it looks kind of bad here because of the board state. But you have to think about the cards that are currently in the hands of Indonesia. There's a Plague of Death and a Mass Resurrection. So this board can go snap in the blink of an eye here.
Yeah, that's even though Popan from Thailand already has a lot of minions on the board, like he has 7, man. That's the maximum number of minions that you can have. It can easily be removed with the Plague of Death. Wow, probably not the Light Bomb. Plague of Death, I would use it. I would use it right now. But I think he's going for the Light Bomb. That's good. But the 2-5 is going to survive, right? 2-5, 2-4.
Okay, there you go.
Light Bomb.
Light Bomb. Thank you very much.
There you
no
go.
need to use the Plague of Death. Maybe you can save that for a rainy day. That's what you
Yeah. Oh, he goes raise. That's actually a good turn because that's not a missed opportunity for Jotham right there.
Okay,
Right.
so
He doesn't
we
have to trade, right?
No absolutely need to trade. No need to waste that proc on the
Convincing
death rattle.
infiltrator, yeah.
Very beautiful. One of the best death rattles in this game, I gotta say, in terms of taking out single target units.
Yeah, and looking at this, there's a Microtech controller, one of the multipliers that the deck, the Evolved Shaman deck can have.
Yeah.
They have 2/1 on Microbots, and there's a Soul of the Murloc. I mean, this is one of the more aggressive type of decks. Yeah. Oh, it hits the 1/1. Very good.
That's the damage coming in. And again, we still have to deal with that infiltrator. Don't forget that will kind of lessen the impact of Bloodlust in this coming turn. So don't forget, we still have one copy of Evolve. But obviously, Bloodlust is, you want to save that for like for the big grand finale, right?
Yeah, but I'm thinking that Joffrey is already way ahead right now. Looking at its hand, he has the Plague of Death.
And Mass Res.
And has Mass Resurrection. But he's going to play it a bit more conservative, as I'm seeing right now. But as you can see, Popan already has just 1 card. He's running out of fuel, man. He's running out of fuel. And you have all the removals. I could have used the Plague of Death right there.
And just remove all of the passives for the death rattle, rather.
Yeah.
And you do run the risk of your just overdrawing. That's the big risk when you have like a really low cost deck like the Shaman has, where you want to churn out much damage early on. Whenever you churn out everything, like card draw is a big problem at this point here.
Yeah.
Except for like the Frog, what else do you have for card draw, right?
Yeah, he only has the Novice Engineer, the Frog, and some spells. But right now, I'm not sure how he's going to react to this board. A premature Bloodlust would be iffy, because it would be awkward. Because you would likely want to use a Bloodlust to gain lethal.
Yeah.
So, I don't know how he's going to use this. He may use the 2/1/1s to remove the Convincing Infiltrators.
But you'd also run the risk of removing the Thunderhead.
Yeah,
That kind of
that's right. And he may use the Bloodlust to just probably remove the 5/5. Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe throw in that mech, that 1/1 Death Rattle mech. Instead of this one?
Yeah, I think he's going 3/6 into the 5/5 and then 2/1 into the... Alright. There you go. Oh, did it miss? Did it miss?
Oh, missed 2. No,
oh,
you
the
got it.
APM is
There
good.
you go. Good
APM is good. APM is good.
Alright.
Okay, I think it's time for the Plague of Death.
Clear it, and then there's nothing.
That's it, that's it.
That is the only...
Plague of Death, then heal
That's the
yourself.
best play.
Just like putting a nail
in the coffin, right?
Nail in the coffin,
yeah,
right?
for sure.
Oh, what? Oh, Light Bomb. Okay.
I guess it kind of does achieve almost the same one, but you still have like things to deal with. Maybe for Indonesia, that doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, good decision making here coming from Koetar.
I think Oh, I get this is the power spike has already gone away because
It's not great anymore.
Yeah, Joffrey had managed the first few turns very well. Mass resurrection. Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay.
Look, that's a 3-1 cycle bomb that I was talking about.
Yeah, it hurts, doesn't it?
Yeah, right. That's not. Oh, Stormbringer.
Okay.
Stormbringer, and that's why he's keeping the Plague of Death.
That's right. Just for in case the Stormbringer does.
Wait. Hero power
Don't
first.
want to do that right away.
Hero power first.
Get
of
one
course.
more additional legendary minion. Stormbringer changes all of your minions into a random legendary.
And of course, don't forget to attack first. There we go.
Here we go.
Wow. Armadillo. There's a. I forgot what card is.
That's Anka the
That's
Bird.
Anka the Bird, yeah. Anka the Bird. You have Nat Bagel, you have Nozari, and you have the Beast that brings out the 3/3 Finkel Einhorn, Armadillo, Nat
Not much
Bagel.
use, yeah, but not bagel. Surprisingly, I mean, most times when you say not bagel, a lot of people just kind of wince because, But at this point, maybe that's what he needs. He needs more hands, more cards in his hand. And there is a 50% chance of that happening.
There's the Plague of Death. Oh, wow. Everything is just canceled out.
Wow.
And there you go. There's the one of the ways that Bopan can win this this matchup. Katrina Merde brings out what? Convincing Infiltrator? Yes!
Oh!
Yes.
Everything lining up perfectly for Indonesia so far.
Yes.
Wow.
The stars have aligned.
He knows it.
The win goes to Joffrey from Indonesia. That's Quintardo right there. He wins.
So we are at a 1-1.
1-1, guys. Oh my gosh. This is actually one of the matchups that you can see. As I said, if you have a control deck against Evolved Shaman,
That's what happens
maybe
like half of the time.
Yeah, maybe
at
you
least.
can win, maybe you won't. If you have the right cards at the right time, that's when you win. So
That's right.
I don't know. That's a 1-1 between Joffrey and Popan. And that was really a good match. Here are the game highlights.
And it was really impressive what he was doing in the beginning. But then again, that is what usually looks like when you have a shaman, evolved shaman, pushing and punching early on. But eventually, these kinds of decks do run out of fuel, especially when you have a good amount of board clear, which we knew from the previous game. This deck from Indonesia's Koetarto has almost all of the removal options available for Priest.
I was thinking that he has the right cards. When you have a convincing infiltrator and you have a psychopath, that's it, guys. That's it. You have the right cards right there because you can revive the convincing infiltrator, and then you can remove one of the cards from the side of the enemy.
Yeah, especially when there are no previous minions that did go down in the earlier phase. That's a sure 100% infiltrators revival, and you get a lot of those in the res pool. Then usually every time you res something, it's an infiltrator.
And he could have resurrected a cartoon defender, but he was lucky enough to get another infiltrator, and he saved the Plague of Death right at the exact moment when Stormbringer was used. So that was a great turn for Quintardo. So let's see how this is going to be going to go with the matches. They can't use the Zod Hakar Priest for Quintardo, and for Popan, he now can't use the Quest Druid. So there are a lot of other options. What are the options that he can have right now? Rockhard.
For Koentarto, I think we still have the Control Warrior. We also have a Druid as well. So very similar deck lists here for both of these players. But I think we might, depending on how comfortable they are, maybe I think I would stick with Shaman.
Yeah.
Maybe I would go for Shaman. Shaman Mirror most likely is what's going to happen if I am reading this correctly.
I want to see the Shaman Mirror between the two because I want to see which one gets luckier in terms of the draw. Because as you can see, Popan was actually lucky in getting all the right cards at the right time.
Yes.
But the problem is, the same goes for Quintardo to get all the right cards at the right time to answer what's on the board. So let's see if there's going to be an Evolved Shaman. Which one of the players gets the whole combo first, the Desert Hare, plus the Evolve, plus a Sea Giant. Wow.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Speaking of Sea Giants in that last game, every Sea Giant just went down without ever fighting. I think if they didn't hit the Sea Giants, maybe that would have been a completely different outcome, because 8 damage early on is what the Shaman wants. You want that early game damage, especially at the point where the Priest can't really fight back yet.
Yes, and I'm hearing right now the next game between the two players. So let's see. We'll see. Maybe Popan will be able to use one of the other decks. Oh, he still sticks. It's the mirror match
There we
we're
go.
talking about, man.
Called it as predicted.
It's
and
the
we
mirror
will-
match.
We'll have to wait and see, because usually we always have fun with Evolve Shaman mirror matches. 'Cause it's so volatile, right?
But,
It can go either way in the blink of an eye.
But there's a quest activated on the side of Joffrey right here. That's
hope you like my
Corrupt the
invention.
Waters. If you complete the quest with 6 Valkyries, you get a new hero power in which you can activate all the Valkyries twice within a turn.
Yeah, sounds small, but that is one of the most powerful hero power quests in this game so far, which really turns the tides of a lot of battles, especially if you have a deck that has a lot of face damage, like that deal damage, like right here. Imagine doing that twice to your face, and then over and over again with unlimited
Of
lagging
course it's the
generation,
right way.
which this deck from Indonesia does, I think, will have.
So right now, what Joffrey brought out, oh my gosh, this is going to be super epic, guys.
This is
yes,
everything.
Yes, yes, yes. Desert Hair,
Hair,
Coin, Evolve, Power Spike, right there, man.
On
That's
turn
it.
3, bro.
And also on the side of Joffrey, he has Desert Hair into Evolve as well. So whoever has the more favorable outcome from both of the players, like the more favorable forecast cards, I don't know which ones are going to be best.
That's a good question, but you also have to think about the Mogu info flesh eater here.
He can get it out.
Yes, early
Get it
on.
out, man.
Because of the amount of minions on the board, the cost of that card right there just goes down.
But it can only go down to 1.
Little time.
So he's thinking if he would do the Voltaic Burst twice to get to 1 cost Mogo Flesh Shaper, or
Desert Hair,
Desert Hair,
Coin.
Coin. Oh, he's going for the bigger 8.
What?
Wait, he's being conservative.
Wow, the conservative play here coming from Werit Poban from Thailand.
So that's a conservative play right there. I wonder why he didn't go for the big power spike. Maybe because there's 1 cost minions that could bring out a Doomsayer.
No, that's true. I have seen that happen before.
Yeah, it has happened to me a lot of times.
Yeah.
So
You know what's
that's
funny?
really funny, man.
It also happened to one of our athletes here in Gia, in the combine, where we saw some Filipino sports players play. He was going for the win already, then he got transformed into
Doomsayer. So that's
Turned
one of the
out.
problems when you do when you evolve a 1 cost minion into a 2 cost minion.
Yes.
It can become any of the 2 cost minions. There's a chance, but it's a small chance.
Very small chance.
But if you get it, you're very unlucky. So let's see how he does this. I think there was a different play right there. I wasn't thinking of that play. Desert Hair plus Coin into Evolve would have been the play, but he's probably going for that turn, the next turn.
Little time.
Maybe he wants to save the Evolve for more, a bigger play. Maybe he thought the Evolve was premature there. But again, that's not what the font of Indonesia.
Whoa, that's going to
Double
be
Evolve.
Wow! And convincing him
hello
again.
Deja vu.
Why are you here, man?
Wrong game.
That's
was
from the
past
freeze. That's from the past game, and you're coming back again to give Joffrey an advantage, a kind of advantage, because you can get to remove any big minion, possible big minion.
Yeah.
But here's the big power spike that we were talking about a while ago. It's going to be Desert Hair, Mogo Flesh Shaper, Coin, Evolve, and you get an 8 cost minion on the board.
Wow.
Through the
Alright.
Evolve,
We'll
8
see
costs, you get this is 1 cost, it's 2 costs, 2 costs, 1 cost, and 3, 4 costs, and 1 hit.
Get
Man.
some damage in before you evolve it. Usually is the general rule. We can do
Are
damage.
Are you gonna zap this? I can zap this if I want. Yes, I would.
Before evolving.
I would zap this. I
Right,
would.
right.
I would. Come on.
Okay,
Yes.
he's thinking about it. There are
Yes.
only two options at this point.
Yeah. If either you go all in or you don't. Come on. There you go. Going into evolve. Oh, the
that's
right
gonna be a
minion.
powerful evolve here.
Job done. Is there a charge? Is there a charge? He's looking at it.
No charge, I think.
There's
Alright.
there's
Oh, there
Charger
is
Akali.
Oh
man.
my. That's a very powerful charge right there.
That's Akali the Rhino right there. That's the power spike that we were talking about. Oh my gosh.
Alright,
Look at
so
that.
there is still some fighting chance here coming in.
That's a
from
regenerated
Indonesia.
thug. Yeah, I've seen that being used in arena if you draft it, but in constructed it's a bit weak.
It is.
But yeah, it's good. That's a good draw.
At this
right
point, it's gonna do the job as long as it doesn't go down right away.
And you have the Tasty Fin right there. You can bring out the two Sludge Slurpers,
which will turn into more minions ready and ripe for Stormbringer.
Yes. So the Stormbringer is going to be activated in the next few turns.
Whoa! There you go. That's thank you. That's basically Indonesia with a thank you there with a Tasty Fin. What we mentioned earlier will be on the side of Indonesia. Whoever wants Thailand though, what do you do from this point?
So you can do if you're Bopan right now, you can just do Valley trades by possibly using the 2-1, the 3-2. Mogul Flesh Shaper has to go. You can imitate one if one gets damaged, 3-5, right then the regenerated thug. So 2-1 to the 3-2, 3-5 to 3-2 Mongol Flesh Shaper. You have to kill the 0-2 totem, and then you can probably mutate one of those cards.
Yeah.
And next turn, that's a setup for a Stormbringer, or then turn 7, or you can do a Stormbringer again. So,
Right away, I mean, you want to save the Voltaic Burst, obviously, for the next one. So maybe turn 7 would be a great opportunity. At that point, you also won't be overloaded. So I think this is usually a very passive turn here. Maybe get rid of the totem, and then just, you know.
And he has to remove that 3-2 Mogul Flesh Shaper and probably mutate it. I mean, I would mutate it right now because I mean, I would want to have the advantage.
But looks like he will just be saving it again for a rainy day, maybe after the Stormbringer. Maybe get a higher value minion to mutate. So overall, it was a bit risky because he fought, you know. I mean, Thailand doesn't know that Indonesia didn't have like a evolve present. If there was, it would be very risky to leave that door alive.
And right now, this is what I'm talking about. Sludge Slurper is going to get drawn from the Murloc Tasty Fin. And this one more, and he's going to finish the quest. The quest,
Easy
5 out of 6. Battle cries are going to be doubled. Hog Slosher finishes it off. And you're going to have a new hero power. And that's going to be Corrupt the Waters is converted into a new hero power right there. Doubles the Battle Cry, the Heart of Bernal.
And it's also very smart to bounce back the mind control tech in case something, you know, weird comes out from the challenge where you might pop up 4 or 5 more minions. Even if there is a Stormbringer, what happens when you take out one of them? And don't forget, this is a double battle cry if Indonesia wants it.
And that was actually a good turn right there, because he gets to get the double Sludge Slurper, finish the quest, convert one of your minions into a higher cost minion. That's already the 5-2. It's not going to be the best because it's a 3 to 4 cost.
Yes.
It's a battle cry minion.
Battle cry minion,
but it's not really the best one. So Popan has to do value trades right now to get ahead. Oh, he's going to use it. Okay.
Without Voltaic Burst.
Oh wow, that's probably not going to be the best one. Yeah, he has to convert.
Still have a mutate.
He has to convert that 4-4 right there into a 6-6, and has to zap the 5-2.
I mean, at that point, you would just force. Usually, you want to do, as we said earlier, Voltaic Burst, with the Stormbringer, but again, we're kind of, if you lose control of the board at that point, you are not gonna get it back.
And as we said a while ago, if you're able to answer the power spike of the Evolved Shaman, then in the next few turns, you will probably have a higher chance of winning. And I'm seeing Joffrey from Indonesia. He has a Shuttle Walk right there. Shuttle Walk, and he has a Life Bringer. So, that 8-8...
That's not gonna do much, especially
Yeah.
if you have like powerful minions like the Life Drinkers to just get back all the damage that's gonna be coming from that Sea Giant. And then while that's happening, we can deal damage to face. That's what. And I think Indonesia is just gonna have a field day here.
Yeah, he's going to use a Faceless Lackey. And the Life Drinker. Oh, the Immortal Relay, the Kobold Mage, and you have the Life Drinker right there. Oh, so much damage. And he just has to do the damage in the face. He doesn't have to trade right now. He just has to go face damage.
There's no way you're gonna deal with this board at this point. And what other cards do we have left? I think just a lightning storm.
He doesn't even have a mind control deck right now. So the power spike, it's already passed.
It is way past.
Yeah. So let's see which deck, which card. Oh.
All
Okay,
right. That's
wow.
gonna refill your hand really quickly.
Yeah, he gets a Faceless Lackey, he gets a Life Drinker, he gets a Kobold Lackey. So all those Battlecry mages will get duplicated right there.
Alright.
And I wonder why, there was a, what? There,
could have activated it.
Yeah, he could have activated the double.
The Heart of Renault.
Wow.
Alright, but again,
the order was wrong. Yeah.
Weird
I would say that the order was wrong. He could have gotten two more Kobold Lackeys.
Yeah. And then maybe could have got one for the finish right away afterwards, right?
Right. And also two Faceless, two Life Drinkers, two Faceless Lackeys. And that's the win.
Yeah.
He knows.
He knows it. And that will be the win. Indonesia, a 2-1 victory against Thailand there with the Evolved Shaman Mirror. Like we said, always fun to watch that in action.
Yes, and the Evolved Shaman mirror match, as we have said a while ago, is what we were expecting because it's probably the one that's shielded. So we got there, we saw it, and the other one, Joffrey, had a successful evolve with a convincing infiltrator. And
that was fun, though. That was
fun,
really
man.
fun.
He got to remove the power spike from the big evolve that was done by Popan, and he got, he got the better of Popan right there.
Yeah, you gotta always just get into the right decision when and when to evolve, and where to evolve. I think there were a few opportunities where an optimal evolve was not used up. Plus, the Stormbringer, maybe he just got too conservative too early. And we will have game highlights here and see which one. Maybe where did it go wrong? I think most of it was just from this big carry.
This is the power spike, right? We were talking about a while ago. This is the power spike. He got Akali, but he doesn't have a rush minion. I was expecting him to bring out the Zilliax, but in his deck, he didn't put any rush minions right there. That could have been a good card, because Akali gives you +5/+5. And here's the last few turns where he actually misplayed right there by not activating the Barista Lichen.
It didn't really matter at that point, because he knew that Thailand was at the end of its ropes. It was real sad he couldn't even activate the Spirit of the Frog at that point. It could have maybe had one, and maybe if we had a Zap or something, or maybe just play Murloc.
Yeah,
Murloc.
the Murloc card will gives Death Rattle to the minions of the board.
And then get a free cost card, which is Lightning.
Yeah.
Again, otherwise we would have actually seen a lot of really explosive turns there, but it wasn't really the play of Quest Shaman at the same time, right?
Yeah.
You have the evolution option, but at the same time, the big play is wow.
Nah, that's a big play right there.
That was the biggest play.
That's the biggest play right there. You use the evolve and you get a Vargoth right off the evolve, and you do another evolve again, and he gets the convincing infiltrator. That was the best play right there, and that was actually a tide turner for Joffrey to win against Thailand. Oh, wow, that was an exciting match. Those were exciting 3 matches right there. The first 3 matches we casted for this day. This is day 1 for the esports event.
That's right.
Yes, and again, if you're just watching, this is the 30th Southeast Asian Games coverage of Hearthstone. The group stages we just saw Indonesia versus Thailand.
Absolutely beautiful. Again, we cannot wait to see more. When we come back, we actually will. And don't forget, tune in here again. I am Rockhart.
And I'm Excelsior PH. We're going to see you in a few.
The true heroes behind the SEA Games. To acknowledge the dynamic roles of its workforce and volunteers, let's all watch this.
Mic check. Mic.
Hello, mic check.
Mic.
Ah,
Mic,
sorry.
mic.
Nakabi mo na sa likod.
And we are back, ladies and gents. It is the 30th Southeast Asian Games coverage of Hearthstone Esports. I'm Rockhart.
And I'm Panda User.
Alright, looks like we're going to be having fun with Panda User here today, and it's going to be some of the best Hearthstone players here that we have to offer. And
So-
as you can see right there.
Yes, well, okay. So it's going to be Gia D, our female PH representative, versus Mr. Yu from Malaysia.
That's right. It should be a lot of fun, considering we have seen both of these players have huge strides as well in the international scene. And now we will see them go head-to-head here. Yeah, it's going to be Malaysia versus the Philippines.
Wing Ken Yu from Malaysia.
There you go. Being called up onto the stage here.
Yes. The very intense face.
Should be very, very cool.
All right, Miss Gia D and Mr. Wing Ken Yu, you can now shake your hands as a sign of good sportsmanship. Thank you once again, Miss Jacinta D and Mr. Wing Ken Yu. You may now proceed to your respective booths as we begin another round of Hearthstone action.
And I think we may now proceed into getting this game underway. And Gia D versus Wing Ken Yu, and Philippines versus Malaysia.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see both of these players. Mr. Yu carrying a very big poker face right there, and Gia as well. But seeing as both of these players have actually brought the same types of decks, so I'm excited to see. I mean, will there be a mirror match? Will there be a counter
Will there be an advantage or disadvantage between these two players?
Yeah.
We'll see in the upcoming game.
Because we did see a lot of very big similarities in their deck list.
Yeah.
I think I only saw just one or two big difference. I think both of them not really mattering as much. I think what's going to matter as much more here is going to be how they play.
Yeah.
And seeing Gia throughout the years, obviously, a lot of us, not just watching her play and listening to her really analyze here, have already gotten to know how her thought process kind of work in these situations.
Yeah, so like I've said, like both of these players are carrying mirror matchups, but then again, it's going to be a thought process of how I'm going to clear the board, how I'm going to save up my cards, and how am I going to win the game basically.
Are we going to see a lot of controls? Evolve Shaman again?
Of course, definitely. I think when we've seen the deck list, everybody has brought like an evolved shaman. It's like it's impossible.
It's the staple.
It's a staple. Yeah. I mean, what I've seen here, even in the last match before the game before, when I watched it, it's about who can actually burn out each other first.
That's
if
true.
you lose your cards first, your hand per se, if you lose those cards and you lose your board, you basically lose the game.
Yeah, in the highest level of play, usually you don't want to cheese. You don't want to cheese too much.
Yeah.
A lot of our players here in the big stage kind of want to play conservatively a lot of the times, and that will be the tendency. You don't want to.
Yeah.
You don't want to. Sometimes you can overthink yourself when you're in like a big crowd, when you're in the big stadium with everyone just cheering behind you. Sometimes that can affect your decision-making process, and of course, a big factor in being a professional player, a professional athlete, is of course being able to cope with that. And I think we'll definitely see here which one of these players are going to be able to do just that.
Yeah, I mean how they cope. And I think we're gonna get into the game.
Yeah, very, very shortly here.
Oh, yep, there it is.
There you go.
Okay. I think Gia's running the Evolved Shaman and
I did see
Mr. Yu. Oh no, they're both running the Shaman.
Both of them.
Yeah,
We did see the frog and we did see the Thunderhead.
Yes,
so
go.
this is gonna be there's a big possibility that this is gonna be a very quick match. Again, Philippines versus Malaysia. Shaman versus Shama. It is D versus you.
Yeah, so good starting hand with Mr. Yu. I gotta give it to Mr. Yu. Like, as soon as he draws immediately the Stormbringer. So right here, I mean, he could have the advantage, but then again, he doesn't have minions to fill up the board. And like you said, you can't be too cheesy about these things.
Absolutely.
You can't overcommit to the board because if you get cleared almost immediately, you might lose your advantage right there.
Absolutely. I feel like you want to just keep this. You usually want to reserve these buffs for later on. So I'm not really super happy with the early pick on the Stormbringer here. But who does that? Who mutates right away on turn 2?
Was he betting on this? Like that's actually
a great drop.
That's a great mutate right there, because if he gets like 2 minions, like even the lackeys, it could mean more spells, more advantage over your opponent.
Yeah, and you can build your board early on with the help of that.
Yeah.
And this is something that's not very easy to clear here for D, unless she really has to use the Voltaic Burst, which she is going to be very hesitant to do so, because you want to buff that up for later on.
Yeah, if you do want to buff that. But then again, he like gambled on the possibility of what good mutate card he could have gotten. And he
got one of the best.
One of the best outcomes, yeah.
Absolutely. Spare the Frog here again. Coin it, then you're obviously going to get another Evolve, but since D already has the Evolve in hand, this wants to reserve that for a later time. Again, it's going to be stealth when you put it out first onto the board. So absolutely not many dangers yet here for you and Malaysia having a fun time just putting up minion after minion onto the board.
Yeah. Usually, if you're the first turn in an Evolved Shaman, you'd want to get an advantage over your opponent in the board, and then you're actually forcing your opponent to counter-react. And even if you're trying to counter-react, you're actually you're being pressured be
To do
control,
something.
to do something.
Right,
And
right.
sometimes it's not a smart decision to clear almost immediately. But then again, it's also smart, not to lose their life points here.
Yeah, usually life points are actually pretty important. You don't die right away if you have life points.
That's true.
Anyway, another very cheesy mutate, I would say, but did get a pretty good minion.
It's a good minion. But then again, not one of the best.
Yeah, I mean, the rush obviously is not going to be utilized as much here. Still has an option for Voltaic Burst, and still has an option for a board evolve after you put down the Lackey maybe. Or another Voltaic Burst, but that's going to be a lot of it's going to be a lot of overload.
Yeah, it is. I think Gia here is trying to fill up the board and then hope for a clear. She
Rogue is running.
Okay, she's actually muting. So what we're seeing right now is like both of these players are just trying to get the board advantage over each other.
That's right. Board presence is going to be huge here, and usually does dictate the swings here for Shaman mirror matches, especially the Evolve kind. No quests of any kind here at this point, which is a big difference from what we saw in the previous game. So this one might actually be faster.
Yeah, because you really don't want to start out with the quests in a mirror matchup. You want to get out the board immediately. You want to get out the draws. Even in an Evolve Shaman lineup, you have to get the draws. You don't really need to finish your quest right away, because if you prioritize your quest, you might be blindsided. Oh, I actually can't control the board. What am I going to do about it? Even if I finish my quest, did I actually achieve my victory condition?
That's true. Again, we still have a big question of being able to utilize the quest, right? And right now, no, that's not going to be a big issue. As of the moment, what they want to do is get back control of the game here for you. So, it's going to be sacrificing that free one here. Very easy decision. The Evolve coming down and banking on a strong minion, but again, it will be just a refresh on the Sea Giant.
Yeah.
And the Arcane Black Mage, which is not going to have any use.
It's not going to have any use. Like, do I really want to freeze minions on board when my opponent can just evolve these minions as well? Not so much.
At least what it does is it kind of gives you a bit of a sticky. The Evolve, it gives them a sticky board.
Yeah.
With the Sea Giant, with the Test Grade Main again. No use for the battle cries, but that's a pretty good body that you have here. That's a 6/6, which you can add up a few other minions there if you want to save them for a Stormbringer, or maybe you want to save that for later on.
Maybe save it for later on,
Since we still have Soul the Murloc, which is not getting any use at all here for Malaysia.
Yeah. So Gia just pondering her options right now. I think she should try to clear the board, but then again, she's overloaded on mana crystals.
Yeah, that's a lot. That was a huge overload.
It was a huge overload.
3 crystals. That's basically a big go for broke strategy, which is now leaving her board quite vulnerable to an attack here by you.
And if Wall goes down, nothing too major. Like a Magma Rager, sure, but
in fairness, it's not something that's easy to deal with here for me.
Yeah, that is also true. So for Mr. Yu, like, he could over. Yeah.
Oh, never mind. There is an overload, so just one.
He can clear the board.
Yeah, it's a full clear.
So things are actually looking pretty good for Mr. Yu, because he has the ability to clear the board. He has ability to even refresh more minions. Like, you could trade into that. Like, it doesn't matter.
So many options here available for the Malaysian players. Now, you only have a Lightning Storm available. How do you take care of this Sea Giant?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be hard, to be honest. Like, I don't see any more options to take out the Sea Giant right now. So yeah, he can just go face with that. Even if he doesn't need to clear the board, it's good for him.
Only a miracle draw is gonna take care of it at this point. So
the Flesh Shaper does go down, but
it's not much use.
It's not much use, because Gia doesn't have the answers to clear the board. She could
no evolves or anything.
Yeah, no evolves. Yeah. Lightning Storm's not gonna damage so much. I mean,
it's gonna get rid of Thunderhead and Test Graving, maybe. Does he have it? Yeah, he has the option to do that. But this Sea Giant is gonna stay up.
Yeah.
Oh
I mean,
my
it's gonna
God.
be so
Wow.
annoying.
What a powerful turn for Malaysia in the previous one with keeping the test and the Sea Giant.
Yep. Like it was the best. It was the best thing to do for Mr. Yu. That he kept the Sea Giant. Well, he actually got it from the mulligan.
Yeah.
So he could go for. He could go for going for the face again, but then again, I think he's going to clear. It's important at this point to take out the bigger minions, like how much it costs mana, and then even just putting more minions on your board as well at the same time.
At this point, I think Yu is aware
Yeah.
that he is in a pretty solid advantage here. Not to mention Stormbringer. Just as a failsafe, if hitting face over and over again doesn't take her down, the next Stormbringer turn, I
Yeah.
think definitely will.
Yeah, unfortunately for our Philippine player, for Miss D, I mean, it's looking bleak.
It is looking really bleak here, especially with a bad draw with the hair.
Yeah.
Not what you wanted from that list.
I mean, could have gotten something else. I mean, she couldn't get answers from the Spirit Totem. She's just filling the board at this point, being pesky with the minions. But unfortunately, Soul of the Murloc's not gonna do anything. Just put in more board pressure, but not really the pressure that she needs.
Yeah, I think maybe it would have been better to just go for Lackey, maybe. But again, Lava Burst is already there. This is a sure win, and that is going to be lethal. Round 1 goes over to Malaysia.
So game 1 goes to Mr. Yu at this moment.
Yeah, Wing Can Yu from Malaysia hitting a 1-0 against Jacinta D.
So at this point, like he could opt to go for another deck, but in the list. But for Gia, I think she is gonna choose to stick with this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I would do
yeah.
that at the same time. Again, winner cannot use the same deck again. Whoever lost will have the ability to choose whether or not sticking to the previous one or to a new one. Let's have a look at the highlights from that previous game. Again, a very risky mutate that paid off dividends. And as you can see, it did snowball up to the end.
Yeah, it did. I mean, the Sea Giant at this point, it practically made the game for Mr. Yu right there. Like, it stayed throughout how many turns, and it just did so much damage to the point that Gia couldn't really recover from all the points.
Even with the ability to Lightning Storm, and also having a lot of minions in hand, the minions weren't really what you needed. You were super limited because of the big play that you did on on turn 4, where you were overloaded by 3 crystals.
Yep.
I think that was super massive, and considering how far behind she already was at that point, and the lack of wave clear for that one.
I mean, I think she didn't get the cards that she needed, and Mr. Yu just snowballed and snowballed and snowballed to the point that Gia couldn't really control the board.
That's right.
And unfortunately, she couldn't even clear the Sea Giant at this point. So I think we're going into our next game, the second game.
Yep, second game. It is, of course, a best of 3. We are heading into game 2. It's again, D versus U. Philippines versus Malaysia.
Okay, so Mr. Yu is carrying his Highlander Paladin versus Miss Gia's Evolved Shaman.
Yeah, that's actually pretty. I would say both of these decks operate in a pretty similar manner. A bit more rampy on the side of Malaysia, whereas obviously the Philippines still wants to go for that really quick evolve. And a lot of the key cards are already in the hands of V here.
Yep.
Have to wait and see if it does. I think only minions. Now it's all spells.
Now it's all
and
spells. No minions.
Very few minions, or at least all of them are high cost minions.
Yeah, well, that's also true. But Mr. Yu has the ability to even draw. He could even go for magnetizing one of his minions on the Reborn.
There you go.
Very good possibility. Secret Keeper, you could go for the Noble Sacrifice.
Yep. A lot of these are, of course, if you guys are not aware, this is a secret archetype.
Yep.
With the help of the mysterious challenger. It does really... It does a lot.
It does. Basically, it just draws out the deck. I mean, if you didn't get the secrets in the first half of the game,
you are definitely
definitely gonna get the
for sure,
like the secrets right now. But here, since this is actually a good start for Mr. Yu right there.
I'd say so as well.
He got his magnetic minions out. He got the secret keeper and one secret. Just one or two secrets is fine because that's early board pressure, and that's a good turn 3 as well.
At this point, you have to get rid of that micro mummy because every time you leave it up, it will only add up the damage onto one of the minions. So as B right now, you want to get rid of that as soon as possible.
Is to the king.
Oh,
Whoa.
a rush minion right there.
Rush.
Very good. Yeah, very
With
good.
a Divine Shield and a 3/8 body, a money evolve once more here.
Yeah. It would be funny if it's another rush.
Whoa, another rush minion. A huge 9/9 rush minion
And that's also
from that
good.
Mogu.
And that's also a good magnetic minion right there. That machine can summon 3 more machines, which can be evolved into something else. Like so far, Miss D here is putting out so much utility right now, and Mr. Yu is very pressured to like answer this right now.
And the only answer is going to be an Anoyo module just to see if you can get that a bit lower. Which, of course, this Micro Mummy will go down on this turn for sure.
Yeah.
The big question is, will you pop the magnetic minion and then spawn up free mechs more, or do you want to save it for later?
Ah, man. I mean, he's pressured to do it right now. So, okay, that was a 9 cost. GS is still in a good position where she can actually trade this. I wouldn't risk putting down more magnetic minions on the board. Like, I mean, more machines on the board. Like, even if there are more machines for the man.
Okay.
And oh,
it's a double.
Oh no, no way.
Whoa, no way.
Oh no, you can't.
Yeah.
She can't use.
Can't.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, it's gonna go down, so that's a good point.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty solid top deck that we saw from you there. And
I hope you like my
you know what would be funny if Gia used the bloodlust and everything it was killed because it's so
oh my
devastating.
gosh, yeah, that would have been huge. Anyway, the replicating menace didn't really result too much at that.
Yeah,
point,
and
so
not too much.
either way, I think there's one more evolve. No, I think that's all the evolve.
No, yeah, that was 2.
2 evolves already out, and that will be 4 secrets drawn out by the mysterious challenger.
Mysterious challenger, like I said, it's a Christmas tree. Yeah. I'm
That's
reminiscing to the days that
you gotta never
secret
surrender.
battling, yeah.
It's gonna basically you have an auto defense matrix. I think never surrender. It's gonna
Oh,
resurrect that with a redemption.
Yeah, and even if the Nova sacrifice is gone, like it's still a good I mean deck clearer for Mr. Yu, but then again he's really pressured by the board right now.
Okay, that's basically bloodlust.
Well,
almost bloodlust.
Almost bloodlust. I mean the consecration is gone, so
there's very little options that Yu is gonna have for the full board clear.
Yeah, it's right here. Oh wow.
Oh man,
that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, I think
So
Yu is
much.
gonna have to go put down the CM mat as soon as possible, get that to a taunt and
to a
Divine
taunt,
Shield
Divine
position.
Shield.
Or Finley? No.
No, I would I really go for that? No.
Yeah, it's not.
It's
gonna
too
use-
risky. Like if he drew Zephyrus instead.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, unfortunately, right now, I mean, if he had that on the first turn, he would have been in a good condition. But right now, no,
I
he's
know,
just
yeah.
pressured to.
Even if you silence this Vicina, I mean, there's still gonna be bloodlust on hand.
Yeah, and there's no way to like defend from this.
It's gonna be very unless you go for Siamat with the taunt and Divine Shield. That's gonna give you a little bit of layer.
A little bit, but is it enough though? I don't think it
with
is.
16 HP, I think not.
Oh, Rush.
Rush.
Divine
Okay,
Shield.
okay.
Yeah, but that's still a minion on the board, to be
Yeah,
honest.
I think that's it. That's gonna be game.
Yeah. So just goes directly
goes
for the
the
face.
bloodlust, and a full
Here
board
we
of
go.
bloodlust means massive amounts of damage.
Okay, so it's going to be 1-1 now. Well, that was a good match right
That
there.
was a beautiful match.
I thought things were actually going for Mr. Yu, but then again, it turned around so quickly.
It did. I mean,
it turned around so quickly, man.
Honestly, I was super worried because we are already lost on the Evolve. We already didn't have an Evolve. So I was thinking maybe D wouldn't have a chance to get back in there. But, again, the Bloodlust, I completely forgot about that. It did really turn around quite quickly. And again, one of the weaknesses of the Secret Paladin is the big lack of board clear.
Yeah, the lack of board clears is a big weakness for the Highlander Paladin, unfortunately. It may have a good start, but once you lose that good start and things don't go your way, man, basically spells GG for you. And that was it right there.
I mean, it's great for keeping big minions alive on the board with the Redemption, with Never Surrender, with Auto Defense Matrix, but you know what? With dealing with massive amounts of minions, those secrets aren't really going to do much.
Yeah, it didn't really do much for Mr. Yu right there.
Unless you had, like, your son randomly picked up a flame ward from a mage card.
Yeah, that's true. And even if they're running like a wild pyromancer, that could have helped a bit. But you know, I don't see it being run too much.
Yeah, it's very rarely run anymore. It used to be a huge wild pyromancer into equality. Sometimes that used to be the big staple when it comes to paladin decks, just so that you could control the board state in the early game. But now they favored it for more aggressive.
Yeah, aggressive.
With the secret, with all of the big heavy hitting minions, with the micro mummy, with the global the magnetics.
The magnetics. Well, basically, the machines. So I think we're going into game number 3.
Here we go.
Who's gonna take it?
Exciting match here for Malaysia versus the Philippines.
Miss Gia taking in deep breaths, saying this is it. It's gonna be a mirror match, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a Paladin mirror match, ladies and gents. Raining mirror matches today.
Who is the mightier Paladin, ladies and gentlemen? Oh wow. I'm torn in between here. Like, in a Highlander versus Highlander match, do I really use Zephyrus right off the bat?
That is the big question. Because sometimes that's actually a viable option, especially if you want to ramp up a lot earlier than your opponent.
Yeah.
You can get Wild Growth, or most of the times you will get the animal...
The Bright Flame, or Animal Companion.
Animal Companion,
Those are mostly the 3 options, but it looks like Mr. Yu is going to be saving this for later on in the game.
That's right.
I think right now he's going to be using it for later on in the game for clearing, maybe even a silence. A silence is big here, especially for those pesky magnetic minions.
You know what I would use it for though? For removing secrets. A flare would be huge.
It would be
later on, and that's something that he'll have to bank on. And
but of course you're banking on it, but then again, it's a bit greedy for like holding on to Zephyrus still for just the secrets.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, it's a 50. It's like a small percentile of waiting for the secrets to go down, because the secrets can be cleared. It's nothing too major in a mirror match, because if you're both arguing for the board, I think the first person who procs it and loses their secrets probably is gonna lose, but not in the Zephyrus way. Maybe in a board like way.
Yeah, what D's doing right now, though, that is a huge blessing and king there onto the sidekick.
Which is totally fine, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely fine.
Oh wow, Zephyrus right away.
And this is you going for bro.
Yeah. Oh, and eviscerate immediately.
And that's an easy clear for that beaming sidekick.
Because Mr. Yu doesn't want the board to go out of control, which is nice. Like, so long as there's minions on the board, if you're a paladin, you can actually control the board. You can buff minions. You can have specific cards for the paladin that actually gives more buffs, like the magnetic cards.
That's true.
But as I see right now, Gia's holding most cards that can control the board, but not. There's one buff. Possibly she's just clearing the board.
Yeah, she's really saving for the later part.
Yeah, she's really saving for it, because let's face it, like at this point, she doesn't have the mana to play anything else.
Yes, actually, that's true, because that's a lot of high-cost cards. 2 6-cost cards here, and a Siamat.
Yep.
7. So, there's still a lot of late-game options, but again, Gia just wants to play it a little more safer. You, though, on the other hand, I think might be in a bit of trouble if he doesn't draw the right card.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
mean, at this point, you don't have a draw. Man, it's spelling doom for him. But you know, we'll see what he top decks. that's the name of the game, man.
For right now, for
Right
you,
now.
you need to top deck something really good in order to balance out the late game power that is going to be accrued by D the moment she uses that mysterious challenger, which we have to remember, no other way for you to proc those secrets anymore, aside from doing it manually.
Oh wow, the sigh on Miss Gia's face as soon as she knew it was Noble Sacrifice is like, oh no, man. So at least she could have tested the waters, but then again, she doesn't want to lose minions which she could buff. So then again, you know, she could have tested the waters with the minion. Okay, Secret Keeper does go down. Nothing too major.
Nothing too major. Is also, you can also just buff it up here with a little bit with the secret, and then if it goes down right away, you know, it could go back up and then get advantage of a lot more of the secrets. But then again, we are losing up a little bit here when it comes to tempo for Gia, and for you, I think he is starting to get some of those cards right.
Yeah. He is starting to get the cards.
Order though. It would have been better if you took care of the
smaller minion. Yeah, that's actually true, because when you're in a mirror matchup, you gotta know your opponent's cards. Is he or she carrying the same secrets? Yes, you have to take that into accountability.
Pulling down the Micro Mummy and the Secret Reaver doesn't even care about the buff anymore.
Yeah.
He wants to get some presence on the board. And it is a pretty dominant present, I have to say.
Oh, whoa, no! I mean, as soon as she drew that, oh man.
And that's one more secret down that she's not going to be able to proc with the Mysterious Challenger.
It would have been nice if she got it from the Mysterious Challenger instead. I think that would be devastating, to be honest, at this point. But then again, she could opt to play for the Mysterious Challenger or buff, but Mysterious Challenger would be better.
Yeah. We'll have
she doesn't have any more. Okay, sorry. Okay,
that would have been really funny if she didn't.
She didn't have
3 more secrets. That was a lot of minions actually expended already by Gia. Oh dear, that is going to be a heck of a problem. Not as much of a power spike as we usually expect from a serious challenge.
So, Noble Sacrifice. No! Yeah, man. No, you know, at this point, I could have like saved the minion. So. Divine Shield, even that minion, you would stay alive.
Absolutely. Of course it would. And Micro Mummy will still be alive to bump up for another turn here. Siamat will be an obvious here for the Mysterious Challenger, unless that last one is going to be Redemption.
Yeah.
And I think that's why the Developer Extension is still alive.
Yeah.
But of course it's not.
So I think the last secret for Misty here is the Never Surrender card.
Yeah, I think it's Never Surrender at this point.
At this point, it's looking bleak for Miss D right here. She could opt for the Siamat and Divine Shield and Taunt, but man, the board really belongs to Mr. Yu right now, and he can even put down Ragnaros the next turn, and
that is just beautiful for Malaysia right now.
Yeah, I mean he's getting the cards he needs. He's actually he's been drawing his deck very clearly, even without the Mysterious Challenger right now. At least he hasn't been drawing secrets, and unfortunately for Miss D, she's been drawing her secrets left and right, and that wasn't the situation she was hoping for. Like
complete opposite of what you would want in a secret deck is to not draw your secrets.
Not draw your secrets.
It's very paradoxical, but at the same time, it's absolutely necessary to just and clear that board. At this point, I think D is prepared. I think she's prepared to take some damage as long as you can keep some of these cards here that you can use for a powerful swing turn.
So I think Mr. Yu has the opportunity. I don't think it's going to be other cards like Ziliax to clear the board, which is fine. I would hold it against
an easy
him.
option. Yeah, I don't even need to.
Yeah, you need to rush into Ragnaros.
I don't need to rush into Ragnaros at this point.
So he's thinking about it. Do I go for Ziliax or do I go for the Anoyo? The Anoyo, sorry, the Anoyo module.
Anoyo module still going to be, I think, a solid drop here just to be safe.
Yeah, he's playing it safe right now.
Yeah.
He doesn't want his Ragnaros to be cleared almost immediately.
Yeah, if there is no taunt and Ragnaros is left open, it's very, what do you call this? It's very vulnerable to a Tiamat.
Yeah. So, wow, he's thinking about it. Do I go face? Do I clear the minions on the board? There we go.
I think the smarter play would be to definitely clear.
Yeah, definitely clear. In a mirror matchup, you'd always want to clear. And
Bell Rigger Sentry when there are no more secrets on your deck.
Man, like
wow, that is as bad can get here.
It's true. Like, well, I don't know what she could play right now. She could go for the buff. She could go for Siamat, but
I don't see any other play, man.
Yeah, I don't see any other play as well. Siamat into Avenge, or maybe buff the minion for a taunt and Divine Shield. It's still not gonna help her out at this point.
Yeah, I don't think so too. So she's running out of options here.
Yeah.
Siamat with a taunt Divine Shield, I think, is the only.
It's true.
Only play here.
So what could be?
Pharaoh's Blessing. You want to save that for something that's going to hit face.
It's true.
Or something that's going to hit the Ragnaros, which is definitely going to be coming soon.
Yeah.
Reinforce into a Pharaoh's Blessing. That is... well, that's like a budget Tiamat.
That's true.
Budget Tiamat.
But at this point, like, I'm in a good position, so... Okay, and that's a new Divine Shield right there. Yep. So the frame wall like there. Siamat just going to face. Yeah. But he's not even playing Ragnaros at this point. Like he doesn't even care. He's just trying to control the board. Yeah.
He wants to go for some flag play here at some point.
Yeah. So Wind Fury, I think that's gonna be run. Yeah, I mean, oh,
it's gonna go back to life. Wait,
no! My goodness!
Wow,
man,
that's
so.
It.
That's
I think
it.
That's it. There's no card left on.
Yeah, that can bring
that can save him.
Yeah, that can bring back this match. Like, it may be as devastating as it is to see. Like, I think that's it. So it's going to be 6 plus 2, 8. Oh no, okay. Wow, he just wants to clear the board at this point. Okay, he realizes it's a never surrender. And there we go. Ragnaros in play.
Just 14, that's gonna be 4 HP.
Yeah.
And not many options left.
4 HP left. Like, unless she draws Zephyris and gets an answer.
Hold it right away.
Hold it right away. Okay. Clear the board. Yep, there we go. Twisting Nether. But with 4 HP left, she's hanging by a thread.
Hanging by a thread, so not quite out.
Yeah.
Not quite out. But the Secret Keeper almost secures.
Yeah, and then Avenge.
I think Ziliax is the only thing that's gonna keep her alive here.
Yeah, if she can top draw it,
we can top deck the Ziliax.
Here we go, here we go. Oh
and
no, that's it. Unfortunately.
That's it, ladies and gents.
Yeah. So in the next turn,
it's gonna be consecration into the Secret Keeper.
Yeah.
And that is 0 HP.
Yeah, man. Man, the Sentry. To be honest, if she drew that into the earlier parts of the game, would have been better.
Would have been great.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's it.
That's gonna be it.
There we go. Mr. Yu gonna be taking the game.
Will be a win.
Yeah. I mean, he even drew the true silver. Didn't bother using it himself.
That's right. Didn't really care that much. And that is GG.
Man.
Malaysia will be winning this one. It
And
is
2-1.
Can you 2-1 victory against Jacinta D from the Philippines.
Yeah, good game. Sign of relief from Mr. Yu right there. I think, man, he looks so stressed, to be honest.
He did look super stressed
I mean,
at
like,
that point.
yeah, I mean, you're representing your country. I mean, this is the SEA Games, man.
That's true.
I would be pressured myself if I had the chance to represent my country as well.
Again, a lot of that was just up to too much early
Yeah,
tempo
it was early
from
tempo.
I think Gia
Yeah.
with the draws, the non-stop draws in secret. I think this found way too early and didn't get much utility.
Yeah, rapidly clearing the board, and there we go. So, I mean, good decision making by Mr. Yu right there. He cleared the board without any hesitation. He had the cards that he needed. He drew almost all of them, and took control of the game almost all the way. He knew the secrets. He played around them.
Yeah.
And the sequences were all there.
Yeah, mirror matches obviously resulted in a pretty massive deficit in the end here for D. And again, that is just how it is when it comes to these mirror matches. And the weaknesses of the secret. We saw the strengths and the weaknesses, of the secret paladin at this point.
So I think that's gonna.
I think that's going to be it for the meantime. Again, we hope you guys enjoy that. We will be back for more tomorrow. Again, here on the 30th Southeast Asian Games for Esports in the Hearthstone discipline. I'm Rockhart.
And I'm Panda User.
We'll see you guys later.
Hello and welcome to the 38th Southeast Asian Games Mobile Legends Bang Bang matches. This is going to be the match between Team Philippines versus Thailand. And we're going to be your esports commentators. I'm Shibu the one for an eye.
And my name is Manjin, and we are the Manjin Boo Tandem.
Bringing you the action.
Yeah, in English form.
In English
form. So shout out to our Filipino audience, of course, our viewers as well.
Yes.
And this is the last match of the day.
Yes, especially would like to send a big shout outs to all Mobile Legends Bang players and gamers
All
across
right.
Southeast Asia. This is a very momentous time for our region, noting the fact that for these 38 Southeast Asian Games, this is the first time that we're going to be fielding esports events at the SEA Games.
Yes, a medal event for a computer game.
Indeed.
Who would have thought of that? After 3 decades of SEA Games, here we go. This is it.
Yes.
The most legendary, the most phenomenal game ever to hit the Philippines,
Yes, and
to hit
Southeast Asia.
the Southeast Asia. Mobile Legends is entering with a bang. No pun intended,
Not just a
Mr.
bang,
Shibu.
double bang.
Double bang.
Bang, bang.
Double bang bang. It started out around 2016.
Yes.
And after 3 years, here we go.
Here we
Southeast Asian Games, Team Philippines versus Team Thailand. I'm so hyped and I'm so excited for this, man.
It's just crazy to imagine that you can bring honor to your country by just playing video
By
games.
just playing video games.
I'm sorry for
Right?
using the word just,
Yes.
but it's really unimaginable back then. Back then, gaming
is.
was frowned upon, but through the years, through hard works
Good
of a lot of
evening,
individuals,
Philippines, and good
people
evening,
was able to convince, key members to actually have this
Exactly.
honor for gaming.
Exactly. We were just a kid dreaming to achieve something, right? To achieve probably a gold, like something, a goal for you.
Yeah.
And this is it.
But we got, of course, we have our schooling, right?
Yeah,
we
we
have
have-
our schooling. We try to achieve good grades. We
Yes.
have our own work. We try to achieve certain credentials. But this time, this is just crazy.
This is it.
Having a gold medal, having to represent your country.
Yeah.
By being good at games.
But being good at games. So here we go. You're now seeing Team Philippines at your screens. Of course, it's of course teams from different teams, composed of players from different teams.
And we
of
also
course you have
have
Team Thailand. as their enemies. They've been playing the group stages earlier.
So, yes.
Right?
Now, I've seen the faces of Team Thailand, so we got our discussion earlier.
Yeah.
Mobile
We've known
Legends
this
Bang
team.
Bang
They
is
actually
a
came in from one of the
5-on-5
organizations we've
multiplayer
casted on
online
certain
battle
previous
arena
tournaments.
game
So, really,
developed and
these two
published
teams
by
already, these
Boomtown.
players have faced each other.
They
back
have
then.
faced each other back then, especially with Hayes. Of course, our players right now are using
Now,
are
players,
using
please shake your hands
their original
at the
name.
sign
Yes, the
of
original
Team
names.
rather than
Philippines.
IGN.
Rather than IGNs. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, in this juncture, we will be going into a gap. Okay.
Thank you, Philippines and Thailand. You may now proceed to your respective booths. And let us begin the Mobile Legends Bang Bang action.
On that part, but we are back again on this broadcast for the 38 Southeast Asian Games Mobile Legends match. Again, we are back with fielding the match for the Philippines versus Thailand.
All right. So as we've said earlier, Shinbu, Thailand versus Philippines, they fought each other probably around June. Again, with a big tournament for Moontoon itself for the game developers, and Team Philippines, they actually won against Team Thailand.
Yes.
But again, these guys are so good. They're not under the radar because right now, if you are a follower of the Mobile Legends scene,
yes.
Philippines are one of the top dogs.
Yes.
They go toe to toe with Indonesia.
Yep.
So in terms of studying the meta, studying the game, you are gonna look at Team Philippines. There's lots of VODs.
Yes.
They're online. You can search them and many search
Yeah,
engines.
and actually, I want to
And-
point that
yeah.
out. I want to point that fact, actually. That idea of Philippines being the number one may be put into question because recently, where you've casted, there's the World Championship.
World
That
Championships.
just recently happened for Mobile Legends. And of course, Philippines actually lost that one. Not even in the best form.
Not even the best form yet. Of course, we have lots of players here in our country, but again, Thailand is not backing off. They do prove that they are one of the top dogs as well, and I'm so excited because we are coming in with this new update where Ling is available.
Yes,
right?
Ling is available. So on to some technical rulings for our Mobile Legends match. Again, guys, all heroes except for 1-1
Except for
is
1-1.
allowed to be used in this game. We're going to be utilizing the patch where 1-1 will be available, and that would be on the patch 1.4.28 for Mobile Legends.
Yes, here we
And
go.
it's actually the patch where Grok is weaker. There are
Yeah.
nerfs on Grok, there are nerfs on Grok. Actually, there's a lot of nerf on that patch. There's also Hylos, there's also the nerf on Kaja.
Yeah.
But there's one, Selena though. That was the time that Selena, you can do arrival.
You
on
can
her
do
traps.
arrival on the Abyssal Trap. Plus, this is the meta where Assassins and the Split Push are coming in. So I do feel that both of these teams are considering to get the Masha or probably the Claude as well, even the Kimi. These guys have been playing the group stages earlier. If I'm not mistaken, Philippines, their score right now is 1-1 against Indonesia. I'm not really sure about the other games, but because we casted Hearthstone and the other esports titles as
Yes.
well. But again, in terms of the format right now of this tournament, guys, you need to get 2 wins. Every win counts because of this round robin, and the top one team, the first team in the bracket, will go to the upper bracket in our playoffs.
I'd just like to remind you that in our schedule, ladies and gentlemen, but hold that thought. Actually, in this juncture, we'll go on a very short break, and we'll see you for this broadcast of the 38th Southeast Asian Games Esports.
Manjin and Shinbu, and right now we're waiting for the final match, the main event of the day. Team Philippines versus Team Thailand. Here we go. Shinbu, again, we've mentioned this time and time again. This is the first time. This is the first time that you will bring honor to your country by playing video games. It's now a craft.
It's not a craft.
It's now a craft.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I do believe that it's now a discipline. These guys are professionals. So again, shout outs to the new generation. The new generation of athletes and of course of supporters and other people who are here witnessing history.
Yes, and actually I want to point out, you mentioned there's discipline for video games, because back then what we want to say here is that the idea of actually representing, competing for something by playing video games is a phenomena, which is called esports. Now we are very thankful to have it built here at the Southeast Asian Games so that we can easily say that it is now a discipline. Taking the discipline of traditional sports and bring that to these kids, or maybe some of them are actually have kids already.
Have kids already.
Some of them have other jobs, but clearly they are now athletes and they are sports professionals.
They're sports professional, of course. Both of these teams, Team Thailand and Team Philippines, are previous champions at their own ranks, of course. Different players coming from different teams. For the side of Philippines, they've been formed around 3 to 4 months ago, and they've been training for 8 hours to 12 hours a day, and that's how disciplined they are. Of course, Team Thailand as well.
Hours. Of course, in Thailand side, ladies and gentlemen, and not to mention that this match, what you are seeing, is happening at the San Juan Arena, being witnessed by a lot of our brothers, our gaming brothers across Southeast Asia. Guys, this is just the first day. This is just the first day. This is just like the first day. We've witnessed a lot of matches, exciting matches, hailing from other games as well.
We've witnessed Hearthstone, even StarCraft.
Yes, StarCraft.
Right? StarCraft, right? The first ever esports.
Yes,
probably in the world,
right?
In Korea. And right now, it's in Southeast Asia.
Yes,
it is in Southeast Asia. And speaking of games like Mobile Legends, for example, if you are a legit fan of the game, you've been a legit fan. You've been with the game ever since season 1. You've seen we've witnessed every comeback there is, every story every kind of match, every kind of match. Every kind of drama there
anything that is possible to happen in the game. We've seen it, guys. You know us. So we're doing this broadcast coming in from the Philippines.
Yes, of course.
We are hosting the Southeast Asian Games. But the thing about Mobile Legends and the Philippines, I do think that Indonesia is still the #1 country right now for Mobile Legends.
Of course.
The easiest, the most visible country for Mobile Legends, in my opinion, is Philippines. There are just a lot of contents out there.
Lots of contents.
Especially when it comes to esports, that is available for Philippines.
We've seen a lot of drama as well in terms of the Mobile Legends celebrities.
Yes.
Right? The Mobile Legends celebrities. Lots of action, lots of comeback plays. Man, even the jeepney drivers are playing this game.
That's what I want to mention about the phenomenon. About not just on esports, but actually for Mobile Legends. Like, some people you don't know, you don't expect to actually be gamers. Become gamers just because they have this mobile title on a mobile phone.
And they can relate. I'm gonna tell you a little bit of story. I was in Malaysia, I casted this world tournament, of course, for Mobile Legends, and man, even the drivers from the cab, they were asking, hey, what game will be played? What game is played there? And man, it is Mobile Legends, and they know they can relate. They can really relate, and this is how big this is. It is probably considered a family bonding moment by just playing this game.
Yeah, it cannot be denied. Mobile gaming is a very big thing. Not just maybe here for the SEA Games, not just for esports, but globally. For the world of gaming. Mobile gaming, it makes every one of us become a possible gamer. Because everyone can be assumed to have a phone.
Definitely. Exactly. We are now seeing the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we only have 1 month left for this decade. Less than 30 days left. Yes. For this decade, and shout outs to the new babies coming in. This is the future.
Yes.
The 2020 babies, the 2020
Imagine
generation.
what
man.
a way to greet 2020.
What a way to end.
End, yes,
and
yes.
start.
2019 and start
Right?
2020, yes.
Man, I'm so hyped. I just want to see the game right now, man.
You should celebrate New Year with me.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. What a way to celebrate. Of course, we want to celebrate it with a bang bang.
With
If
a
you
bang
get what I
bang,
mean.
ladies and
If you
gentlemen.
get what I mean. If
And
you get what I
of
mean.
course, bigger shout outs to all of the 11 competing countries here
Of
at
course,
the Southeast Asian
yes.
Games, sending their delegations for the esports matches. And also would like to send a big shout out as well to the athletes for the other sporting events. This is the biggest Southeast
biggest.
Asian Games yet, with the most number of sports events, not
Yes.
just esports. Is the new title added to the SEA Games? There's also obstacle course.
There
Yes,
is, there
obstacle course
is,
is
there
added
is.
as well.
And of course to the other athletes
Yes.
who won, who already won.
Already won.
Who
No?
already
And
won.
other sports titles that were included for the Southeast Asian Games. So here we go,
There
guys.
we
We
go.
got the signal into dive to the drafting. And on the blue side will be of Thailand. Red side will be taken in by the Philippines.
So we are now at the picks and bans, but I guess this is just a check ping due to the bans that
Yeah, the nature
they're
of
going
bans.
for. Yeah,
Ah,
of course, I think we need to introduce the picks and bans to the other people as
Yes,
well,
yes,
who are
yes.
not really familiar about the type of this
I would
game,
like to send a big
right?
shout outs to those who are not gamers.
Yeah.
But just watching the Southeast Asian Games and curious, what is this? What is
What is
happening?
this? What is happening?
Why am I
Why-
seeing
why-
video games
Yeah.
here? No, so this is esports, guys. The first time it was added here for the Southeast Asian Games. So we just want to mention that, so it's esports, alright?
Yes.
So, video games, alright? So there's video games. Now we are doing a MOBA.
Yeah.
A MOBA title. So a MOBA means...
each video game,
has
each video game has a genre.
Has a genre.
MOBA means multiplayer battle arena. There's a lot of games out there. For example, Tekken. Tekken is
a
considered a fighting game. A fighting game.
Then there's Hearthstone, which is
a card game. A card game. And
you have StarCraft.
StarCraft,
which is an RTS, or
Yes.
real-time strategy game.
Real-time strategy.
So we have
But
here MOBA.
Mobile Legends is a mobile game where...
So how does a MOBA work, Brother Manjin?
a MOBA works like this, man.
How?
This is
You
it.
tell me.
You can compare it with probably basketball.
Basketball. So
Basketball.
there's a ball.
There's a ball, but
Is there
there's a
a ball?
court.
Ah,
There's a court.
There's a
You
court.
play with
How
inside.
does-
You play inside the map.
What's the look
You
of the
play
court?
inside. It's a map. You're gonna see it later. You're gonna see it
Alright,
later.
alright.
You play inside the map.
Okay.
And the objective of your
Is there
team.
3 points in the
No,
court?
there's no G points. There's no G points. There are kills.
Yes.
You can kill enemies.
Yes.
You can and there's the main objective. In life, we have life goals, right?
Life goals.
We have
Alright.
long-term
In MOBA,
goals.
what's
Yeah.
the MOBA goals?
Wait a minute. We have long-term goals and we have short-term goals, right? In MOBA, your long-term goal is that you need to destroy the base of your enemy. That is the main objective of a MOBA game. It is played 5-on-5.
While at the same time defending your base.
Yeah, while at the same time defending your base. So it is played 5-on-5. First of all, you
alright.
need to have teammates.
Yes.
So we're already 2. So we just need 3.
We just need
yeah,
three,
we just need
so
3 and we'll
add
enter
us
the
up.
SEA Games as well. But just kidding. So there's it's a 5-on-5 battle.
5-on-5.
It's a 5-on-5 battle, which both of the teams will try to destroy the base of the enemy. It's like capturing the flag of the enemy, and then you defend your base as well.
So how can I attack? How can I defend?
Each character, you have each character there. You're gonna pick a character, and then each character has their own abilities, has their own roles. Like for example, in basketball, you have the point guard. You have the center.
The slam dunkers.
The slam dunkers.
The center.
No, the assist makers. No, the small forwards,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So in MOBA, in certain types of MOBA, especially
Yeah, we
MOBA
get
Legends,
power forward, you get point guard.
yes,
So it's MOBA.
there are certain roles. Like for example, hey, I want to play the assassin. I am an assassin. Like for me, I am considered marksman.
I
'Cause,
see.
Yeah, marksman Gene. They call me marksman.
So
Gene.
there are rules.
There are roles.
There are
So
rules there.
there are marksman, assassin,
Yes.
mage,
Yes.
and support.
Yes, and I want to expand on that. I want to expand
Go ahead,
on that.
go ahead.
Depending on your role, certain roles works much like rock, paper, and scissors.
Okay.
For example, an assassin. Assassin is, of course, designed to go for the kill.
Yeah.
But assassins are very, very squishy ones.
Okay.
One of the heaviest counters for the assassins are tanks. They are
Yeah.
designed to actually get some damage done.
Okay.
So that's how the role works. Some
is
roles
down.
counters one over the other.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just goes in circles.
To add to that, Shinbu, we are now coming in
the draft.
In the draft, the picks and bans where
The
like
official
yeah,
one.
the official one, like what you've said, each hero counters each other. So right now, guys, for
team
those
is
people who are
banned.
not very familiar about the mix and bans, this is like choosing your main character and
Yeah.
countering each other. For example,
But for now, what is happening is they're removing.
they're
banning.
removing one. Like for
right?
example,
Alright,
let's treat the characters as superheroes.
Alright,
As
superheroes. Oh, I like that.
Like, for example,
For example.
you need to build an Avengers team.
Alright.
An Avengers team.
Alright,
So,
alright.
for Team Philippines, they're actually removing Spider-Man right now. They don't
Okay.
want
They
Spider-Man,
don't
in
want
their team,
Spider-Man.
and they probably want to pick Captain America.
That's a very hard hitting.
right?
alright.
That's how. That's the metaphor.
For
That's the
Thailand,
metaphor.
Thailand, they're building the Justice League.
They're building the Justice League. There you go. That is
what
that
they
is
are
the draft.
doing- What they are doing is they are removing Iron Man.
Yes,
Against
yes.
Philippines.
But guys, jokes aside, let's go ahead in the game. Team Thailand, they banned the double K combination.
Yeah.
It is the
Kaja
Kaja
and
and
the
the Kufra.
So-
Meanwhile, for Philippines, it is Export
Export and the
the new
Lynx.
one.
The new one. The
It's
newest,
Link.
the newest, actually the second newest hero for Mobile Legends. A very mobile assassin that is Link,
Your
who can
team
easily
is
jump into
picking.
walls. I just want to mention the classifications of these heroes that you are seeing for the ban. So Kaja is actually a support, whereas
Yes.
Kufra is attack.
Attack.
Again, we did mention Link being an assassin, and Expert here is much like attack, but mainly a fighter for the game.
Yes.
On to the picks, ladies and gentlemen. Thailand quickly chose the Masha.
Yeah.
Masha is actually a very strong fighter, a very mobile one, quite squishy interestingly despite the 3 Alphas, but very, very formidable
I like
in doing pushes.
I like the opening coming in from Team Thailand. This is, of course, what we call right now the Turbo Masha.
Yes.
Why?
Your
Why do we call her the
team is
Turbo
picking.
Masha? Because of her ability to take down towers quickly.
Yes.
But by her mashing that tower,
Yes,
the
yes.
tower button, she will just go for the split push, and then you will get confused because of her ability to destroy your tower.
Yes.
And with that, Team Philippines will counter by their own swiftness
Yeah.
due to the fact that they are picking the Basha.
The Basha,
So we
so-
have the Basha versus the
The Masha,
Masha.
Masha versus Masha, ladies and gentlemen. The interesting part
Your
about the
team
Masha,
is
despite being
picking.
an attack, supposedly to be designed quite immobile, that is not the case for Masha. Masha is a very mobile tank. He is actually very capable of rolling out across the map using the Masha shield unity and try to catch up with the Masha split push here.
Yeah, I like
and the best part here is despite the Masha not being able to get the kill on the Masha, at least he disrupts.
He
the
disrupts,
Masha.
he disrupts. Plus, it's a very
Your team is
hybrid
banned.
hero. If you play this, it's probably a mixture of Lolita, of Johnson, and
Yes.
of course, the most irritating part for this faction is the passive.
Yes.
That extra shield,
Yes.
which acts like the Terizla passive as well. With it denies the best damage that you can have if you're countering it. So for Team Philippines,
And also, Basha, there's you can also build magic damage on it.
yes, you can because of the second skill.
Yeah.
So right now for Team Philippines, I think they want to answer the heavy
team is
rotation,
banning.
the fast-paced rotation coming in from this mashup pick coming in from Thailand.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we did saw the graph as well being picked by Thailand here, so you can actually see that Thailand is now going to go for that four-man.
The four-man
Yeah, the
strat.
four-man build-up, the 4-1 strategy. So where there is this Masha who separate from the main squad of the team, going for the split push, whereas you got the
Your
4
team
members
is
doing
picking.
team fights.
Yeah. And of course, the answer for Team Philippines is a Granger, which is actually good in poking enemies from afar.
Chang'o.
But okay, this is it.
Your team
This is it for Team
picking.
Philippines. This is the coast-to-coast strategy. Why do we call it the coast-to-coast strategy?
Why, Manji?
Because you have the Dead Sonata ultimate from this Ranger,
Yes.
and you have the Mixture
Your
Shower
team is
ultimate
picking.
from the Chango.
That's like
All of those skills are skill shots from afar.
Far from afar, very
it's
long
like-
distance.
Yeah, very, very long
very
distance.
long distance.
Yeah.
It's like from
Philippines to Japan. I don't know.
From Philippines to South Indonesia.
To South Indonesia.
Something
yeah,
like that.
Right,
Or,
of
and
course.
actually, it's so far that would be like an early New Year in your face.
It is. But it is an early bang.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year! Let's go! It is an early bang. But right now for Team Thailand, like what you've said, Shinbu,
Yes.
they will go for the 4-1 strat where they will just leave one hero in a lane and let that hero dominate that lane, let that hero farm up. And of course, they opted to go for the carry for that late game insurance to deal with this Baksha. It's one of the main counters of this Basha. Sorry. Plus, they have the Harriet, who is always there
Yes.
in the pool.
Yes.
I do like Thailand's respect on this Lolita though, on this Lolita band though. They studied Philippines, and of course Philippines are winning due to this Lolita pick.
Lolita
Yeah.
is actually, in my opinion as well, coming in from the Philippines, it is the strongest
It is one,
tank for the running meta. Second might be the Grok or the Kufra.
Yes.
That depends really. But for Southeast Asia, that won't be the case. There are a lot of formidable running strategies for Southeast Asia. It cannot be denied that actually other countries came in quicker on the Masha.
Yeah.
On the Masha meta compared to Philippines. That is, I think, from Indonesia.
Definitely.
Also, Indonesia is the one that popularized using the Revitalize as well.
Yes, definitely. Indonesia are the original ones.
Yes,
the original ones, and other countries like
Yeah, and
probably
actually,
copied,
based
right?
on record, Indonesia has been the most successful country for Mobile Legends.
Yes, they set up the meta. But right now, we are hopping inside the Celestial Palace. This is it, guys. Team Thailand versus Team Philippines. There's the duo screen for you, and both of the teams going for the safe lane, safe type of approach,
Yes,
right?
no invades, no heroes or rather players are actually coming in and going to at least maybe attempt. Actually, there was an attempt coming in from the Selena, one last arrow just to get that final hit out of the buff, but still it was secured by the Harins Thailand.
Yeah, definitely Shinbu, of course.
By the Thailand's Harin.
Of course, this is the last game of the night, so they want to play it safe. But again, both of these teams, they opted to go for the certain type of composition where you need the best communication that you can have, especially with rotating with the Masha and the Basha. But what's interesting for Team Philippines, they have the Selena to counter jungle Team Thailand because of the Abyssal Traps.
Because of the Abyssal Traps, that is the thing. You have to take note as well that you may want to respect the idea of getting the rivals down on that Selena trap.
Definitely. And in terms of pokes, Nepo Museno can actually have a great time here in the bottom lane against the carry because he has the Baksha assisting him. Meanwhile, no kills yet
No kills.
for the first 2 minutes of the game.
They're very careful, ladies and gentlemen. You have to take
soon.
note that we are already closing into the later parts of our group stage. Every point counts heavily to get into that qualifiers.
Yes, definitely. That is the first recall coming in from Nepo Museno. And he will actually go for the switch.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, he will actually go to the mid lane, and the Leomord is going to the bottom lane.
Yes.
Team Thailand still finding a way to set up for this turtle, man.
And I think they were able to get the read onto the recall done in by Nepomuceno. You actually see Raklong Hirud going for the recall as well. Members of Thailand now focusing onto the turtle. Anytime a fight may brew out, there's gonna be the meteor shower done in by Arcangel.
Okay, Arcangel, that is a wild charge. That is Ranaman coming in from Pong, but the Revitalist is there to save everyone. Team Philippines, they are falling low, but that is the flank coming in from Vila. Zaman force counter go, but it won't do anything. That's Onata coming from afar.
And that's Nepomuceno doing his job. Rhapsody in for the mid lane will make the stop onto the members here of Team Thailand. That's 2-0 for Philippines, and it was a well-done pickup.
That is, of course, a value exchange for Team Philippines. Even though Thailand, they got the turtle, they got the buff, they got the gold, but Team Philippines, they managed to shut down Harit, who got the buff.
Yes.
But meanwhile,
no, that is not good. But Anon, ladies and gentlemen, was able to get into Reno Bus, and now there is going to be the backup coming in from Thailand quite late there, and members of Philippines will fall back.
I do feel that Team Thailand, they need to flank out certain type of heroes, like for example, the Chang'o and the Granger. Like what we've said, the Team Philippines, they went for the coast-to-coast type of strategy, where the Death Sonata and the Meteor Shower can actually flank you from afar.
Yeah, but the funny part there is it's not really coast to coast. You know, the first time that Nepomuceno used the Death Sonata, it was point
It was
blank.
very close, yeah, it was point blank.
Just to get the damage done, ladies and gentlemen. Intentionally casting the Zaman Force. The Death Sonata not going to be needed to go for the connection as the kill is completed against the Baksha.
And this is the team fight that Team Thailand is looking for, that 4-on-4 or probably 5-on-5 type of skirmish, the Royal Rumble skirmish. They want this Harit to get online, they want Intachot to get online, they want that power spike, and they want Buagard and of course in Opas to get the lanes going, to go for the split push.
They really need to get those lanes going. And actually some good, decent minion wave is launching in towards the first turret, but into the bottom lane, ladies and gentlemen. There's gonna be the collapse towards Vilya. Vilya gonna be recovered here by Intachot. Castro Mayor into the front line, trying to chase that Ratmoyurut. And now we also get a backup. They're done by Fong and back off. Castro Mayor that is.
Sweet backup coming in for Team Thailand in the bottom lane. Like what you've said, that is the 4-1 we're clearly seeing at 4 minutes of the game. We are now transitioning into the mid-leg game, Mr. Shinbu. And now Team Thailand, they have this turtle up for the taking. This is Gary, this is Arit. This is looking dangerous for Team Philippines.
This is looking dangerous for Team Philippines. There's Castro Mayor into the front line, but no damage dealers is going to start to go for the turtle. 50% is left here by Team Thailand. And now the turtle gets reset. Castro Mayor gonna be going down.
Castro Mayor is indeed the one sacrificing himself just to negate this turtle take.
Oh my
but
God.
again, these are two core heroes coming in from Thailand with buffs right now. The Spung is doing a great job in zoning out all of these arrows coming in from Bataanon.
Along with Ratnong Hiron, ladies and gentlemen, now Bataanon trying to do the defense onto the tower, but that is an easy job for Inomas. You can just easily ignore the Selena and just go for focus on that tower.
Definitely. So right now, Team Thailand having the upper hand in our mid-game. Team Philippines, they're really relying on this arrow to hit and probably hit all of their long-range skills. But that is, of course, the kick. Nice alley-oop pass! That's the wild charge, Team Thailand!
Beautiful angle there by Ratnong Hiron to follow up, done by Fung. There is no need to actually cast those multiple Jintoon. Those just the way of the dragon should be enough to get the kill onto Bataanon.
And of course, just like basketball, we've talked about this earlier, a good assist from Ratwong Wiron to Mr. Fong, and those guys are tanks. So this is probably looking bad for Team Philippines right now. And man, Team Thailand just with unlimited aggression right here.
Yeah, limited aggression, ladies and gentlemen, but they are forcing forward. The Pumisano to the side, Arcangel onto the left. Ladies and gentlemen, Ratong Miron, and there's a bit of RPL being called here by Vilya. No advance starting, but the members here of Philippines, they need to check onto the mashup.
They really need to check on the mashup. Plus, that is, of course, Team Thailand's fight for the taking, because the Harit, he wants these narrow types of vicinity to fight with in layered with the Zaman Force. So Team Philippines, they're very disciplined right now. They're self-assured that they cannot take this 5-on-5 fight. But meanwhile, Team Thailand just putting on all of the pressure, especially that this Joe having a tank emblem, very tanky. As I say this, man, Team Philippines, this is probably a comeback game.
It's a very
if they want
interesting
to.
tank emblem. I'm not so sure if that is the hybrid health to the damage tank
Turtle
emblem or
resurrecting soon.
That is the crowd control emblem.
crowd control emblem, I think. Yes,
That is.
that's the crowd control emblem. He really wants to be the main front line and deliver some pressure for Thailand, and they are gonna be backing. They're gonna be banking on the inside shots damage.
Of course.
Anyway, that's the problem here. Right now, the goal lead is massive on the side of Team Thailand. That's 4,000 on the goal lead. That is not gonna be good for Philippines. If ever a fight will break, I will not recommend to do the 5v5 against Thailand.
Yeah, speaking of fights, Intachot is very self-assured here in just layering in the Zaman Force. Fong is falling low. Here comes a major shower. But man, the sidestep
and the
on this ground.
And the problem there, even Fong is able to burn out a lot of his spells against Philippines here. With that, there is very little combat abilities available to defend this bottom lane inner turret. This is a very nice tempo delivered by Thailand.
Nice tempo indeed. I do feel the Team Philippines, they actually don't know the backsha play right now. We witnessed this time and time again from other tournaments. There's this certain rotation. Whenever the backsha comes in, you need to get an immediate damage output. You need to get an immediate fight. But for the side of Team Thailand, they know that shield unity is coming in, so they're just forcing it. And of course, they have this certain power spike on Desire. It doesn't even need buffs because of the mystery shop.
Because of the mystery shop. That is the problem here for the Harit. The snowball is very clear onto him despite this, it's actually a pretty big lead. But Harit can make the most of the 2,000 lead delivered by Thailand by the early game. And also, I want to take note that this match has been nerfed. The this possesses lesser damage right now. He touched into the front line. Where is the damage to be delivered in by Philippines? It's not.
And the nerf is looking vital. That is double kill.
Double kill
from Intachot. And welcome to Thailand, says Team Thailand. Team Philippines holding on in their mid lane. 3-on-4 is the matchup here. Look at Masha again in the bottom lane, just doing Masha things.
And it doesn't even feel that the pressure coming in from Masha is needed. Yes, the 4-man squad of Thailand is doing a really good job pressuring out Philippines.
Plus the carry can push out towers quickly as well. So man, Team Philippines, if they're going for this type of 4-on-5 fights, they really need to outplay. But again, man, in Opaz doing a really great job on this Grok. Even though there's the early game nerf, it doesn't matter for him. 7-2, this is quite a low scoring game. This is, of course, the discipline type of ML that Team Thailand is showing. Look at Intachon right here. Having the Calamity Reaver and of course the Feather of Heaven.
Yeah, on his way onto building also the concentrated energy, guys. I just want to mention that I find there's very little available command control onto the side here of Philippines. Yes, they have a heavy one, but on a very high condition. That is of the Selena, the arrow landing. And of course, there's only just the backshot, which also has been nerfed in terms of the stun.
So they
don't
have no catch. They have no catch. That is, of course, a tower down. Coming from Team Thailand. Here we go, Fong. Team Philippines grouping up right now. But Team Thailand doesn't care. Here we go. That is the kick from Fong, and that's how it's done. Team Thailand taking game number 1.
Congratulations to Team Thailand, ladies and gentlemen. A very clean performance there. And not just clean, also dominant.
That is Thailand.
That's Thailand.
Sweeping the early game to the mid game.
Yeah.
And man, I do feel like you're definitely right. Team Philippines, they don't have any catch. If the Harriet goes for the Zaman Force, he will just go for the Chrono Dash and just leave the arrow be, right?
There's very little catch, like an AoE catch, something like that. The catch can easily be baited out by a Grok, like for example what Fung has done time and time again. Then another one, after Fung has entered, it will be Ratwong.
Yeah.
Ratwong, the Cho, will try to go in, and that's the problem there. A lot of spells is burned, and that is enough already for Thailand to really do some massive plays and even finish the game quickly.
And man, in terms of pickups, Pong is just doing a great job in getting Bataanon. And Bataanon is probably one of the best options for Team Philippines to go for the tempo plays. But again, with this fast-paced type of mashup play, Team Philippines really needs to answer with outplays. But without the damage output, without any kind of setup, it's clearly Team Thailand taking this one, man.
Look at that. You actually see the entrance by Pong. Then after, it's going to be Ratwong. Because he does know a lot of spells already been burned. Even the Pomicenos Rhapsody has been, even the Pomicenos Rondo has been burned.
Yeah, he doesn't care. And of course, man, Team Philippines, that is just the first game.
That's just the first game.
This is a 2-game series.
Yes.
I mean, sorry, best of two.
Yeah, that's good. 2-game series actually.
But again,
it's qualifiers. Yeah. It's still very tough for the Philippines losing that match because you'd want to secure those points.
Yet you want to be in the playoffs. You want to be in the playoffs.
Yes.
So right now, guys, I think we're going for a quick break.
Yeah, we're going to go for a very quick break, guys. Let's see if the series will be pushed towards a 1-1 or will Thailand come out with a very clean 2-series. We have been your casters for this. I'm Shibuya, the one for now, along with Nanjin and the 38 Southeast Asian Games Mobile Legends back-to-back matches. We'll be right back.
30th SEA Games Esports. We are your shoutcasters again, Manjin and Shinbu, and we are currently having Team Thailand versus Team Philippines. Thailand leading by 1 point.
Thailand leading by 1 point, ladies and gentlemen, taking a very dominating performance in the game number 1. Again, we welcome you to the 38th Southeast Asian Games Mobile Legends Bang Bang matches. This is the final esports match to be shown to you for tonight. We still have a lot of games coming up for tomorrow until December 10, happening at the San Juan Arena. So be sure to actually do check out the place and support for your respective teams live.
Support the countries.
Support the countries.
Support the countries.
Yes.
And support athletes.
Yes. And support gaming.
And support gaming.
Yes,
The new generation of athletes. A new generation of jobs.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Thank you for the jobs.
Esports.
Yeah,
thank you for the jobs.
Thank you gaming
Thank
for
you
the
gaming
job.
for the job. Thank you for the job opportunities. But again, guys, kidding aside, we are at the group stages.
Yes.
And for you to get out of the group stages, you need points.
You need points.
And you need wins. So we are at round robin format where all of the teams will fight each other in the group stages, and the top one, the highest point, or the highest earning team who has the highest point, will go to the upper bracket in our playoffs.
Yes, again, getting that seed into the upper bracket will make your adventure, your compete in the SEA Games matches like a walk in the park.
A walk in the park.
Like a walk in the
of
park.
course, you need to lose 2 times. But again, guys, Team Philippines, this is just a best of 2. So right now, Team Thailand is leading, and they're very confident in going to game number 2. They can actually do some kind of experiments here. I don't know, but I do feel that Philippines, they do have a good draft for game number 1, but the execution was bad due to the type of Team Thailand. Like what you've said, the 4-1 strategy, they're just confident enough to go in with the Zaman Force, and of course
the
the
4-1
carry.
strategy, the 4-1 strategy, they have a very strong 4. Just because there's the backshot is being kept in check.
Yes,
very well by
check.
Thailand. It's being juggled perfectly by the Cho, by Rakwang, and along with Fung.
Yeah, man, and the Grok and the Cho, like what you've said, an outstanding performance with his tanks. This is a Cho tank build right now, and a very uncanny way of playing the Cho by Fung. Usually we're seeing, usually we're seeing Cho with the high and dry, or probably the bounty hunter.
That Cho build is actually back at 2017 meta. It was a 2017 running.
It was 2017 to 2018,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Well, where you go for the crowd control and you have extra sustain, and you just let your core heroes do their job. Let your core heroes go for the damage. And man, what does Philippines has in store for us? I don't know. They need to go back to the drawing board right now. Shinbu, in the group stages, I don't know if you're going to reveal your cards right away. I'm not really sure, but I guess that it is the time for Team Philippines. If you are a fan of Team Philippines or in every other country, they need to reveal their secret weapons.
Yes, especially on tough situations like this.
This is no joke.
Like that, you really want to go into the playoffs. Again, of course, I want to give the biggest shout-outs to all the families who are enjoying and chilling
in their houses,
watching this 38th Southeast Asian Games broadcast, especially those families who bond together over gaming.
I do feel that the blue side right now has the upper hand because of the sling pick. Because if you're in the blue,
you can have a nice access to more heroes. Because the red side will be compelled onto banning the link.
Yes, so that is an extra ban. An extra bonus ban for Team Thailand, especially who has the blue side. So I don't know what the rules are, who is going to get the blue side, but I probably there's going to be a switch. I don't know, let's see. But again, the one without on the red side will definitely ban the link because it's a new hero right now. Some teams don't know how to contest it yet. Probably the lack of time studying it.
Yes. It's not just the lack of time studying it. I find Ling really strong. Not really in terms of like the raw stats, but on the available strategies that you can do with him. It's very disruptive, especially with your backlines. You have to remember that we have backlines in the form of Django right now. You have Django, you got Granger, heroes that are very, very easy targets towards Ling.
Definitely that assassin type, the Tempest of Blades.
Yes, you know, there was a running situation for the meta back in like the second half and even first half actually of 2019, where assassins are weaker.
Yeah,
and fighters.
Fighters are the ones.
Are the thing of that. Then there came in some support, ladies and gentlemen, and that's the problem. That's the problem there. The assassins now might be returning. Actually, if we return to the previous game, maybe on a playback, ladies and gentlemen, is that the Ling, if it was here in this game, it would have been very fatal for the Granger and even Chango.
Definitely. And we are seeing the first skirmish of this game. Look at the flanks coming in for Team Philippines, coming from every side. They won this team fight, but again, the objectives is the name. Look at the Masha in the minimap right now. Immediately going to the top lane because she knows that they don't have the upper hand. So she doesn't force anything. She just go for the levels, go for the experience, and just confuse out Team Philippines in terms of rotating to the map.
And the problem there is not just confused. That is confusion if ever the Masha gets left unchecked. But even on just the idea of having a Masha on one lane far away from the team fights that you are doing, that's enough pressure to actually shake your decision making.
Actually shake you. And of course, like what we've said, they don't have any catch. All they have is the Abyssal Trap. So what is the main counter for the Masha? Crowd control.
That is.
And they don't have any kind of crowd control. The Kaja was banned. The Kupra was banned, and it makes sense. It made sense.
They have very hard crowd controls. They have very hard crowd controls. I do play a lot of Selena, so I don't really find that that hard to land that arrow. But it's because I just only play that hero alone, like nothing else.
Okay.
Some questions there.
Okay, Shin.
So you see, but it's in general, the arrow of Selena is very hard to land.
It is.
Especially if you're targeting like seasoned players, seasoned veterans, who's very familiar on the angles of where Selena, of the possible angles of where Selena might be.
It is. Plus,
and you have Basha as well. It's very hard to do the stun.
It's really hard. It is really hard, especially with this Masha. She will just pop that wild power, and she will go away, and there you go. And then the carry and the Harriet will just push out the other lane and probably go for pick-offs. So man, Team Philippines, if you are a fan, you need to raise your hands right now.
You need
to give them the energy ball that they need.
Even though they're playing like that, you need to put an energy ball above them.
Especially in the other countries as well.
Well, of course, it's each country supporting their respective athletes. I mean, you've seen how the SEA Games really builds up these athletes, really builds up the dreams and hopes of not just the athletes, but also of their country. And maybe you could even disregard the country. You could just go for their families. Their families supporting them.
It's the human nature.
It's human nature.
It's the human nature, and it's a celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so what is the strategy for game number 2?
Recommended strategy.
I do feel that Team Thailand, you don't fix what's not broken. I do feel that they mastered this type of strategy where the Masha is very disciplined in just pushing out lanes and just put Philippines out of check. But Team Philippines, in terms of my casting, in terms of my experience, I do feel that Philippines right now, they don't know how to play the Basha. They don't know how to play the Basha. I've seen.
I think it's too much to say. They don't know how to play the Basha.
I think they know how to play, but they don't master it yet.
On the idea of playing around the Basha. The idea of playing around.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
So I do feel that Team Japan and Team Indo. Well, there's no Japan here, but we've seen Japan
really
do
play
this.
A really good Basha.
They
popularize it.
They popularize it. They have Rafaela with it. So I do feel that if you are running a Basha lineup, you need to go with the Basha. 3 heroes will go in a lane, and the Basha will go there and just immediately distinguish everyone. But again, with the type of lineup that Thailand has. They can go for 4 on 3s. They can go for 3 on 5s.
They can just kick that Basha shield in any direction possible. And I also want to mention that it's very awkward to follow up on the Basha because you're using a Chango and you're using a Granger. The Chango and Granger are heroes who very hard in catching up mobile allies.
Right?
Chango and Granger are best if you try to engage them and you fail to do so.
Plus, if you have crowd control, if you have a stun, a very specific stun, like for example,
Divine Judgment.
Divine Judgment. Divine Judgment. Easy meteor shower.
Yes,
easy that's
or
Sonata.
just the charge of Lolita.
Yes.
Actually, just the charge of Lolita should be enough.
Team Thailand, they did their research. Shinbu,
Yeah.
they banned out three
the Lolita.
crowd control
yes,
heroes.
three crowd control
man.
heroes. And I just want to mention, so if we are considering win conditions for this game number 2 for Team Philippines, what you'd want is to actually deny at least one of those 5 heroes that was witnessed from against in the side of Thailand.
Yeah.
You can actually remove a mashup, but my recommendation is to take one of the two, either a Grok or the Cho.
Yeah, probably play with the Grok.
Yeah.
Play with the Grok, right?
Probably with the
I
Grok.
don't know, but that's just our opinion, guys.
Yes.
You guys do feel
Yes, tell
free
us your
to put in
insights.
your
And
insights,
even
right?
tell that to someone beside us watching this. Anyway, in the structure, we're going to be going on a very short break. But after that break, we'll dive in directly into the match. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the MLBB matches for the 38th Southeast Asian Games.
Team is banning. Your team is banning.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
We are back.
Yes, and
We are
this
back.
time we are into the main draft
Your
of
team
this
is
game
banning.
number 2. This qualifying round Group B match between Philippines versus Thailand. Philippines on the blue side, Thailand with 1 score lead on the red.
This is quite fascinating, Shinbu.
See?
We've talked about this in the after the break, before the break. If you're on the red side, you're forced to ban the link. But of the Philippines, they banned out the link.
They have no plans.
Yeah, they have no
They have no
plans.
plans of
They have no
using the
plans for using the link. But
Your
meanwhile,
team
again, Team
is
Thailand,
picking.
they banned out Kufra and Kaja. That is, of course, negating all the crowd controls that Philippines can have. Meanwhile, Philippines,
X4.
they do respect
Your team
the
is
Masha,
picking.
the Masha pick for
Yeah.
Team Thailand. So right now,
Rock.
this is a good opening for PH.
They're easing up the pressure.
They're easing up
the pressure from the Masha. It's a good
Your
opening for
team
PH,
is
as you mentioned,
picking.
Nanjin. But here's the thing about Thailand. They're not letting up the main strength of their first game lineup.
Definitely.
Still, I did mention that you want to remove at least one of the two, either a Glock or the Cho, and Thailand has secured that. They got
Yes.
Glock and Cho.
Definitely. Shinbu, what if it works? It works
If it
for
works, it
Team
works, yeah.
Thailand. But again, the Philippines, they have a very flexible pick here.
It's
the X-Borg. It can be played as a support or probably an off lane
Yeah.
for their team.
Esmeralda.
So right now, I do feel
Your
that it is a
team
support because they have Tabs and
They're
Esmeralda.
rolling a 2-fighter. They have a very strong front line here.
Yes.
Which can be further embedded by an Estes or Rafaela.
Yes. Are we gonna see it?
Yeah, that's
Are
the
we
question.
gonna see the
Are we
Pinoy
gonna see it?
Estes?
And they don't expect that Thailand will be picking up a support. They can ban one. They can ban an Estes. But they will not be picking a Rafaela here.
Yeah.
I really doubt that. I think it doesn't sync really well with the Cho
Definitely.
and the Grok here. But
Okay.
they went for the Chango backline.
Chango.
I just want to mention that,
Your
again, the
team
draft
is
is really,
banning.
really important. And I do feel that game 1 was decided based on the
Based on
draft.
the draft,
Yeah,
yeah.
a really good draft. A really good draft is like a good relationship.
Yeah.
You don't fix it.
You don't fix it.
Yeah, you
Just
don't
let
try
it
to
be.
fix it. You
Let it
trust
be.
it. You trust it.
You trust the relationship.
You don't
Your
ask
team is
your
banning.
partner where she or he have been.
Yeah.
Who's texting him.
Who's texting him?
Yeah, you
Just
don't
trust.
Yeah, you don't
right?
don't fix what is not broken.
Definitely.
So that's what a good draft is. It's like a good relationship.
I
team
agree.
is
I agree.
picking.
Coming in from Shinbu, guys. Shinbu 2019. A good draft is a good,
Good
relationship. Speaking of draft,
Or a good marriage.
speaking of draft, Team Thailand with the same bands.
Same bands.
As game
Lolita.
number 1. As game number 1.
Yeah.
They respect the Lolita, but meanwhile,
Teaming.
okay. So they
Your
will
team
they will
is
now go for the
picking.
coast to coast strat.
Yeah. Oh!
Okay. Okay, this is just our opinion, guys. This
Yeah.
is just our opinion.
Yeah.
Again, we've witnessed teams for for other tournaments that failed with the Basha.
With the Basha.
But right now,
Time and time again.
Yeah, but again, you trust the draft.
You trust the draft.
You trust the draft.
And I feel that this might work because earlier they got Granger.
Yes.
And they have Django.
Yeah.
Alright, with the Basha. I did mention that the Granger and Django struggles in trying to catch up with the Basha. But no, not this times, not an Export, and not even an Esmeralda. If these three guys actually ride on with the Basha wheels, then it might be hurting against Team Thailand.
Definitely. I do agree. Plus, if you're gonna think about
Selena.
it, Team Philippines, they do have a lot of sustain in their arsenal. So what Team Thailand needs is that they need someone who can probably do crits or go for true damage. That's why Philippines, they banned out the carry.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they went for the Selena and they went for the Kimmy. So I do feel that Team Thailand, they don't want team fights.
Yes,
they
don't
just want to go for another objective type of gameplay due to this Kimmy and probably to this Joe.
Well, we have the full draft available in for this game. Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't look like Team Philippines would be losing much like game number 1, but it also doesn't look like Thailand will be holding it up. Thailand will make sure to close this out 2-0 whenever possible.
I do feel that Philippines is comfortable right now.
With the draft, right?
With the draft,
Yeah.
with the draft. People are shouting. But again, Team Thailand, they did their research. They know how to counter this. All troops deploy, let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Celestial Palace. Again, this game number 2 of this series of 2 between Team Philippines versus Thailand.
Okay, so both of the teams starting with their own buffs, I guess. There's the Tricam for you. Arcangel will probably go for this Gargoyle right now to secure his early levels. Meanwhile, that is a support export for Philippines to zone out the mid laners for Team Thailand.
Yeah, this works really well, the support export as well, because there's just nice big damage onto the guy. Again, all you need is just duration and certain durabilities just to get the thing towards the true damage.
Definitely. Philippines right now, you have Nepomuceno having his signature hero as this Esmeralda, who is now level 3 against his enemy. The Chango is level 3, but again, if you do have your best hero, this is a very different type of Esmeralda coming in from Nepomuceno.
And he will be touching the level 4 quickly, almost. Actually, halfway towards level 5. That's a very nice early game rotation here for Nepomuceno. But the team fight to take full advantage of that is not present.
Okay, so as you've said, both of the core heroes for each team, they are now level 4. So are we gonna witness a tower dive coming in for Team Thailand? They have the upper hand because of this Kimmy pick. They can easily get towers, especially if the arrow hits right now, like this.
Like that one,
this.
ladies and gentlemen.
Look
That's
at
the
this.
fight coming in from Inopas, ladies and gents. But still, it's the times we're speaking of.
Look at the warning shots coming in from Inopas.
Had it been that Duaner was fast and getting the back up towards Selena, it might have been a kill against them.
It could have been.
Because he could actually do a finisher just to get that last hit. And if not lucky, if he's really good at aiming that one, he can get the kill using the rocket.
Using the Kimmy rocket. So here we go. Speaking of rockets, Arcangel having the bullets here.
Lots of pressure coming in from Philippines. Ratmong Wiron will be forced to get the recall down, but 4 members already present here for the Turtle. So that leaves 4v4, especially with Dabs pushing up top.
This is a 4-on-5 actually. Dabs starting the lane. Who's Nepomuceno with a signature Esmeralda, and that is the first blood for the Philippines. Inopas is falling low. He will just go for the dash out. And man, Team Philippines having the upper hand, getting the turtle, getting the first blood, and getting another kill.
He actually got an assassination as well on that Selena. I think the Selena was trying to fall back. And another one on the Ratmong Wiron. The tempo here for Philippines for this game number 2 is quite fast. The Milis, the Esmeralda, these 3 picks, this first 3 picks stamps along with this export is paying up big time.
Definitely. To add to what you're saying, Shinbu, this is the sustain from the Philippines. This is walking sturdy. And our hashtag.
Hashtag walking sturdy.
Hashtag walking sturdy. Just kidding, guys. This is walking persistent. That is the slogan for the Philippines right now. But man, Arcangel
around the in. Oh my God!
Oh!
Some crazy moves, ladies and gentlemen. Wow!
Nice setup once again.
That was a nice setup, but the problem there, that is clearly barely a misclick on the thumbs of Arcangel. He's supposed to rondo away, not forward.
He's just too good.
He's just too good. It's too good. Just too good for the game.
He's too good. And man, he's just too aggressive.
Too aggressive.
Too aggressive. But Team Thailand having the upper hand here in the bottom lane.
In the bottom
They're
lane.
pressuring it up.
Yep.
But again, like what we've said, the sustained game for Philippines is just too much.
Alright, they're going in for Bataanon, ladies and gentlemen. There's also the way of the dragon onto the face of Bataanon in the shot for the backline. Still the Turkish Wizards is doing its job to get the zone out against Thailand.
That is the Basha passive right there being popped. Decreasing the damage output every time you hit him. So 3-1 Team Philippines, they do have the upper hand, they lead by 1,000 gold, but Team Thailand, they are clearly controlling the tempo because of their Grok, because of Pung, and because of Ratmong Wiran. And Ratmong Wiran right now, he is using the high and dry to negate the sustain.
Yes, a very interesting playstyle now for the show, going back to the OG1s with a split. Bataanon here, but the problem is the tortoise presents there. Thailand has to back away, don't want to step onto this burning fields delivered by that Basha.
Bataanon with a good zone.
Here comes Ratmong. Ratmong onto the bottom.
Here we go.
Let's see the show. Actually, he was able to get a catch, maybe on soon Nepomuceno, but Ratmong gonna be punished here by the members of Philippines. There's the last insanity.
Coming in from Castro Mayor plus the Revitalize, and right now, Team Thailand, they are running for their lives. The Selena will also fall down. Nice last hit coming in from the side of Villa, and this is a turtle for the taking. The Tams now having the bloodless axe, and look at this.
Look at Bataanon. No.
The swag, the backs out.
The TP in the face.
The TP in the face.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's a very interesting there. Trying to get the zone down against that Django. Well, 6-1 in a score. This would be a relatively easy turtle to take by Team Philippines. The goal lead is at 3,000 at the 5-minute mark.
We've seen this time and time again. This is Bataanon in gangster form.
Bataanon
in gangster form.
Bataanon is a gangster.
It's a gangster.
Yes.
It's a Filipino gangster. So in this gangster form, he can just very confidently go for the stanky moves like this.
Yeah.
I mean, like we've seen.
Actually, Castro Mayor was able to roll out. Oh, goes for the bait against Pung here. And now with a falling star with down by the Pomuceno, that is going to be the back zone secured by Esmeralda.
Okay, so now Team Philippines, they're pressuring off the map. And again, the gangster form. Bataanon. This is not even his final form.
Man. Bataanon proving us our doubts, proving us wrong with our doubts on that Basha.
Yes, definitely.
But the best part here is that Bataanon is not anywhere alone. That's the problem. So he can really go gangster because there's a lot of bad boys.
Backup. Look at this.
Yes. Look at that.
Filipino gangster.
You know, punch me in the face. Punch me in the shield.
Oh my, Team Thailand doing all they can. Oh man. They're just going in for all of the skills, and Team Bataanon is just walking with swag.
Yes, now he's going to get the chase down onto Ratmong Wiran. You have to remember that Ratmong Wiran here would be fatal, especially with the way of the Dragon delivered, but not to Nepomuceno. Nepomuceno bringing the grave against Ratmong.
I like what Team Thailand is doing right now. They want to go for pickup, they want to go for burst, but man, the passive from this Basha is just too much for this Kimi and this Django to go with. Again, you waste your first skill. If you are a Kimi, you're wasting your energy transformation right now. You're just wasting your energy transformation in hitting all the tanky heroes.
Yes.
You wanted to land probably on the Granger or probably on other objectives, but with this kind of sustained lineup of Team Philippines, they've done their jobs. And man, it's clear that they're really dominating this game.
And the problem here is that members of Team Thailand is actually doing a in melee form against Philippines. Mega kill. That leaves a lot of room for Nepomuceno to go and land those falling torments on certain tankers. Ratmong Wiran going for the dance against Castro Mayor. Castro Mayor was able to roll out onto Arcangel. Arcangel here, at least not going to be able to save Castro Mayor, but still, that is Ratmong Wiran going up.
That is 2-2. For the kill exchange right there. Lots of confusing skirmishes. But I do feel that Philippines, they have the upper hand because of Bataanon coming in inside the base, under the tower. Revitalize gangster mode. Bataanon,
oh my, the regeneration, ladies and gentlemen. Bataanon still with the tortoise in his hands. And look at that.
This is 1-on-4, man.
1-on-4 actually is making He's a bystander in the base.
Oh my!
Of Thailand.
8 minutes in, it's clearly the Bataanon game for Team Philippines, dominating the Thailand.
Yeah. Yes. Clearly, we are proven wrong on the Basha. But again, the Basha here is now allied with very nice melee heroes.
Definitely.
So, you know, Bataanon, when he's not anymore alone. Now we got the Timmy, a very late Blade of Despair that is locked in almost at the 9-minute mark.
And of course, that we've talked about this time and time again. Kimi is a ticking time bomb. Without the first 2 minutes aggression that he has,
oh my god,
you can definitely do nothing. And look at Bataanon just pulling in the stickers.
And that's the problem about the Basha. The Basha here is actually reporting whatever spell is thrown onto him.
Definitely, definitely. And man, he's just acting out as a camera, as a ward right here for Team Philippines.
Yes.
And it's very clear that in game number 2, man, Bataanon
but it will
is
be very
probably your
brutal.
MVP.
It will be very brutal against Bataanon if ever they lost this game, but not like this. Last Insanity gonna delivered by Castro Mayor. Not winning for the tower, that it doesn't matter. The Rhapsody from Arcangel is just too much. That's a double kill secured by the Granger.
This is the caster curse. We were mistaken, guys. Philippines,
because
they
it's
know
a
how
better
to play.
job. Because it's a better
it's
job.
a better job rather than game number 1. Team Thailand, they're holding on, but that is the first tower down for Team Philippines. Okay, this is
oh my god,
unstoppable force.
Yeah, it's clearly that is bad news if Esmeralda is able to get the touch onto the Kimi. 14-3, ladies and gentlemen, the gold lead is at 11,000.
That is, of course,
resurrecting soon.
A huge income of lead coming in from Team Philippines.
Yeah.
I do feel that this is game right now. They don't have any damage for the Basha.
They're pushing on all facets, on all doors here of Team Thailand. There's only just one inhibitor turret remaining for them. And of course, a Lord to be taken in, a budding of Jet Beam available as well for Philippines.
They need to hit the Granger with the arrow, plus they need to burst it. Without that, it's the Esmeralda will just wipe them off. Right?
Yeah, they need to get the trigger onto the Granger quicker than the Esmeralda can get the jump on them. Because literally, Esmeralda has been jumping onto a lot of members here of Thailand.
And look at the shields. Look at the shields.
Look at the shield.
The life points.
Yeah, that's almost 100% of his health.
That's probably more than 8,000 life points on Nepomuceno. So it's about the tankiness for game number 2 for Team Philippines.
Clean 40,000 score here, gold for Philippines, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the item check, you can actually see that the Esmeralda now has only one component item to build towards the 6-1, whereas members here of Thailand is just building towards their 3rd and 2nd.
Yeah, and look at this, Shango building that burn mechanic on this glowing one to deal with the sturdiness of Team Philippines. This is the Thailand defense that we're witnessing here.
Well, they should be, ladies and gentlemen. You got Villia towards the front line. They're backing up against the Lord. A very nice utilization of the Guardian's Barrier. Just so they can stop the Lord. But the problem here is that Villia soaking up some damage from the Meteor Swarm. And the Meteor Swarm not available. But Tamadon almost into the base here of Thailand. And they're focusing onto the base.
And here we go. They're focusing in, like what you said. Monster kill. And Team Philippines getting a 1-1. And they survive this potential loss. What a series here from Thailand and Team Philippines.
Just crazy. We got
crazy.
Oh, it was crazy for the game number 2. I was really expecting that Thailand has a nice jump against Philippines.
Yes.
But again, just take a breather, fix what is wrong. If there is nothing wrong in a draft, you don't fix it. But if there is something wrong, you have to fix it quick. Right? You have to fix it quickly. And that's what was done by Philippines here.
And Bataanon has proven me wrong, man.
Yes. Yeah.
This is how you play
Basha.
the Basha.
No, he can play Basha.
He can
That's
play
the thing.
Basha.
Team Philippines can play Basha, but maybe not with a Django, not with a Granger.
Not with a Granger.
And Esmeralda, that's perfect.
And of course, it's about the draft for game number 2.
Yeah.
For game number 1, it's about the discipline of Team Thailand and you're rotating to the lanes.
You know, in the Philippines, you can always be gangster, especially if you know someone will back you
Especially
up.
in Manila.
Yes, yes.
Especially in Manila. Especially in Tondo.
Yes.
Especially in Tondo, Manila. But right now, we are in San Juan.
Yeah,
but again, okay, so, I don't know if we're going to tally the score yet, but I do feel that Thailand and Philippines are in a good position because, of course, if you go for ties, that will make, we're probably going to have tiebreakers in the later part of our tournament.
Yeah.
But look at this. This This is the first. This is gangster form level 1.
Yeah, and that's
Look at this. That's 3-on-1
that's
against
3-on-1.
Bataan.
That's against Bataan, ladies and gentlemen. And the problem there is that Bataan served to be the one on the 4-1.
Yes.
Come here of Team Philippines. It's interesting. What Bataan is doing is not really for the Basha to go for a split push.
Yes.
He's getting damage whenever he can.
Yes. And he is baiting out.
He is baiting out
all of the important skills for Team Thailand. Just look at this. Standing strong and just going for the first kill and let his allies do all the work.
Yeah, even Castromero has done a really sweet job with the export. Yeah, the expert support. That's actually a lot of disruption done against the enemy team. And even Ratmawira was forced to burn the flicker just to get the catch onto Castromero.
I do feel that this is a failed teamy type of composition coming in from Team Thailand. We've seen it for the first 2 minutes of our game that they tried to burst out the tabs in the top lane, but with that failed attempt, it's just all-out snowball coming in from Team Philippines. And man, Team Philippines ended this game with a ban. That is your last game for you. Okay. Woo! What a day.
What a day, ladies and gentlemen. And the best part about here is matches are very close, you know? Matches are really, really close. We got a lot of 1-1 series in this 2-game series.
And I'm so excited for Group A.
Yes.
Because we are now at the Group B. So Group A, there are more teams there. You have Myanmar there.
Yes, we have
also
Myanmar
one of the teams to look out for. But Team Thailand, man, this team is no joke. This team is no joke.
Yes, this team is no joke. You have to remember as well that, again, this is just the first day of the esports event for DAF's 38 Southeast Asian Games. Guys, we still have 5 days. My God, we still got 5 days.
We still have
5, 6, 7, 8 until 10, 9, 10.
For other games.
Yeah, for other games.
For other games.
Lots of titles, lots of esports, lots of experience and things to watch for our players.
All right.
For our players.
All right, so that is it.
Yeah, that's it.
That is it. It is such an honor to be
a very big one.
To be casting the SEA Games for you guys.
Yeah, of course, we have been your casters, ladies and gentlemen. I am Shinbu with the one for an eye.
I am Anjin.
And we are the Manjin Blue Tandem. Guys, that has been the conclusion for the esports event day 1 for the 38 Southeast Asian Games. And of course, be sure to follow on to the next games over the following days. And you guys have a great night.